birthday, and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
All of that.
Want to be monkey cousins?
Yeah, that's important. It all comes down to awareness. Because
It's like I've got a lesson on
that's really what I wanted to try to show you is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing justice. You go.
yeah, I mean, this is the thing, I mean,
Awareness.
gotta go, mate, no worries, bro. We've been like 4 hours.
Wow. Yeah.
Who was saying their TV got hit the other day, got struck by lightning?
Big speakers and I messed my ears up. I feel like I could be connected to the science thing a little bit, but regardless, I got
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.
Good day, people. Sarah's just joined, like literally, just as we're going.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm sorry, I can't get the thing to flip for me. So I'll be right. I think I have to pop out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, my dear. I just thought, ladies and gents, to our beautiful viewers, I thought I won't keep you waiting any longer. I was going to put it back another 15 minutes, and I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna get going, and Kevin, Sarah can join when they're,
we got a goofy situation. We can't connect to the Wi-Fi, so we're gonna have to just go off my phone. But I will be right back, and thank you all so much for being here. It's good to see you all. We'll be right there. It's been crazy.
So Sarah and Kev have just relocated. I think they've just relocated to a new place where Kevin's going to stay until he flies out to Ecuador. So I shall start by giving a shout out to our chat room, which has been going since, crikey, there's loads of chat. Well, it's been going since 2:53 this afternoon. Just JP, good to see you, man. Sherry Ives at 4:10. And then M popped in at 14 minutes past 4. We got Mr. Jolly Man at 4:35. And then Lizzo comes in at 4:45. Gumby Bear, 4:47. Sherry Ives, 4:49. I come in and say, hey, sorry, Lizzo. Sorry, mate. We'll see you soon at 6:15. This is why I thought, you know what, I'm gonna crack on. Squirrel Sniper, good to see you. Just JP, already said hi, haven't I? Awakened Alliance, good to see you, man. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Brian, Borodar, mate. Well, it's actually evening now, isn't it? So I'm not sure how you say that. Not sure how you say that in Welsh. Who are we? All right, buddy. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. India, Holistic Media. Good to see you. Thank you. Tyler Arnold. Good to see you, mate. FE Nation. Alex, Pushkin Castle. And I think that's everybody that's chatting. So, yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Sunday Funday show. Sunday Funday, Sunday. No, that's not how I was going to do it, was it? Sunday Funday. Da 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 da. It's obviously not called Sunday Funday. It's Monday, Monday by the Mamas and the Papas, I do believe. Brilliant song, absolutely brilliant song. But I thought we could redo it for Sunday Fun Day. Sunday Fun Day. And that's what the show should be every Sunday from now on. It should be Sunday Fun Day. So, Nostar. There we go. Nostar, mate. Nostar. So, Dar means good. Bora is day. So, it's day good and night good. I like it. I have to apologize if you can hear the music in the background. That's my really considerate neighbors in the room next door who like to break washing machines. And hey guys, how you doing? You all right? See, this is why I was going to put it back another 15 minutes because I thought
we're in a jungle.
I've dropped my bloody coffee and I need to make a new one. But,
well, that's urgent.
That's it.
Well,
we might need to take a break for that, folks.
It's kind of urgent, but it's cool though. It's cool. I can, you know, we can. I can wait for a second at least. So yeah.
Well, and I gotta do a few things, so it's all good.
Hey, just
so where are you guys?
Hey, Brian.
Say that again.
Where are you guys now?
Well, we're back in
tea or coffee. That looks like tea.
It looks like it's. I need to go. It's really weak coffee. And so we need to fix that. We're going to remedy that situation. So that's why it looks like this. I add a little help.
It looks more like a strong tea.
It's like, yeah, the amen to that. That's what it tastes like.
Tyler and Sherry.
Hi guys. Hey Alex.
Effie.
Hey Aaron.
Aaron, Roscoe, how you doing?
Nice. Sherry.
I'm afraid Rox isn't here. I'm really sorry. Guys. Rox isn't here. Things are really crazy in Rox's world at the moment. And yeah, it's just, things are really crazy, man.
Right.
She will be
rumble in the jungle.
As soon as she can, she will be with us.
We miss her a lot.
So hopefully sometime in a week, we'll get to go live with her. But entire Cosmos, how you doing?
We're underneath the solar tube. That's why it's so bright in here. Look at that.
That's good. I'll tell you what. I was going to say, like the lighting's kind of cool. It's kind of good.
Yeah,
and it looks a little bit. It's got this sort of haziness to it, and there's we've got there's a little bit of a glare there that it's making it all very angelic.
Is it sort of dream sequence? Does it look like
where
a dream sequence?
Are you in a hotel room or a?
No, we're in a household.
Oh, you're in your friend's house.
Yeah.
Right.
Guys, I tend to make friends with people who. So this friend is in her 60s. We met walking our dogs, and we started going to the market and stuff together. She's a retired dietitian, and she's really cool. So she asked me to watch her dogs, and in her house. Well, the deal was she wanted me to watch her house so that her dog was really comfortable. And she knows about Jitterbug's situation. So even though Jitterbug has some incontinence, she's okay with that. She knows. So I have a setup for herself, diapers and fun stuff. But yeah.
What sort of dog does she have?
It's a cattle dog and Chihuahua. You guys want to meet Kingston? He's so cute.
Yes, definitely. How are you doing, Kev?
Very good.
Have you got any mushrooms left?
Got any what? Oh yeah, it's Oregon. We did some more hunting.
Oregon, dude. We never run out, man.
Yeah, it's going to be legal here January. It goes fully legal, so the stores will begin to open and more flow.
Mushroom store, like a weed cafe, but a mushroom cafe. That is very cool, man.
Not exactly sure.
Look.
I know there's probably some dispensaries. Even at this point, you can get some candy bars.
She's very timid.
He's a little nervous because he doesn't do. Yeah, he doesn't do well when his mom leaves. But he's so
What's
cute.
his name?
He's all speckled. Kingston.
What's his name? Kingston. You are
Kingston man.
Yeah, you would.
Kingston, the dog.
He feels
I like that.
He's an Irish dog.
I want to be. If I
Yeah.
had no.
This is his dreadlock month. He's got funky dreadlock month.
The dark. Yeah. So anyway, we
Hey, Tyler.
Sunday Funday,
Thanks for saying
man.
hi.
Sunday Funday.
Hey,
Right.
JP.
I've been feeling. I don't know how anybody else has been feeling over this last week.
Hey, Wicked
But
Lions.
something tells me, because of the way that I've been feeling for this past week, something tells me that life has not been, you know,
Yeah.
exactly smooth sailing for everybody. Massive anxiety levels that, you know, and shit this week, and I've stopped thinking that it's me. This is the thing. I've stopped thinking it's me that's feeling anxious, because I don't think it is anymore, you know?
I think it might be a combination. You're going through, you have to realize too, Richie, with what we're choosing to do, like this is like a total upheaval in your life, you know? But I'm just having a lot go on. Like my life just accelerated a lot. Lizzo! Hey, Red Eye. Red Eye Jedi.
Clarice. To be done.
My fingers.
Where is she? I just saw her name. I just passed it. Hi, Clarice. I was trying to pull your name up. And I saw some comment just now about Tyler and mushrooms. Love it.
You're on it. You're on the comments tonight, man. You are on it.
I'm trying. You can see I'm using my finger, guys, so I'm sorry it's a little hard. I just want to make sure I said hi to everybody. Hey, Annette. I can't find Clarice's message, but I'm saying hi to you, Clarice. Oh, there she is.
That's it.
Yeah, because we don't have.
Lizzo.
You don't have connection.
I couldn't get my Wi-Fi and she had to jump on the flight, and I forgot to make sure I had that before she left. But we'll figure it out for. I will have to get a charger set up.
Red Eye Jedi and Lizzo?
Yeah.
The season changes thing, Clarice. I used to, when I was in England, my birthday was like a bittersweet day for me because it's the autumn equinox, and I just inside, like my soul knew that the nights were just going to get shorter and shorter and shorter. The days were going to get shorter and shorter. And in the UK, I don't know what time it gets dark where you are, Kev, but in the UK in the winter, like in summer solstice, winter solstice, sorry, the longest night of the year, or the shortest day of the year, there's like the sun goes down at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's pitch black by 5 p.m.
Yeah.
And I hate that. I hate it. I hate, it's like the day's gone. I always hated sunset. I love sunrise, and no, I don't hate sunset for what it looks beautiful, but it's like, oh man, it's the end of the day, you know? And I was always.
Yeah, like if you've got a factory job in the winter, you're going to work and it's dark.
And it's dark, yeah.
And it's dark.
Do you know what? Just work. It's not even so in the UK, not even in a factory job. Like working my job in the office, I was getting into work at 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was pitch black. And then when I left work at 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, it was pitch black. I spend the whole day in the office, not seeing. If it was ever sunny, you're stuck in the office, So I used to get seasonally affected as soon as autumn kicked in. Basically, I'd get seasonally affected, and that stopped when I came here. I still got it in Portugal, but when I came here, there were no more seasons really. It was just summer all year round. So that kind of went. I don't get it anymore, but definitely picking up the vibe off other people. And like, if I don't think it's necessarily people right around me, I think it's people that I'm connected to.
I couldn't find a little watch.
What are you whispering about?
No, because my phone is like, I need to get a charger hooked up here pretty soon, and so he was asking me to make sure we get that.
Do you have to go to your house?
I have to dip out for just a little bit, and I wanted Kevin take over and I'll come back. So I'll let you guys continue, but I'm going to just get a few things. So we are set because I want to be on for the afternoon. Okay? You guys are important to us. We love you. And it's nice because I didn't get to connect with Richie. We've been trying to connect on a daily basis. So it's like, it's a more casual, relaxed day. Things have kind of flowing. Like there's not as much like stress, right? Like we have the website up. We have all, it's just a matter of now getting that going. So there's sort of this like little bit of relaxation happening right now, you know, you can chill.
I mean,
okay.
I've been living.
For a minute.
Say that again.
Outside of the UK, one of the first things when I moved to Portugal, one of the first things that I had to get used to was the laid backness, like the tomorrow, man. We'll do it tomorrow. And the punctuality. No, punctuality doesn't exist. You know, if somebody says, I've said this before, if somebody says they're going to be 5 minutes, it means they're going to be an hour. If they say they're going to be 15 minutes, it means they're going to be about 3 to 4 hours. If they're going to be anything, if they say they're going to be anything longer than an hour, you might not see them for a couple of days.
This sounds like perfect to me. That sounds exactly where I see myself when we're in Ecuador. And I'm not kidding you guys. When I get there, there's 2 things I'm going to do: take my credit card and my phone and chuck them in a volcano, like Lord of the Rings style. I'm going to hike up there.
Oh, there.
Because I'm over it. I want a landline, and I want to have set days that I get onto the internet, you know, when we do our shows and stuff. But otherwise, I want to be disconnected. I've actually, since Kevin's been here, and like when we were on the coast, we were pretty disconnected. Like if we weren't tied right to our computer, you know, we didn't have service. I've got
really, really good at switching off to my phone. Like, I don't even switch I don't necessarily have to switch my phone off, you know, because sometimes I forget to switch it off. I say, okay, no phone for a bit, and I put it face down on the thing, so I don't see when I don't see when the message is. I might see it light up, you know, underneath. I can see it's like light up where it lights up. It's like, right, I got a message, but I just leave it because.
Good.
I've got, you know, we've got way too slave to our phones.
So what does it also cause though?
What fucking slave to our phones?
This is the other thing. It causes mass anxiety because you're like, it's this constant like, oh, what if somebody needs me right this second? You have to come up with a new system. When you want somebody, this is what I got down really quick. Sorry. Right. I text with most people, right? So with the people, when I'm like, if you really need something, just call. And that's how it started, because I was really bad at answering Kevin's messages. So I said, at this point, just call. Because even if I'm not right there, I will hear it. That's the only thing I turn on, because I don't talk to a lot of people on the phone. So my thought is like, oh, perfect. Well, now I have started to talk to more people on the phone, but I realized it's just been better. It's been more connection.
That's how I am as well. It's like, look, if it's really urgent, you really got to speak to me, then they'll call. And maybe I'll not ignore that for the first call, like, and then, but if they call back again straight away, it's like, right, okay, this person needs to, you know, so answer the phone. It's weird, isn't it? That's really cool, man. It's really beautiful.
That was our last day, by the way. We went and drove onto the beach, and I was able to just pull JB out of the car and lay, like she walked around a little bit, but then I just laid her in the sand and she took a quick nap.
That's the only shame about you being on your phone, means you can't share those messages. But you know what you could do? You could just, if you can message them to me quick. If you've got
when I go home, I could.
I'll see how big it is. Let me see how big
well, you don't. You still don't.
It's under 2 gigabytes.
Oh yeah.
I got an idea.
You can send them signal. Up to 2 gigabytes.
I don't have any service on this phone.
He doesn't have until we get the Wi-Fi hooked up. But I could go home really quick because I'm not far from, you know, where I'm staying, where like my permanent residence is right now. And I can send some stuff. But I do I have a video on this phone. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna pull up real quick, so it's probably gonna freeze my face real funny. Hold on, let me do a better frozen face. There we go. That's better. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can still hear you.
That's what you get when you get me.
I'm trying to talk all his stuff.
Okay, so if I pull this up like this, I think I can share this. Oh, yeah. Look at my beautiful dog. Okay, 1 second. My dog, or Jitterbug, she loved it. Oh, see, now it flipped us. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
Pushkin, sorry. Didn't mean to hit the comment. Okay, let me see if I can at least share it. And then, oh, will it not let you share from your phone?
No, you can't share from your phone. Just send it quickly in
Send it Signal.
Signal.
Okay, all right. Sorry. 1 second.
Now we're
again.
sideways.
I know. Hold on.
If you just turn your phone.
I can't wait.
Well,
I'm just gonna leave.
I might have to. We might have to go. Oh, okay.
You leave and come back.
Okay. Yeah, I might have to leave and come back, but let me just send you this video of Jitterbug real quick.
So, how's everybody doing in the chat room? How's your week been? Right. Let me go back and see if anybody's actually answered my question earlier. It's not just you, Rich. Crazy frequencies. Yeah. Really crazy, man. That used to be the case for me as well, Brian. In the UK, when it gets cold and damp, that's when all my joints seize up and I start getting real pains in my knees, my hips, my feet. It's agony walking when it's cold and wet. Just because of all the injuries. You love the equinox, Sherry. I like the summer equinox. Summer solstice. I like the weather, Tyler. I like the trees in the UK and also like in Canada. I know the colors in Canada are pretty amazing, and parts of America as well. I imagine anywhere that's green, really, anywhere that's got green trees. What are they called? Deciduous. We are solar powered. See, I like wrapping up warm, and I've got two really nice jackets that keep you warm. They're both leather. Actually, one is might be goat skin actually. It's goat leather. I've had this bloody pain in my back though for just today. I've just been noticing it today. Hopefully Sarah and Kev will be right back. How's it going, Morgan? You all right, mate? Good to see you. How's Sweden? How's things going in Sweden? Change of government. Isn't it gone left wing now? It's really weird, isn't it? How in Italy it's flipped and now they're conservative, and in Sweden it's flipped and now they're Democrat, and it's like people don't seem to see whether they're called Republican or Democrat. It doesn't fucking matter. Two wings of the same bird, or rather two wings of the same cockroach. So exactly, every cockroach needs two wings to fly. Well, People need their paradigms, don't they? I'm on to season 6 of Lost. I started season 6 of Lost today. Can't find season 7 anywhere, but I've got season 6, and it's where we find out it's the fight between Jacob and the other guy, and the other guy's the monster. I can't remember what the story is, but it seems sort of biblical. Little Wing, how you doing? Good to see you. 2 seats the same ass. Like it, yes. The winning team more important than what they're winning. Well, season 7 never existed. Are you sure? Are you sure that's not a Mandela effect or something? Because I'm sure it went to season 7, but I can't find it anywhere. So that would make sense that it's not actually. It doesn't exist. That's why you can't find it, Richie. They never made it, you dick. But do you know what? Right, I fast forward through so much of it. I've watched it in double speed because I fast forward through all the backstories. I fast forward through the shit acting that is just really shit, unnecessary. You know, the little love stories and fucking Jack and Sarah and Jack and Juliet and Jack and fucking Sawyer. That's it, Sawyer and just can't be asked for all that bollocks, man. But still, even knowing how shit it is, sitting there like cringing at bits of it and going, "Oh my god, fucking hell! Look how stuck up their own asses these people are." It's just unbelievable. Here they are. As soon as their device gets connected, the funniest thing is in the later seasons when they're bringing new actors. And the new actors, you can see it on their face. They just can't get it. Oh my God, I'm lost. Oh my God, I'm lost. Because it got so much hype in the first 2 seasons that every fucking actor wanted to be on Lost, man. That kid from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, he's in it. In season 6, he's finally in it in season 6. Well, the end of season 5, he's got a little spot in it. And then season 6 is in it. And then they shoot him. It's brilliant. I love it. He's just funnier being funny. He shouldn't bother trying to be a serious actor in anything. Wait.
No, this thing is wacko. I had to restart my computer. It wouldn't let me come back in. And now it's like, now I can't go full screen and I can't
You and your
scroll
computer
on the
now?
comments. I mean, I can, but it's weird.
You and your laptop?
No. I should take off so I can go make sure I get us a proper charger set up because I can't find an extension cord right now, and that's really just what we need. So I'm gonna go run real quick and go do that. And then I sent you a video. Did you see that? What?
No, I'll find that. Can't you use your phone as a hotspot?
No, it's like stupid extra cost for me to do it. So I don't want to do that. But we will get Wi-Fi. We can't get it right this second because she's literally on the flight.
They screw you to hotspot your phone. You have to pay extra to hotspot your phone in America. That's like a standard thing in
some services. I think it depends on the plan you get, but like it's the way I think it doesn't cost my sister-in-law anything, but because I'm like an extension, it costs me unless I set it up on my phone to pay monthly for it so that I can use it whenever I want. Does that make sense? So because I don't currently pay for it, I have to then pay even more to use it on a random occasion.
Right.
So that's my cool life.
I'm just saving this video that you sent. Right. So what's going on then? I'm
going to go make a trip. I'm going to let Kevin sit on the show for a little bit. And I don't know if you were going to open the panel today, but that might be a good idea too. And then what I'm going to do when I'm over there is I'm going to send you some more videos if you want to share of like our week.
Yeah, cool. Do you want me to?
Oh,
wait?
you know what I want to send you? Can I send you the boots on the ground, the blimp?
Yeah.
Oh,
factory?
yeah.
I'd like to send you that.
Right.
Okay.
Do you want me to wait till you're back before I play any of them? I want to wait till you're back for the blimp one, but
For the blimp one. Yeah, we want to talk about that.
For the one that you've sent, for the one that you've already sent. Do you mind if I play that while you're?
No, please.
No, that's fine.
That was just. It's not very. I didn't edit anything, so I apologize, guys. But yeah,
Hey, Bernie.
it's us on the beach. Hey, Bernie, what's up, man?
Hey, dude.
And Little Wing.
Hey, Little Wing.
Bernie, I'll put a link in Signal.
Yeah, dude, if you're awake, Bernie, come on. You said you were gonna come for the Sunday show. No, you didn't. You didn't actually. You just said you might try. So I'm gonna not be an asshole. But if you can make it, cool. Okay, guys, I'll be back. I'll let Kevin chat, and I'll be back.
Cool. Right, I'm gonna set.
You know my code, right? In case something happens.
So, how's everybody's weekend?
I asked.
Get outside?
Didn't get that much of an answer, man. I've only got outside walking the dog. That's all ever. That's the only outside that I do. It's walking the dogs. I know. Yeah, you should do more, Rich. You should go out more. But
Gotta walk out in the surf once in a while.
well, the thing is, it's a walk to get away from the tourists and the meatheads and the it's a fucking walk. So I'd never bother. I just sit here and meditate instead. Leafy, how you doing? Angel Wings, how you doing? Nigel Betts, how you doing? And what am I doing? I'll put it. Do you know what? I'll put the link into the treehouse. So Alex and M and Bernie, you can all get the link in the in Signal, in the Magic Treehouse in Signal, guys. Yeah. So what was I going to say?
We're going to say Blimp Museum.
How many people have been paying attention to mainstream media and intrigued as to what's going on between that country that's near the country that begins with R and that OTAN?
Is that the televisions floating down the river?
Yeah.
What's that?
I was like, a little bit seemingly unfamiliar with the term mainstream media. So I was just inquiring to Sarah.
Yeah.
Talking about the televisions that were floating down the river.
Yeah, because of the mainstream media. They're just, it's basically, it's the
I really think they shouldn't do that. I think the TV should be disposed of properly. Don't throw them in the river so they can be part of the mainstream media. Don't do that.
I don't believe in polluting the rivers, man.
Right.
I think
I don't believe in mainstream media.
No. I think. I mean, it just makes me think of a full stream, like a horse pissing.
It should be called MKM, Mind Control Media.
Yeah. I mean, the BBC, they were always on it right from the beginning. British Bullshit Corporation, or the Bullshit and Brainwashing Corporation. However you want to play that, but
it's real warm out there, man.
So I've just got a comment on like what happened when Putin gives his speech, and then straight afterwards, the little man is stood there with, I think it was Hurley from Lost, you know, Hugo Reyes from Lost, the big lad. I think it was his uncle, and Squidward on the right. And the way he responded, he was trying to speak as deep as he could, because he's seen the pictures that have been flying around of him in the, you know, in the early 2000s, like 2004, 2005, in the gay bars, when he was working in the gay bars selling his ass. But yeah, he it was laughable, man. I don't know how many other people were sat there and just burst into laughter.
Bernie.
When
Should be right back.
Yeah, so,
where did you go? Come on, Bernie.
come on,
Yeah,
man. The link's in the main room, buddy.
Yep, it's charging. Yep.
Cool.
Okay, we've got charge.
So, yeah, how many other people just burst in? I actually sat there and burst into laughter when as soon as he opened his mouth and started speaking, and basically it was like he just stood there. Right. Well, we're going to sign an application now for NATO, and is it true? What I've heard is that NATO basically said, yeah, not yet. He thought that it was going to get, like, he said there's going to be an unprecedented announcement later at 7:00 this evening. And then I don't know what the announcement was, but I heard today that NATO have basically said, yeah, no, there's not going to be any speedy joining NATO for the Ukraine. Because, I mean, that's the sensible thing, obviously. It was a sensible thing for them to say, yeah, no, sorry, mate, not yet, eh? Because that would be absolutely World War III.
Right. NATO's a bunch of maybe
you can say well, you can say what you like about Putin, but he kind of is a man of his word. He does what he says he's going to do. Everything that he's done, everything that's happened, he actually laid it out, you know, a couple of months ago, what he was going to do. And he did everything that he said he was going to do.
If he comes out with a JFK type speech, Putin, then I'll believe it. The JFK said some very clear things. He told us and warned us, and then he was assassinated. So prove to me that he's got that kind of background, and then let's go.
Did you hear? Did you listen to his speech?
No.
Oh, yeah, that was a JFK kind of speech. Like the things they picked out from the speech, mainstream media, what they're picking out is like they're making the fun of him, saying that he's saying that the West is satanic, and basically he laid it out, absolutely laid it out on the table, exactly what we're dealing with.
But my problem is then he's still justifying and playing a character to attack us, and that can't be the answer. And JFK was not for war.
No, what he's doing is he's saying he's posturing still, like he's not back. Like he said, now is the time for peace. Like now we need to petition for peace now. Like respect the democratic decision made by the people in the 4 regions that have all been annexed. Now that was a right. Accept the validity of the referendum. Accept that it was a legal. That was the word of the people, and basically, that's all I've heard for 8 years is that most of the people there actually liked being part of Russia. Would rather be part of Russia than part of Ukraine.
It seems like to me that NATO was failing to alert places like the Red Cross and all these, you know, basically these, from what I've collected from the media for a long time, people were being oppressed. And finally it went too far.
But not by Russia. They were being oppressed by the Azov battalions. They were being oppressed by the Nazi regime that was pretty well embedded there.
And it really
in
doesn't
the-
matter who was doing it. If it was other people paying the money through the back doors. The main thing is people were in harm's way for such a long time and nothing was being done.
8 years. But so that's what Putin's done.
Except doing some chemical
basically, like they're not. So like what he's done, he's come in and said, put his arm out and said, come on, come under the wing of Mother Russia. Come under the wing of Mother Russia, and
trying to do facial.
Are you water skiing?
Yep.
You look like you're water skiing, but from a plane.
If we had a green screen, we could make it look
Wow,
like
how
we
cool
were-
That would be so cool.
Water skiing. Water
If we
skiing
get-
from the back of a
If
plane.
we get the laptop up later, we'll get OSB on and I'll have Kev make it look like I'm on the water.
Yeah.
Right?
You
You
know,
want to see some weird shit? Can you see that? No. Right? Okay. As long as I don't show my butt in this, that's probably good. Yeah! Could you see that I was hanging?
Yeah, it's just what it looked like you were doing was taking a shit.
yeah, I'm gonna go out
Upside
later
down.
and get a home
Yeah,
test. kit
either
for
that-
monkeypox.
Either that or giving birth. Yeah, like that could have been a way you but you look like
She's
like a
hanging
hate-
from the ceiling like a monkey. Is that one of the early warning symptoms of monkeypox?
just be grateful that it wasn't like a oh god, what was it called? The show in the UK where people got caught on camera doing like they're doing silly things and then like the beam breaks or something, and you know, fucking you pull the ceiling down. Like that's that sort of thing. When that sort of thing happens, what was it got? They've got it in America as well,
Hey,
haven't they? Like,
Hey, real quick. Bernie, I know is going to really like. Okay, first of all, look at that mirror.
That's cool. It makes the place feel a lot bigger.
Okay.
No, it's right next to the
Let's-
sex
let's-
swing. I mean the exercise equipment.
Look at the carpet. Look at the carpet.
Oh, leopard skin.
And look at this.
Wow,
There's a
wow.
whole assortment of these and this. Okay, I don't know. You know why she needs all of these?
Yeah, I thought you were going to show us. So I thought that for a very split second, I thought that was something else you were showing us then.
I
Just
don't know
leaves
what
it
it
in-
is. There's
She leaves it in the living room. Like,
there's,
Is there
there's
a funny
box of
drawer?
attachments. I'm not even gonna
Is there
look
a
at.
funny
But-
drawer or maybe a chest somewhere that has a strange vibe coming from it?
you know you love this.
Hey, does she watch our show?
No.
You didn't tell her what it was called.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't think she. You know how many most people? I'm like, oh yeah, I do a show on YouTube. They're like, oh, cool. And they don't. They don't. You know, they don't want to know the name. You know why? Because it's people who've known me for many years, and I've been the eccentric person that gives them factual information that makes them feel uncomfortable, and so they don't like to look further into that.
No,
Right?
you.
Me? I'm
That makes
awesome.
no sense.
Orgasmic carpet.
You gotta love it. You
Alex
gotta love
says
that.
that's an orgasmic carpet. Yeah, I'm
there-
not sure. I'll be
Mhm.
honest. I think that looked to me more like one of those keep fit things than a sex swing. But I think it could be used.
It-
It could
it's-
definitely be used, man.
Yeah, let's. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a bloody one of them poles anywhere, is it? You know, like those pole dancing poles that everybody got.
There's also a room that's totally locked.
Right. There it is. There it is. We got a female.
And for some
version of
reason,
this
the doorknob to that room is gold.
Is she dominatrix?
We're about to find
Got a
out.
business
Stay
plan on the
tuned on the
side.
next episode.
Business.
50 Shades of Grey. It's a painting show. Get your mind out of the closet.
Just
have
because
you
it's
had
a
any?
gold doorknob.
I'm colorblind, so I can only paint in black and white. Jeez.
There's going to be a. There's going to, like, over the next couple of days, you get just this knock at the door, open the door, and
We're just
some
gonna paint
random
some
guy-
nice little
some
happy
random
little-
guy with
With
flowers
some
and
angry little
glasses, and and you open the door and he goes, is what's her name? Is she home? No. Oh, okay, bye. I'm gonna scoot off because she's a dominatrix.
That's funny.
That would be hilarious. Like, you're gonna some happy little.
Anyway, taking this conversation out of the gutter.
He was
Taking it
so he's
out.
like talking about Kevin. You say that a lot. Kevin's like more or less giving us that we're doing a painting show called 50 Shades of Grey. Get your mind out of the gutter because he's colorblind. Okay, but there's a little bit of dominatrix in there. Explain what you're gonna paint.
Well, he's gonna paint some happy little willow trees that are whipping the bad rocks, in the wind. It's happy
I
little
wanna know.
willow trees whipping
I want to know.
whipping the big bad rocks.
Like, is there going to be a sequel? Has there been a sequel to 50
Oh,
Shades
well,
of Grey?
it's like it's Bad Ross, not Bob. No, not he's Bob's cousin. Bad Ross.
Bob Ross gone.
No, not
Woo!
Bob. I don't want to taint Bob Ross.
There's a really funny
Bill-
guy on
Bill
YouTube.
Ross. It's Bob.
There's a really
you said
funny
that-
guy
He's
on
bad. He's
YouTube
bad.
that takes
Bad
the piss
Ross.
out of Bob. That does these Bob Ross style talking about crazy stuff, man. He's not definitely not Bob Ross. But he's
Bob
doing this
Ross
Bob
is
Ross
immortalized.
style. Can't remember what his name is.
I do have to
Honestly.
say, Sherry and Alex, I agree. I could not. Oh wait, that was not the comment I was trying to pull up. Right here, Alex says I couldn't be a dominatrix too bossy. I would be hilarious. I would start laughing too hard in the middle of it and ruin the whole thing. Oh, that's great. Hey, Morgan, dine up Tartaria. And Bernie, go to bed so you can get up and get on. Just take a quick nap and come. Get your ass on here.
Yeah, or go get some sleep if you need to.
Oh,
sleep.
see, it isn't charging.
It was.
Hang on.
It's not.
Isn't it the afternoon in Canada right now?
Yep.
It's only 5 hours,
No.
6
He's
hours
straight up
behind
from
us.
Basically, he's not.
So actually, it's lunchtime.
It's almost the
It's
same
like
time as
midday.
us.
No, he's an hour after. Yeah. Okay, now it's charging.
Dude, it's
Okay.
midday on a Sunday.
Right,
Have you-
right, but
have you
he's nocturnal.
Yeah, he is nocturnal.
He's
What time were you up till
basically
last night, man? What time were you up till last night?
me. Like
No,
Okay.
Bernie. What time was
Oh.
Bernie up till? He's tired because
I didn't sleep a lot last night.
Dreaming.
But it's definitely early enough for this.
Oh yeah,
It's close. I'm not gonna drink. It's
What's
Coors. It's gross.
Coors, made in Golden, Colorado. I actually lived in Golden for a little while, and the Coors factory is there. And you can go on a tour, and they take you all through this big, long, boring tour. of
That's
whole
where the real
factory.
beer. That's where they hide the real beer.
So then you could go on the short tour, which the short tour is you just go straight to the bar, which is at the end of the long tour, and drink free beer. So we used to go down a couple times a week for a short tour. And you time it
It's not
right.
like-
If you
it's not
time
like
it
the
right,
Slam
you can stay a little longer.
Is it like the Slurm? It's nothing like the Slurm factory on Futurama
Oh, he's half awake
When they-
again.
when they visit the
Wait,
Slurm
say that
factory.
about Futurama. What?
The Slurm factory, when they go to the Slurm factory and they're going on and it's like the Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the secret ingredient.
It's kind of like a mix.
Paul.
It's a mix between Willy Wonka and Naked Lunch.
April. And what? Willy
that's a
Wonka and
show.
what?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Naked Lunch is a book.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ah, I don't know what that is.
Who knows Naked Lunch in the chat room? Anyhow, it's a great book. There's a weird. They made a movie from the book, but
What was that? What was that movie that was about? On the front, like the picture of it was a pig's head with an apple in it.
wasn't that one of the like fables? Wasn't that one of the
Sherry always eats her lunch naked.
Well, I mean, we can have a nudist area in Ecuador, Sherry. Just let make sure I get that. Oh, yeah, there you go. Make sure I get that set up for you,
Hey,
okay?
Sherry, I'm naked right now, baby. Underneath
From
all
the-
these clothes.
From the waist down.
But he's painted green. He's painted green, and those clothes are all digitized.
Yeah,
on his body.
He's wearing a green naked suit. See-through.
I'm just naked from head to foot. I'm completely bollock naked.
But underneath your clothes.
Underneath all of these clothes.
He's seen himself naked. Are you undressing yourself with your mind? Richie, stop that.
No fabric in the treehouse. Hold on a second. I mean,
all right.
I gotta lose a little weight so I don't have no chafing, and then I'll, Sorry, that's so TMI.
All right.
I don't get chafing. I actually have lost enough weight to.
We're gonna start doing Zoom conferences too for people that are in the.
I wouldn't want to subject anybody to my.
Honestly, it could be. I'm not totally opposed to it. Okay, guys. I'm just saying it might take some time.
I actually posed for nude photos in Otavalo once.
Oh, did you really?
Just this is a disclaimer. I was so drunk, I didn't remember it, but then they had the pictures to prove it. So I was really just trying to get sick, And then they were like, "Oh," and I happened to be naked at the time because I sleep in the nude. And then they got out the camera, and I don't know. My mom always taught me to, look nice for the camera.
Somewhere there's a group of people that have got.
You just had a moment on the floor. That was great.
Somewhere there's a group of people that were in Greece, in Paros, in this bar called Slammer's Bar.
Oh, they're probably still there.
And they've got a video of me and the other barman there getting up and doing the full Monty on the bar.
Really?
We did it. We agreed to do it. They were like, "We'll pay you. We'll pay you. You won't pay us. Yeah, we'll pay you 20,000 drachmas or something. I can't remember." Yeah. And so we did it. We got up and we did it, and we did full Monty, and got one of the ice buckets instead of a hat, to cover our bits. And then I jumped down afterwards behind the bar. Jumped down and just wasn't thinking. I was pissed out of my head, absolutely smashed because I was drinking tequila slammers while I was working. Jumped down straight into all the broken glass that was all there, all over the fucking floor. Just sliced my feet to pieces, but was drunk, so I couldn't feel it.
Jeez.
Oh, man. That was a good night. And also, we didn't get the money. We got up, we did the full Monty, and then we just partied afterwards, and then I don't know, a couple of hours later, we're like, "Did you get the money? No. Did you get the money? No. Oh, fuck it."
The guy's gone. The photos are viral.
Richie, you should have been dressed up as a Swami with like a turban on your head. And then at the end, when you jump down in the glass, walk across it.
Yeah.
And then,
like it's part of the
then pull out your tip can.
Ladies and gentlemen,
take the hat off and flip it up, right? Yeah.
That may have been what happened, but he can't remember.
Please make her feel welcome. Em's just arrived.
Hey, Em.
Hey, Em.
Don't do that. Don't even. No.
Go with that gorgeous blue hair that you did. I like how you did that.
Oh, you want to see it? I hadn't straightened it yet. I just got done blow drying. It's cosmic teal, so it's like it's greenish. It's like
beautiful.
it's peacock color. I did it by myself. All by
Oh,
my
I love
little
it. I like
self.
it how you did it though. I like how it's like halfway down.
Yeah.
It's really cool with your blonde and red. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So what I do is I'll take it and I'll put it like I just put it halfway up when I'm doing it, and I do the
Yeah.
tips, and then I'll let that down, and yeah.
And it
It's
probably
a fun-
looks really
I've-
cute when you wear your hair half up like that too.
Yeah, and when it's curly.
Yeah.
But what I'm gonna do is let it grow out a little bit more. And then my daughter said, let it grow out a little bit more and then bleach it again before I put another color in, because what I was gonna do was like do like a gradient, like a lime. So it'll be like lime green, and then it'll get darker.
I do. I gotta say, I like the
green.
natural with the color. To be honest, I feel like that's really striking.
I think so. I've always liked that.
I mean, I think it's cool, but I don't know why. I just love when people do their natural and then just do like a spot of something.
Yeah.
It looks really good.
I got
And it
coffee.
looked, I did so good.
I like the Mad Max hairstyles. Right,
I got coffee this morning, and
where-
the girl
I don't have the balls. I don't have the balls to do that, but I've so wanted to shave the sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, or just one side, you know, just
Like
I
What?
love it. I love that
When
fucking
I was like, you know,
it's completely from Mad Max style dystopian fucking, you know, crazy
I've thought about that, but
punk future. But I love it, man.
Maybe-
I think it looks fucking. I think it looks really good with girls. But it's way better. Like not on a bloke.
yeah, some
Only
girls,
on a
some girls I
girl.
see, and I'm like, damn. No, for
If a
You want
guy's
the hair-
they get me sideways, y'all. Sometimes I'm just like, it's been too long.
just imagine, like, this is the Mad Max hairstyle. It's like you live in this future,
Dogged.
and the water's so gnarly, but you got to drink it. And so when you do, your hair kind of gets in the water, and so it's developing this like real weird, you know, color. Your stuff is natural. stuff
Yeah, it's all
coming out.
natural. It's just seaweed.
But that wet hair, you know, you're brushing your teeth, you get it in there, you know, maybe get a little spot up here too, you know.
Oh, I did. Look, that's so funny you said that. Hold on. So when I was doing it, a part of my hair fell, and stain, there's like a spot over here that's like green right up in the freaking, you may not be able to see it until I straighten it out, but yeah, like it literally looks like a thumbprint, like right in the side of all of this blonde, and there's like a dab of green, and I was like I didn't want to go up any further with the green, so I was like, fuck it.
That's cool though. That's kind of cool, like a little random spot. I like that.
I think we owe a lot of this hairstyle.
I made the classic schoolboy error when I was about 17. I made the classic schoolboy error of thinking I could dye my own hair blonde, and like because I used to have really blonde hair when I was a kid, and then it all went brown when I was in school, and so it was brown when I did it, and I did it with normal blonde hair dye, but because I was a boy and I didn't bother asking anybody, I just thought you put blonde hair dye on it and dye your hair blonde, but it doesn't. You have to bleach it first. Man.
So what I used to dye my hair black. I used to dye my hair black all the time, and then one year I had to bleach it, and I bleached it from underneath, and I did big chunks of blonde. So like if I would pull my hair back like this, it would pop out, and it would pop out like here. It was actually very pretty.
I like that. I like that as well. That's a kind of a it's a kind of a gothic. It's like gothic virgin emo. It's like a goth virgin emo kind of look. But yeah, it's cool. But yeah, my hair didn't go. It just went fucking this really horrible orange, and I just said, "Fuck it."
Anti-brass conditioner. Believe me, honey, I know about this.
I just said, "Fuck it," and walked around with like fucking bright orange hair, man, and like stuff it.
It's all the crap in the water. There's like I think it's iron and copper. So with whatever they use in these hair dyes, especially it's got to do with the ammonia for one. Ammonia and the bleach that's in the bleach. I use one that's not like that. Then I still take it a little early because I'm afraid of dropping my hair and my hair falling out. So like I probably should leave it in maybe like 5 or 10 minutes longer, and it would be blonder. But like the fear of me being bald, like a bald M, No,
Yeah.
no, I can't.
I stopped.
I've done a halfway shave thing, but like, I ain't had enough alcohol in me to get that brave.
Are you
Sasquatch
are you okay,
shaving.
Caucasian Sasquatch? I'm just checking in on you. Did Richie not get back to you? Did he break your heart a little bit?
Hey,
You left a comment, said you don't call, you don't write, man. You broke. I think you
What?
broke his heart a little bit. Did something happen we don't know about, guys? Was there a YouTube love affair or something? I think he's
Come on,
joking.
you
I
guys.
don't know.
Kiss and make up. It's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Sorry, dude.
It's Sunday.
It's the day after the Lord's Day.
It's
You know?
the day
Come on.
after the Lord's Day.
You should become a Goonie in the Magic Tree House, innit? And then you'll have direct communication with me.
Yeah.
Well, seriously, at this point, Sasquatch, you should probably just be a part of that. So I know you're super big now, you're a big deal, but if you can find the time, the door's open. Okay?
How many subs you got now, dude?
20,000. I'm just kidding, but at least 2,000 maybe.
Sounds
We're
good.
on Only Cams. This is very much an Only Cams episode. Thank you all. Other than, well, yeah, no, because I guess we get into the hair dye. I think it gets the guys going a little bit. They get a little excited. So
Yeah, I stopped dyeing my
You noticed
hair when I saw how much it was falling out.
it doesn't help that Embers is a hot woman. So you know. But you don't. You know, that's what I love about you, Ems, is you don't try to be too like I girls. I love you, but I can't get into the whole like, oh my God. And even when I find myself like trying to fix myself up too much, I like, oh, Sarah, stop it. Like I didn't put any makeup on today. Usually put a tiny bit on for the show. And I put none on for you today. So you can all just suck it. All right.
Like I even still
But I love that about Em. You're gorgeous and you don't act so like girly. You express yourself and you're still so beautiful. And that's so important. And I feel like most of our Treehouse Goonies are like that too. So, and yeah, well, I said and Sherry, but Sherry's a Goonie. So.
That's why we relate. But no, if it wasn't for my daughter, like I wouldn't know anything about like being girly, like the makeup thing. Now I do like my nails. I've always liked to do my nails. Like I keep my nails clean, and my toenails, I like to do them and paint them all the time. But like other than that, no. Until recently, and for some reason, whenever me and my friend Claudia reconnected, she's constantly dumping these really awesome eyeshadow palettes on me that I'm like, okay, that right there makes me want to be girly. So I go sit in front of the mirror for a little while and then see what I come up with. Every time I do, I get on the phone with my daughter. She's like, Mom, that's so pretty. And then we talk about makeup for like an hour and a half. But then, like in my zone at 3 a.m., like I am most of the time, and she messaged me at 3 a.m. on the dot. And I was like, what are you doing up? And she keeps asking me about this name. And the name was Merrick. And I was like, I've heard of that, but I'm not really familiar with like where I recognize it from. And then she hits me back up a little later, and it's some supernatural werewolf is what she had pulled up, right? And for some reason, I was just like, I wonder if her husband is like into Dungeons & Dragons and Magic Gathering. So I asked her that, and because for some reason I was like really strongly compelled to do that, and it said I know that's so throwback for those type of games, but I just have to know. And she hits me back up, and she goes, that's why she hit me back up at 3 a.m. was to tell me yes, that he does. So then I was like, well, now what do I do with that? Because I feel like I'm at a standstill because she's asking me for this advice. And I'm like, okay, yeah, right. And then I come at her with that, and I'm like, that was real left field. But now that I'm going down the right path, obviously, I was like, this is what I hear back with, and I haven't heard from her yet this morning. I was like, is there any chance that he might have summoned this thing? I know that, but just hear me out, kiddo. And she hasn't hit me back up yet, so I don't know if she's like waiting to FaceTime him and then ask him, because I could so see her doing that. But then at the same time, like she was probably just like, okay, that's it. I'm done with Mom for a while, because that's pretty crazy. I
So it's like the reverse. Like I'm that way to like the rest of my family. I'm like that. Like I swear they probably go, I think that was enough of Sarah's like crazy talk for a while. So it's that's my siblings and because I don't have children and my parents, and you're like the opposite where it's like your own children. They're like, wait a second, I can't talk to mom for a second. She just truth bombed me a little too hard.
I feel so like it's sometimes because I'm like strongly compelled to water so much. Hey,
Hi.
I was like, I saw something that we have a cool. Do you have tigers on your dress? Is that what you were saying? I couldn't see the comment clearly.
I match M's hat.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yes, you do.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That is-
well, I think me
And real
my
quick-
sister's from another mister, so we kind of do things very similar.
Yes.
In just different ways.
That's cool. It's like you're channeling Paul Cook a little bit there too.
Oh yeah, okay. I love Paul.
Easy Tiger.
Easy Tiger.
It's gonna get.
You seen his new shirt? His shirt probably matches your dress. Real quick too, Logan. Roxanne is not on today. We've been trying to make sure we talk about that at the beginning of the show. So if you're just jumping in, she's got a lot of life stuff going on right now. So she's trying to get that settled, and we're hoping we'll get her back on the regular again. We know you guys really love and miss her. So trust me, we love and miss her too, and we want her back. So hopefully we can be somewhat entertaining in the meantime, but please feel free to keep checking back in.
She's definitely here in spirit.
Oh yeah.
And I know that if she was able to get online, she'd be if she was at least able to get online, she'd pop in and say hi. So
yeah, exactly.
Just gotta be patient,
Hey,
guys. Really sorry.
Yeah, trust me, we want her here more than not. Hey,
Yeah.
Jolly Man.
Totally miss Ross. A lot. It's been a minute, but no, she uploaded something the other day. I did see that she uploaded something the other day. I'm having a major brain fart this morning. I have not had that much coffee. And I also,
Yeah, I think she uploaded something.
but look, I matched the checkerboard. As soon as I saw
Nice.
this, I'm getting that, and it's actually a
Yeah, I
size
love that.
I'm still getting that. I spend a ridiculous amount of time when this is a really bad habit, and I don't even care to admit it. But I told my daughter the other day, I was like, I need to prepare you for when something happens to me. You're going to inherit this really excessive clothing hoard, because whenever I get upset, I go to consignment shops and I buy stupid shit I don't need. And she goes, great. And I was like, that's really nice stuff. And she was like, yeah, I don't know if TJ was I was like, just hear me out. It's really nice stuff. And you may be able to wear it, or the kids might be able to wear it. And she's like, Mom, that's how hoarding gets started.
Hey, that's true, right? Like, or
if
it's
she
that
raids
whole
your
like
wardrobe, it's the highest compliment she could pay you. For a daughter to raid her mother's wardrobe. That's a very
my mom, totally. So my mom and I used to clash a lot when I was younger. I mean, that's probably common, right? My style was like, I'd always be like, Mom, those are like mom jeans. I'd tell her that kind of crap. Well, anyway, now we dress so alike. It's funny. And she's like, she didn't realize until I kind of moved back in, and I'm like, Mom, I've really adapted your style. And then, so now we can like share. I was able to give her a pair of boots that didn't quite fit me right, and they fit her perfect, because we're the same size shoe. And then like she's gotten some shirts that she's like, these are too long, and it's like, oh, they're perfect for me. And so then same thing with her. Oh, these shirts are too short. They're perfect for her. So I love it. It's actually been kind of fun, because I don't have a sister. I haven't had a lot of women in my life at a young age, because I didn't have cousins nearby and friends.
I used to wear my dad's shoes. Do you know how old I was when they fitted me? For
How
about
old?
6 months. About 14.
Really?
They fitted me
funny.
for about 6 months. I wore them out. He had really expensive fucking handmade leather soled shoes, and I wore them to play football. I wore them to play football. He used to
I
go
walked
mental.
the hell out of some shoes, y'all, and I put some miles on some shoes, and I've walked so many pairs of Converse, like just right out of the sole, like just clean out of the sole. I will walk them until like, and this is what's so funny about me. I'm such a cheapskate on some things. Like I'll get super glue, and like when they start breaking down, like let's see, like right here on the side from like bending all the time, they start busting out. I'll put super glue in there so that they don't do that. Like I can't even help myself. Like
There's
I'm
people
so
out
weird
there.
like that.
There's people out there that
I
can
love
look at your
Converse.
shoes. There's people out there like chiropractors and stuff can look at your shoes and sort of know exactly what's like if you're walking funny or because like the way your heel, the way the sole of your heel wears is a real telltale sign, isn't it, of how you're walking.
Well, you can tell. There's like a visible difference. Like, okay, so
It's
this
an
my
egg.
left. It's
Is that egg?
is flat. Like, see,
Is that
it's
egg?
really flat. And this one has like a more of a bend right there in the arch. Because see it? See how it curves out?
Thing is, they're flat. They're flat shoes, see, and they've probably got no arch support in them, have they?
No, hell no, they're Converse.
Yeah. You know what though? If you get a little extra money, it is worth it to get the inserts. Because I started walking a lot and I got plantar fasciitis, and it's because I've worn shoes like that because I wore them like crazy. So I had this whole thing too. Like I was big into Halloween, and this one year I searched for the black high tops with the bright pink insert. You know what I'm talking about? Oh my god! And I paid way too much. I mean, I did find them on sale, but I paid way too much. I remember, and I had like this cracked out '80s prom queen was my costume that year. So I took like a prom dress from the store and ripped it and stepped all over it, and then took a tiara and did it cockeyed and dyed my hair and stuff and all ratted and makeup dripping off the side, makeup, right? Cracked up prom queen with Converse, right? You love it.
Yeah.
Sherry, you
Just
know those
for the
executives needed that suit cleaning because they were always stepping in so much.
Had so many in their own shit.
Yeah, right.
And just for the benefit of any viewers that are new to the show or that have just tuned in, and you're thinking, "What the heck are these people talking about, man?"
If you're hungry, maybe get some food.
Well,
If
what's
you need
going on?
coffee.
It's a Sunday Fun Day show, and there's no real schedule today to talk about anything really pressing, and we're just
Machine Head.
We're just chatting the breeze.
Yeah.
And unless somebody's got something like they want to talk about.
Yeah, you guys got. Well, I'm gonna go get that footage. We'll show that later, but we can do a whole episode on that.
I didn't play that actually. Should I play that now? I'll play that first video.
Oh yeah, that's just the video of my dog. Yeah, go ahead.
In the ocean.
Mm-hmm. It's not edited, so you got to deal with that.
I'm gonna get that flyer too.
Oh yeah, get the flyer for it.
So my daughter.
Hi, thank you. You've turned into the Wide Awake Show where you can watch me eat.
I was like, everybody's eating. Everybody's preoccupied right now. Look at
where we were.
Love the sound of the ocean, man.
Taking a nap.
Okay, fuck off.
I'm coming.
Such a peaceful sound.
Right?
Very relaxing, like. I've always loved the sound of the sea, and it's incessant as well.
Okay.
It doesn't stop. It's absolutely constant, and I always remember.
That's my butt.
I remember when I lived right near the sea, where I could hear it all day and all night, and up on a cliff, and just the sound, like the power, the amount of constant motion, the waves coming in constantly. They do not stop. I remember just thinking to myself, that is such a wasted resource of energy.
Yeah. Oh
It's,
my
you
God.
know,
Right? Well, this is what's funny is that most people may not know this, but the guy who made the 5-hour energy drink, which, you know, is not healthy, but he took a portion of his income and made a research lab, and the engineers and the scientists in the research lab created a device that would desalinate water and create energy enough to run the entire city of Los Angeles or like the state of California. Like they only
see,
needed one or two of them.
to
I
me,
love
that is a
Yeah.
no-brainer, right? Desalinization and using the steam but because basically all they're doing is they're distilling it. They're distilling the salt water. So
Yeah.
and they're using that steam from the boiling water to run a turbine to create electricity.
Right. It's how they
Mhm.
used
It's
to
a
do it in
and
the old
you
days.
get you've got a constant supply of pure water coming from the ocean. Like, just I just could never understand why they don't utilize it. You know. Well,
Yeah,
now I
yeah,
understand.
definitely.
Now I
Hey, Guy
understand.
Fox.
Now we all
Okay.
understand.
And so the Oregon coast is a really big fishing community. It's mostly loggermen and fishermen, and so this is why people think that Oregon's a very liberal state, but it's actually not considered because of the fact that there's so many people here for that kind of industry, and a lot of them do want to be more conservative. You know, they're not trying to be like just, you know, take everything they can. But
Right.
we definitely have an imbalance, you know, and that's where, like,
Well-
if we use the energy system in a different way, yeah, it would be a lot different. We wouldn't need to mass consume fish. It's like that story that Kevin told us about the guy that's like, he meets the other guy and he's like, the guy's like, well, why don't you do all this work to more or less get right back to the same situation you're in? You know, that's what
Yeah,
he said.
yeah. Why?
So if you guys
No,
wanted to
'cause
know, if you didn't think I had a big
if you-
butt,
if
now
you-
you know.
if you stay out here fishing for another 4 hours, you could catch 3 times as many fish. What would I do with that? Well, with that
Yeah.
money, you could buy another fishing boat. And then, well,
Yeah.
what would I do with that? Well, then you can catch more fish. Well, what would I do with that? Well, then you can go into canning those fish and you can turn it into a corporation. You can make shitloads of money so that at the weekends you can just go on holiday with you and
So their
spend
kids will
time
have jobs
fishing
when
with
they
your
grow up.
family. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we didn't have to pay for the things that truly are abundant, and so there's no reason other than this is where I don't agree with capitalism. This
Right.
is where I absolutely
Yeah.
disagree with capitalism, because that's just greedy. It's just
It-
fucking greedy.
again, I think what
The
happens,
idea of it,
it's because
Go
it
on.
ends up becoming about quantity over quality, because inevitably you never have enough.
That's why
Right?
there's a
Never enough.
thing. It's
And that's-
ridiculous.
that's when things get commercialized and standardized, and you know, yeah, and a
Yeah.
one size fits all kind of thing. Whereas if we were allowed to be free and independent, like, competition is healthy. Competition will keep a healthy market, and if there's not
It's defunct. It's never worked. It's like saying so.
if there are strict rules against
We'll see.
forming corporations, so
What-
the business, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not a fucking
Enforcement is
economist.
where it breaks down. It's like, okay, what are the enforcers going to be armed with to enforce the law?
Yeah.
And then what are the people that are willing to break the law going to be armed with to stop the enforcers? It's all a catch-22. It's like saying, you know,
But that's because of that's largely because of the indoctrination, isn't it? It's because of the programming that we go under, where
which means
we're
which
taught that
means we
we've
don't
been
even have
fighting
any.
each other. But we're taught we've been fighting each other, and it's always been a dog eat dog, win. You know, survival of the fittest, the strongest man wins. Blah. That programming, instead of a nurturing, instead of competition, teaching symbiosis and cooperation, and
because there's some truth, and I can't say as much, but and Alex, you guys can comment on this one, and you too, Kev, but like when you have kids, how do you feel about enabling, right? I'm sure you guys thought about it even before you had kids, because you saw in your own families, but when you enable somebody, there's a nurturing side to it, and then there's a hindrance. They end up not really pushing themselves, right?
Yep. Oh yes. That's even before I had my kids, it was something that I clearly see was a problem, even with the way my own parents were to me, which was largely why I was not trying to have children, but I also wasn't trying to not have children, which is why I had children so young. So it has its ups and downs.
I was the prima gravida when I had mine. I was 32.
Oh my goodness. Now see, that's another thing that just makes my heart just go into a whole nother level of anxiety. If I were to, God forbid, get pregnant at my age, which it's possible, it's not possible, but it could happen if if biologically inside things went away they shouldn't go, with my little tubal thing that I had done, it could come undone, and that could happen. And just no, like I can't even. I was like, I have grandchildren. Like I already had my kids. And my kids are almost grown, and just no. And then everything that happened earlier this year, like I'm so ready for this year to be over.
2019, and I was taken to hospital when they wanted to decide what they thought was wrong with me. They said they thought it was either one of three things. I was either pregnant. Pardon?
Did you know you didn't know you were pregnant?
No, they said it was one of three things that they thought it was. That was the reason why I was in such an ill state, because I collapsed. They said it was either I was pregnant, I had cancer, or I had MS. And when I thought about those three options, the scariest option
Very
was
scary.
pregnancy. that was terrifying. Cancer,
Yeah.
I wasn't that scared of it because I know that I can fix that. And MS, I didn't really know much about it, but I knew what it was because it's a description of what's happened.
Yeah.
And it's like a blister. So I thought I've healed blisters on my own body, from wearing dodgy shoes. And my boyfriend, who's black, who's a very black man, got a 3rd-degree burn, and he has no scar whatsoever because I fixed it, because my mother taught me how to. And so I thought, okay, MS, it's like an all-over thing, and it's going to take a while to sort it out, but I can figure it out.
The most interesting thing about your man getting burnt is that all that burnt flesh looked exactly the same as a white man's burnt flesh once it was all burnt flesh. Once you get beneath the skin, the muscle and the flesh that's there, it's only the skin that's got the color that carries the melanin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, he was very scared because it was on his forearm, that he was going to be keloid, because black skin very often it always goes keloid, and he was really terrified that was what would happen. And I said, if you let me sort it out, there will be no scarring. It'll be like it never happened. And
what did you use? Aloe vera, fresh aloe vera, obviously.
No, I didn't use that. No. Lavender oil, colloidal silver. I mean, he went to the hospital first because, having a boutique boarding house, I had a young man in who said, don't listen to what she's telling you, go to the hospital. And then he was in and I was like, well, you're going to do one or the other. You're going to listen to me, or you're going to go to hospital. What's it going to be? So he went, I'll go to hospital first.
So I'm half here.
And they made a real bloody mess of it. It was horrific. And I had to soak off the bandages because they'd attached sticky tape to, scalded
Yeah.
skin. And if I'd have pulled it off, it would have ripped even more skin off. So we soaked it off in salt water and lavender oil in the bath. So he was very relaxed when it was taken off. And then we just colloidal silvered it, lavender oil, beeswax, manuka honey bandages, and it just changed every single day. And
How
you
did
can't
it
tell
make
which
you
one
look?
happened. The hair grew back, everything. You'd never believe that it had ever happened. He's got pictures. I've been asking him to send them to me for nearly 5 years, but he's just not organized in that way.
So I'm so sorry, because I couldn't hear very well, Alex. What was the oil you used?
Lavender.
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 Really?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm wondering, do you think that I should try something like that? Because I had third-degree burns on my chin and around my nose, and I have like a lot of pimple activity that I feel like I can't get rid of. It's
How
probably
the
could be
heck did you
connected to
get
something else.
third-degree burns on your chin?
Say, what were you doing?
I was literally in the sun for like 3 days straight. It was like, but it was cloudy, so I didn't put in Florida, I didn't put any sunscreen on. And one day I came out and my chin had just completely blistered up. And I was like, oh shit, I have third-degree burns.
Yeah, boo.
You said something about too the rose, is it rose hip oil or rose water? Is that what it was, Alex?
Rosehip seed oil is very good to skin, and rose water, the edible one. Then you can use it as a freshener. I've got a really good one actually here. I just got it from Amazon.
That is so cool. I did not know that lavender was good for burns. I would have thought it would have been like coconut oil could have even been better or something, So
Coconut oil dry. The coconut oil is great for moisturizing your body, and it's really good for the elbows because it will soften it. But for the face, it's not really that good except for a makeup remover.
Do you know?
Okay. Oh,
my last 3 girlfriends, right? Part of their routine when they went to bed at night was to get the fucking cream out and rub it on the elbows. Cream on the elbows, cream on the elbows, on the arms, on the hands, both hands, on the face. But the thing is, the way I feel about moisturizing, like using these moisturizers, I think what they've done is they've made women the skin dependent on the moisturizer, the same way that they've done it with. They did it with Vaseline, didn't they? Any woman that started using Vaseline if you start using Vaseline or any of those
Vaseline encourages hair growth. It's really good for the eyelashes. If your eyelashes are falling out or you're losing them, just a bit of
if I want to
Vaseline
fill in the
will
gaps of my
encourage hair
beard, I
growth.
should just cover my face in Vaseline.
No, I think it's a really terrible idea. But in an emergency situation for a woman, a little bit of Vaseline, it's shit. But
with lips, it's that time of year over here. It's fixing to take cold. Vaseline for the lips.
See, your lips become dependent on it, and you just have to keep using it all the time.
It's occlusive. Vaseline is occlusive, which means it stops your skin from breathing. That's why.
And it contains petroleum. For fuck's sake. It contains petroleum.
I can't even.
So they say that about coconut oil too with dogs. Like, you don't want to actually put it on. Hey, Kingston, stay. You don't want to put it on their skin because it doesn't allow it to breathe. I think so. It like doesn't heal like you think it would.
No, coconut oil is too drying.
Gotcha.
You can get this stuff, and I had to buy extra stickers for it because my man really doesn't like some of the allegories. He doesn't appreciate them in the same way that you do, Sarah. I'm a linguistic lizard, and said your description, not mine. And I said years ago, as a joke, when somebody had said, "Oh, you're lucky you've got a man, you can carry your bags from the shop," and I was like, "Well, you don't keep dogs and barks yourself," and I just meant it as like a stupid joke, and he really, really didn't like it at all. He was very, very pissed off with me. So I was like, "Okay, fair enough. I can't use this, this joke ever again because he won't have it." Roll on to last Christmas. he was getting very dry, ashy skin, and he needed a really, really decent moisturizer, and I couldn't find one anywhere because, like Richie says, you know, a lot of the moisturizers, they're not, you know, they're not natural. If it's not edible, I won't use it. But when I was doing my thing, because I thinking, oh, I'm gonna have
That's
to
a good
eat
rule.
and I'm too ill to cook it all together. Oh, what am I going to do? And then, you know, the Almighty, thank you so much, flashed up this thing on my screen, which was for dogs, for their paws and their noses. And it is edible. And it had every single ingredient in it that I would have gotten and mixed it
Would
up.
it-
But it's just got a dog's label on it for dogs' paws and dogs' noses. So I bought it for my man because it's edible, organic product. However, it wasn't going to go down well with the dog thing on it. So I bought stickers of lions to put on for lions' noses and lions' paws because I thought he'd tolerate it. And even though
And
he
then it looked
really
like
wasn't,
Tiger Balm. It looked like a
no,
lion
not,
version of Tiger Balm.
Yeah,
no,
that's so
not Tiger Balm.
ingenious. That's so ingenious.
Yeah, so
But
that's what I did.
so when I worked, I used to work doing construction and, you know, labouring and
Me
stuff. And
too.
one of the guys that I was working with was a very dark skinned guy from Kenya. And every day before he put his gloves on, he'd tiger balm his hands up, completely tiger balm his hands up, like to protect the skin or something. I don't know.
Cat.
So I just wonder, because that tiger balm does have a slight moisturizing quality to it, doesn't it? And it is a natural.
Yeah.
How natural is it?
So in
No.
the
Moisturising quality.
Was
It has
yeah,
infusive
he
quality.
thought it did. It probably was only working because he was letting it absorb like that, right? Right, Alex? Like he was letting it, like, the humidity build up. That's probably why it worked, right?
Yeah, and also it will cool your hands down so they won't get too hot because it is
Yeah.
cooling and heating. It's kind of a weird paradoxical thing.
Yeah, because
But-
Tiger Balm has menthol, so he was using that for like arthritis or something, probably in his hand.
It-
I
that
suppose,
cool-
yeah.
yeah.
But Tiger Balm
Interesting.
nowadays is, you know, you have to become an ingredient detective. You can't just take a product's word for it. You
Right?
have
Even
to-
the old stuff, because they're changing it. And here, can I ask you guys all a question? What do you guys know about riboflavin? Was it or was it not banned from cereal, and now it's coming back as a supplement that we need? I don't
Right.
remember that. And everything I've read
Ribo-
about it,
I
it doesn't.
always-
It sounds like canola, you know, like where it comes
I always
from. And
thought riboflavin was a natural thing that came from like wheat or barley or something. It was
thought
a
it was in a-
natural like
it's a
nutrient,
vitamin.
whatever, from
Yeah,
barley
yeah.
or wheat or something. Right. But I don't
Yeah.
know because
I'm gonna check cereal when I go to the store.
but let's look
they
it up a
changed-
little
they
too,
changed the
because
name-
again, I swear they banned it. It was this whole thing, and now it's coming back as like
they
a
changed the
natural
name of
supplement.
aspartame.
And I'm seeing it in everything all of a sudden. Like I wasn't seeing
They-
it before, now it's in fucking everything.
So they've changed the name of aspartame. They've got a name.
Oh
for,
yeah,
like
sucralose.
crickets. I
Oh.
don't know, but they've got a name for crickets, for insects. There's a name,
Chitin.
and it doesn't.
called chitin.
Mm-hmm.
Chitin.
Mm.
Exoskeleton.
Burgers
and
out of them. Shit.
fit for
I mean,
humans.
they
Chit-
mess
chitin?
around with descriptions. They mess around with descriptions of words, the definitions of words, so much.
Then I got to carry a dictionary.
Anything, can it? Huh?
Like, I'm not even paying. I'm not even joking. And now I'm about to get all bit out of shape because I don't know where the hell my dictionary. I think it's in my other bag. But I have to, just because.
She's like, she's got a smartphone on her. She's like, but hold on, let me pull up my dictionary. That's fucking awesome. I love it.
And the internet lies, and then sometimes with this whole matrix thing, I swear I'll look at the book and get the definition. I go back 2 weeks later, that shit has changed, y'all. It has me.
That's
all
why I
over the
figured you did it. Yeah, that's so
They
really
changed
smart.
the
Merriam,
But
Merriam-Webster.
Pandemic.
hilarious.
in like 20 years
Yeah.
ago or 15 years ago. They changed the definition, but people don't know.
No, it wasn't 20 years ago. They changed the definition in 2020.
No,
But
they changed it back
Merriam-Webster's.
well. No, they changed.
Well,
it
yeah,
before
but
that.
well, Merriam-Webster's changed the definition in 2020 because I did a video about it.
Yeah, but they
When
also
it
changed
changed.
it
So,
a decade before that as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Original
They basically
definition
left
was
Yeah.
out. They
different
left out a paragraph. Basically, they just left out a paragraph, and they made it really kind of loose. They just it's.
I guess I
It's-
should look in the
why
comments
we
about
need
rival
women to
famous.
stay at home so they can actually do the research properly. You know,
It just
everyone's
shows how
working
many
and so
people.
busy. You know, they don't.
Yeah. That's how they do it, Alex. They're doing everything they can to make our lives more frustrating so that we're focused on that rather than right. And you're right. Like if we were in a community and it takes a village concept, we would have the time to do this. This is why we're going to bring it back. Fuck
This
yeah.
is why I
Right,
Hey, Martin.
in our
And-
community, though,
Ian.
in our community, it's going to be, basically organic food, like truly
Yeah.
organic food and meat and vegetables.
But what does that also mean? It means how we recycle everything, how we recycle our own poop that go back into the soil and that it all
long
is
as we make sure we
symbiosis with each other.
As long as none of our seeds come from Monsanto or Bayer,
Yeah.
or
I'll
a
bring
Bill Gates farm. I don't want anything from a Bill Gates farm either.
Guy, if you actually go, it's towards the end of the episode, but our last Sunday show, I showed what RSO is. It's a super concentrated form with all, like the one I have has all the spectrums, and it's of cannabis. But yeah, it's full spectrum cannabis, and it's the way it's procured a certain way, so it's heavily concentrated. But I started giving it to my dog, you guys, and she's kind of going through an up and down journey right now. So I'm not, exactly sure how long, but not to get into that. I don't want to talk. I don't want to even talk about it. But yeah, it's working. Yeah, Deanne, are you here?
Is it you? Are you at a hospital?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you. Put it back if you want. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm here too. But dictionary's missing. Like
butyl, urea, yeah, tried and tested. Yeah, I know, all of that. I just still haven't managed to bring myself to drink my pee yet.
And that I don't think we necessarily have to. So it's not a bad thing. And if you're sick, you should consider it. But
you know,
hey Brianna.
Do you know how I know it's definitely not bad for you?
How?
Because it was another truth bomb that they dropped on Blackadder the Third. They go off on to go and they're trying to trick. They're doing a fast one. They're telling everybody that they're going off, searching distant lands. But really, what they plan to do is just go for a little saunter around the Isle of Wight and then come back again. But they get lost at sea and they end up on an island somewhere. But while they're out,
under your hat. It's under your hat.
So I'm just going to put you on mute for a sec there. So, while they're lost at sea, they run out of water, so they're having to drink their own pee, and they say, "Oh, where's the captain? Is he not joining us for this jolly little jaunt?" And he says, I forget who it was, Baldrick, whoever says, "Oh no, he's actually been drinking it like since we've been out here. He's been drinking it the whole time. He loves it." And they actually all end up drinking Baldrick's pee, which is pretty gross. I think you're only meant to drink your own pee, really. I wouldn't advise drinking somebody else's pee. Your body will get the wrong message. Your pee is going to message your body.
Yeah, your pee for a reason.
Yeah. Just deal with the don't share those sorts of fluids, man.
Yeah, that's no. So no. That's bad. That's bad etiquette.
Actually, sorry to I'm not totally trying to change the subject, but speaking of like good things for the skin, I want to get into good things for the skin. I think I have it with me, maybe I don't, but Kevin was doing his own little foraging for medicinal herb stuff. We found horsetail, which is really good for the immunity. So he made some rice and mixed it in for my dogs. But then he was finding, I keep calling it lichen, and I keep forgetting the name of it, but it looks like a moss, like a lichen moss is kind of, but not, but like real hairy, like it grows in the trees. You see it hanging from the trees.
And it's an amazing antimicrobial, and it's actually known as a really good first aid option. So if you actually get an cut open wound, you can stuff it like straight up. You don't need to sterilize it. It's that antimicrobial. It has so many amazing properties. You can stuff the wound and then seal it, and it'll keep things from getting an infection until you can get it, proper cleaning and healed and closed up. But my dog she's had an itchy belly, and she was real irritated. I had vitamin E cream, but then I started looking at the fucking ingredients in it, and I was like, shit, I didn't pay attention to this, close enough. I did put a little. It wasn't enough. Like there was enough bad shit in there, but I used a little bit. But I ended up getting that and using that moss, and I soaked it. Like I boiled water, let the boiling come down, and then I seeped it in there, and then I pulled it out like a sponge and just rubbed it over her belly. And I did it twice, and it made a significant difference. And I was going to do it again, but yeah, like minimal itching. She went from like constantly just, all of a sudden, I don't know, something irritated her, and then to now she's barely itching. So,
my dog is
in the bed.
and
Old
it's really
man's beard.
been like that.
Old man's beard is the stuff that you picked.
I think you're right. Yes.
And
yes.
if you were to mix it with honey, right, and then stuff it in, that would be like if you had a wound, like so you had a serious cut or something, or a burn or anything, you just like stick it, like because the honey would make it stick, stop it from falling out, wouldn't it? And then you could wrap it.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's awesome.
Then you clean it. You just keep it clean and wrapped.
Yeah. This is good stuff.
Very good because it helps with the movability. Because when you get burned or if you get a cut, it gets very, very dry very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Because your body will dry out and it stops you from being able to move it. But if you cover it in beeswax, pack it with beeswax, then that you won't get that at all.
And that's probably better than honey. Yeah.
And beeswax is a really, really good thing for wounds.
Yeah.
Like for example, if you've got like a hangnail or a split on your neck or anything, like on or sore lips or anything, if you just cover it with beeswax, it will hide the damage really efficiently, and it will also within 24 hours it will be over. You won't have it anymore unless there's something else that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
In which case you might need something else, but beeswax is always a good first thing. That's why they always just say mind your beeswax, mind your beeswax.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was, that is minding your business, minding your beeswax and having beeswax so that you're in your aid kit. Beeswax should always be there. People don't know.
That's good. That's good info.
People are terrified. When I taught art class,
that
we had a whitlow, when you have that swollen finger. And I was like, oh, whitlow, no problem. I know how to fix that.
Oh,
my mother was
God.
like, no, we've got to go to the doctor because, she might need antibiotics because she might lose her finger. And it's like, oh, my God. We're talking about
my sister got 2 whitlows, right, on her forefinger and her thumb. And on her thumb, or it was both her thumbs or something, but I remember my parents, they did something with it. They treated it. And then when they took the plaster off, it was just like a network of holes. Like it looked like an ant's nest, and it really creeped me out. The way it was like all the skin had gone hard and died. It turned into a blister, but with loads of holes in it, loads of tiny little holes in it. It was fucking horrible. It was really gross, man. It's still, the thought of it really creeps me out. And I've always, ever since, I've had this thing about lots and lots of tiny little holes to, when it occurs in nature and stuff, when there's strawberries. When you look at strawberries, if I look at strawberries too long, they start to creep me out.
reason.
You know, because they're all little tiny little seeds on them. They start
not
breaking
sorry.
out. Right.
I'm laughing with you, but it's really funny.
And I'll be looking at it.
Because you just start thinking about it too much.
Ah!
It's like,
I like
Good boy.
But that banana, no, strawberries, no. That look at the damn thing. It looks
oh, I
like
love strawberries, man.
it's
I love
like
them.
just
That's why I don't like staring at them for too long. I just
strawberry
pop them in
flavoring.
my
Is that
mouth.
from her yard? Yeah.
in the
I'm
in
sorry.
the sugar in the
Wait,
sugar
let's
bowl.
show.
Dip them in the sugar bowl. Get them absolutely caked in sugar, and then
See, when you make them sound like
That's-
that, then it's good. Or like when they're on a
that's
pancake. Like, yeah. I see, I can't eat tomatoes either because of the way the seeds look inside the tomato when you slice them open and it's like all that weird.
What's the difference between knowledge and wisdom?
This
Difference
came from the
between knowledge
garden, by the way, where we're at. All those came from there.
Seeds, like the seeds.
Knowledge is knowing that tomatoes are fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in fruit salad.
What is,
And don't dip them
Wait. Is that what it looked like? Yeah, you got it good. Okay, he saw it. Right? That one was real funky looking. Like it wanted to be like that. Yeah, actually, Leafy, there's some truth to that. I am wondering if there's some indoctrination, though, on this whole lectin push, because I talked to Dr. Berlando kind of addressed this, where because there's like this whole thing on, what is it called? It's a different type of food. It's sort of like the Whole30 and like being super strict about your diet. And I think there's truth to that. But I think it also comes down because like tomatoes are also very acidic. So what is your diet like currently? And like, as I talk about, so in Greece, they eat a lot of tomatoes, right? But they also have a lot of olive oil. And so it very much they have things that really balance their diets out. And that's why it's okay for them to eat this, but other people may not if they're not balancing it.
Right.
Isn't it the starch that's bad as well in potatoes?
You don't get it. I'm like,
I'm
how
gonna
you
do this
eating
Again,
suffering
Say
from
that
the
again.
worst. My buddy, I'm always talking to him about he's got like I'm pretty confident he's got acid reflux based on just like all his symptoms and the fact that he's constantly got heartburn and all that stuff. Just he's got acid reflux. But I'm like, how are you gonna eat Indian food your whole life and not understand the things that are causing the problem in your life,
Hang on.
darling?
Hang on. He's got acid reflux and he's eating a lot of Indian food.
Yeah, food period, and food before he goes to bed, and the most acidic kind of food, including hamburgers with freaking ketchup on them. Wondering why he's got heartburn. Talking about, I'm going upstairs to get milk at 3:00 this morning, y'all. Comes back downstairs with black cherry Kool-Aid. I'm like, I can't imagine why you got heartburn, buddy.
So
Right?
I never really fully appreciated what heartburn was like until I had it. The only time I've ever got heartburn is from medication. So taking penicillin on an empty stomach gave me it's like my stomach.
Yeah. You know why? Because it forces you to it's killing all the good bacteria and it forces all the bad bacteria to erupt. I mean, it kills the good and the bad. So it causes gas. It causes acid buildup to compensate for that.
I think it's throat burn. It's not
This is
heartburn.
where, if you're
Heartburn.
on omeprazole, I guarantee.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's because it literally is coming up your esophagus and sitting at night. This is called GERD. It sits at night right here, so that when you actually get up, you think you have a sore throat, but it's actually acid buildup in your throat.
And the remedy is bicarbonate of soda.
Yeah.
If you take a spoonful
and think about what she's saying. What is that going to do? That's going to neutralize you.
Because I've had heartburn where I literally, because of this, thing that I have, where I've been having to learn about what to do about it, because at certain points I've literally thought, oh my God, I'm actually having a heart attack. I am in so much pain.
Yeah, that was my ex.
And
but it was gas. Because it goes right behind your heart. That's what people don't realize.
Bicarbonate within 15 minutes, it will be over.
You want to know something else that I used to do?
Deal with this.
If I couldn't, if I couldn't get that and it doesn't work as well as what you're saying, I would take a spoonful of mustard, and that would help a lot. Interestingly, because it's vinegar, right?
Wouldn't it? I mean, it would distract you. But would it actually work? I don't know. I'm not, you're a braver woman than me, because I wouldn't be trying mustard having the sensation that I'm having a heart attack, because then I think I would definitely, be, like in heart attack.
What are we talking
Right,
mustard? Are we
right,
talking
right.
Dijon? Are we talking Burger mustard? Are we
Film
talking
it.
full
No,
on
yellow,
English?
straight yellow.
Full on
Yellow
English,
mustard.
straight English mustard. Yeah.
I love all
English-
mustards though.
If you drink
Horseradish is the best. Oh my god, brown
horseradish,
spicy. Oh, whew, I'm
Horseradish.
drooling thinking about it.
but
Yeah,
When I
I
had
love mustard.
my boutique boarding house on my son's 13th birthday, one of our boarders, who was like the best boarder, really, he was really fabulous, because he actually helped me to do the whole thing. That's a different story. But he did, because he wasn't really into the present buying thing, which I really like that, because I like memories, and my son likes a memory rather than a gift. And he did a memory where he took a spoonful of wasabi, the Japanese
wasabi.
horseradish,
Yeah.
a whole teaspoonful of it, and that man didn't flinch. And I mean, I don't know how he didn't flinch. I don't know how he didn't start screaming or vomiting, but he
Or just doing like this, like.
it was just like, and I was so glad that my son got to see that kind of stoicism.
Did he just swallow it, or did he?
You know,
chew it
that's
up?
funny.
Yeah,
My
swallowed
my
it.
dad, my dad
he
took
just
like
had it on a spoon, and
Yeah.
and straight in and swallowed it, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I was just waiting.
If you put it in his mouth,
I gotta tell you, I love wasabi. I can eat it like that. I can eat it like in a spoonful. And my dad actually, he really likes it now, and I've gotten him into sushi. We went out for sushi last night, and he put like a half a teaspoon on one piece, like layered it, and took a bite, and his face was he was like, "Oh, too much."
Yeah, I mean, I love sushi,
and then he's just starts draining.
Small, tiny amount, like a
I
tiny
don't like
bit.
sushi. I like sashimi. I don't like
Oh,
sushi.
I love
I'm
sushi.
a
I love
sashimi fan.
sushi. I love it all.
But when people, so sushi is only the fish. The sashimi is the rice dishes, right? The rice.
No,
and the
they
noodles.
put it over rice, but it's a raw piece.
Sashimi is just like a hunk of raw fish.
Yeah, but with a little chunk of rice underneath it.
You chop it off.
It's not wrapped. It's not wrapped.
They're Japanese.
It doesn't have seaweed.
Sashimi is like the rice wrapped in fig leaf or whatever it is.
No.
Sashimi is usually served.
Sushi.
No, that's like nigami, where they do like a chunk of rice and they put straight raw over it. Where a roll, a sushi it's in a roll. They roll it in a seaweed and then cover it with rice. So it's like you're eating like an inner layer of seaweed that's holding it together. That's why it falls apart so easily if you try to bite it in half. You really just got to eat it whole.
I fucking love that, man. I love that.
I
When I was in Norway,
put it
What was
on
that
it.
shaved vegetable?
Oh, okay.
Sashimi was just the raw fish.
Okay, so maybe that is right, and it's nigami. That's the chunk of rice with it.
They make a type of sushi that's like.
When I was in Norway, I had a raw soft shell crab, or no, a soft shell lobster. Or so. It was only small,
Soft shell crab.
but it was like it might have been a crab or a linguine or I don't know something, but it still had the shell on it, and I just ate the whole thing. Nobody else at the table would eat it. No one else would eat it. They were like, "Oh my god, it looks like a fucking alien," because it did. It looked like an alien. I was like, "Yeah, go on in. I'll eat it." Picked it up with my chopsticks and ate it. Crunched it, and it was like, actually, do you know what? It's not that bad. It looks gross, but if you don't think about it and you just put it in your mouth and chew it, it's actually not too bad. Like the texture wasn't.
Yeah,
too
we
bad.
women have been told that
Taste
many
was all
times. I'm sure. Just put it in
Hey,
your mouth.
Richie, can you turn up Alex's mic just a little bit? We'll do it for you, Alex.
I turned it up.
Just turn it up a little. Oh, it is on full?
No,
She just put
it's
her
on
headphones
full.
in. Did it change?
Maybe.
No,
Okay.
Hilarious. I heard that.
I can hear you, Alex, but I do. It is a little soft. It's all good though. We're good. It's nice to have you on though, Alex, because you have a lot of really good knowledge on like products, you know the good from the bad. And a lot of us like go to something where we're like, oh, this must be good, right? But we forget to look further in. And the fact that you said today that if you can eat it, if it's edible, like then use it, but you really shouldn't be using it if it's not considered edible. And I totally agree with that. So that's awesome.
And that
Yeah,
for
you
some
see-
reason just made me think of Friends, you know, when they start eating the wax that she uses to wax her legs.
Oh yeah.
That was sugar.
Yeah.
It was, well, it was
it.
meant to be beeswax, wasn't it? It was meant to be beeswax or
Sugar, right?
something.
Eat it.
But yeah.
I've done
But,
sugar.
Glasses.
Dude, Brian Evans, I love cockles, right? And isn't it interesting? I think they did it deliberately. They called cockles deliberately because they look like little clitori. You know? So,
I'm not familiar with that at all.
Ew.
cockles look like little. They look like little clitorises. I have to be honest. They're like,
That's
they
kind of
look like
weird.
little clitorises. And they're called
Hey.
cockles.
Two men and
That's the
You
irony,
have to
like-
speak up now, Alex. I didn't catch what you said then, darling.
No,
You have
it's
to
a
hold
different
the mic.
Oh, and don't forget to stretch, guys. We're like 2 hours in, so take some time to stretch real quick. I'm gonna be
maybe
going.
have a break, Ricky.
I'm gonna go real
Yeah,
quick, but
yeah,
I'm gonna be
I'm up
right
for a
back because
break.
I gotta run back
I'm up
and
for
get
a
that
break.
footage to you so we can go over the footage.
I need to take the dogs out for a walk because it's 8 o'clock, and I also want to make a coffee as well. So this is going to be
Take a nice long break.
at least a 15-minute break, peeps. There
having the
might be
monkey?
one video playing.
But
I'm going to play. Did you like my new video? Did you like the new video that I played?
I
at the
kind of
beginning?
partly saw it, so I want to see. I'm gonna have to watch it later, but
So-
I loved it so far. I was like, "Oh, what's this?"
I'm
So
going to
yeah,
put it
I'm
on
excited to
loop.
see it.
I'm just going to put it on loop, and so feel free to change it to one of the other. break
I'm gonna
videos.
go to my house, so I'll be back. But I'm gonna send you the footage that we took of the blimp factory. Okay,
Cool.
that's not really the
Alright.
name of it.
Balloon
but the blimp house.
factory.
So,
Yeah,
ladies
we
and
went
gents, we're
boots
going
on the
for-
ground, guys. We did the oldest wooden building that held blimps in Oregon. We found out, so we went boots on the ground and did some cool footage of it and the interesting planes there and stuff. So we'll share that. But I will be back.
Brilliant.
So gnarly.
All right, guys. So go and for like at
Are
least
you
a
doing the
15-minute
monkey?
break. Huh?
Are you going to do the
Say that again.
monkeys?
I got
monkey.
no.
Yeah, I will pop the monkeys on at some point. But we're gonna start with this one. See you in 15.
Because we have a balloon who was child trafficked and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
Wanna be monkey cousins.
Yeah, that's important. It's all comes down to awareness. Because
It's like I saw a lesson on
That's really what I wanted to try to show you is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing stuff. You go.
yeah, I mean this is the thing, I mean
awareness,
gotta go, mate. No worries, bro. We've been going for 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who was it who was saying their TV got hit the other day, got struck by lightning?
Big speakers and messed my ears up. Or I feel like that could be connected to the science thing a little bit, but regardless, I got
Well,
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. And when I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.
still don't do shit but bruise a dream. Use a new level of youth unseen. Truth is the kids are losing steam, and they say it's a shame to undermine it. We're talking about the most hated machine of all time. It's they're playing a game with most of our lives, but in November, who had the patience to stand in line and stop plain and saying they come to realize it. It's big pains like a flock of sheep talks cheap with a shotgun. Used to want a street fight like drunk, and I just pray that I don't lose my fucking head like Boston. I can rock a black bandana too tight. Black man with the posture of a punk, cast aside cause I ain't right. I'm patriotic like a fox. I hung my flag high, but must have misunderstood when Beanie Siegel was like, hey yo, like that shit the fuck up. I ain't white and it's lost for that, so I use color safe bleeds at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react. We keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages. Matter of fact, we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling. I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my pride, my life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks I like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we catch the lipstick. What kind of city plumber thought that he can make these open rugby pipes fit? Well, they don't. I'm catching the drip. I'll practice holding my breath and sink with the shit. It goes hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the gears. Come on, hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the gears. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the gears. Come on. Shit the fuck up. I ain't white and it's lost for that, so I use color safe bleeds at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react. We keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages. Matter of fact, we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling. I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my problem, my life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks I like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we cast the lipstick. What kind of city plumber thought that he could make these open rugby pipes fit? Well, they don't. I'm casting the drip. I'll practice hold my breath to sink the ship. It goes hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and bridge against the kids. Come on, hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the kids. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the kids. Come on. Shit the fuck up. I ain't white and it's lost for that, so I use color safe bleach at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react, we keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages, matter of fact we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling. I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my problem, my life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks I like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we cast the lipstick. What kind of city plumber thought that he could make these open rugby pipes fit? Well, they don't. I'm casting the drip. I'll practice hold my breath to sink the ship. It goes hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never. switch shell, living hell sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial auto bio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile. Cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
few drinks and smoke a joint, Bubbles? Yes. Want to have a few drinks and smoke a joint, Bubbles? Yes. Yes.
You go fuck yourself in your fat fucking ass.
Want to have a few drinks and smoke a joint, Bubbles? Yes. Want to have a few drinks and smoke a joint, Bubbles? Yes.
You're right. It's just one ant. Yeah, boy. Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt? Nope. Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. FBI. All they forced to lie. Suspected spies. Clientele. Tomahawks. Scorch the sky. White collar crime. Immortalize Yusef. Careful what you rep of the new left. Only a few left. Got the bureau doing Mueller two-step. Fire trap. Warrants for the wiretaps. Equal employer op. Higher apps. Read between the lines. Redefine. The list people army marching across a hard march. Dollar scams. Saudi royal fam. Oil contraband. Fun off the Taliban. Atomic blue. Balmy move. Christian and Islamic fuse. Attend more funerals than barbecues. Niggas die to fill them all the shoes. Know your God. The con is on if you're confused. Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. blast tear gas, flashbang grenades, demonstrate, awareness generate protests and disregard the pepper spray. Don't stop, overthrow the legislature, they pay us reparations every day. Filthy pigs, murderers, the hate made, maybe you heard of us. Revenge for the engineered virus, slit their eyelids, carve an image in their iris. So slaughter, bloodshed, brutalizing, the truth rises. The CIA trained to crash test pilots. So feel wise, don't believe, cause they don't want you to see through the real eyes. So realize, don't accept the realize. Move, refuse, resist. Are you an actor or activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse, resist. Are you an actor or activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse.
We have a Boone who was child trafficked, and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
What's all of that? Wannabe monkey cousins. That's going to be a lot of people.
Yeah, that's important. It all comes down to awareness. Because
it's like I saw a lesson on.
That's really what I wanted to try to show you is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing stuff. You go.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean,
awareness.
You gotta go, mate. No worries. Bro. We've been going for 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who was it? Who was saying their TV got hit the other day? Got struck by lightning.
I feel like that could be connected to the science thing a little bit, but regardless, I got
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.
We all know what's coming, what's just around the corner. We all know that we don't have long. We all know that we're connected. We all know that we have our soul tribes, possibly connected in every incarnation through the generations. And we are finding each other. And we are realizing that there is a better way. Going back to our roots, embracing ancient knowledge and ancient culture to live life better now. This is what we are doing with the Magic Treehouse. We are moving to Ecuador. We're going to work with the indigenous people, become self-sufficient, and no longer slaves to the system. Building a new community for a new way of life. The Magic Treehouse. center for healing.
Like something you would say growing up. You know, like, man, I'm in a tree house. This is awesome. I can see trees all around me. I got a telescope. This is rad.
Right, peeps, how you doing? I thought, you know what? It's been 27 minutes. We've been on break for 27 minutes. It's long enough, man. So I've been waiting for these guys to turn the cameras back on, so I know they're ready. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm just going to turn it back on. I got my coffee. Hope everybody's got their coffee and stuff.
Honestly,
Alex just disappeared. Is that
Sarah's
coffee? Or
bringing
is
the
that,
coffee.
is that
So
coffee
I've
or
got-
is that rum and coke?
No, it's the last of the coffee. She's bringing
Oh, you have yours.
good
You have yours
coffee.
black. I don't
Yeah.
like black coffee, man. I'll have a shot of espresso, but I don't like Americano or, you know. Oh, there we go.
Americano. With a little bit of cream. Or Mitch Glubers. I like Cafe Mitch Glubers. A little bit of cream.
I really would make some Starbucks every once in a while. I can't help it. I look there's one.
Alex, I think it's either Alex or Amber's. You're going to have to turn the TV down a little bit.
Possibly it might be Alex, but again, not me.
With me. I'm so crap at this technology stuff.
Oh, I do it. I always cast the TV to a different device so that I can see when they put stuff up here. It's bigger on my. I'm old,
So
man.
I want to steer the conversation well away from fashion and makeup and all that crap.
Right.
And there is like what I
Then
was
stop
saying
talking
earlier
about it.
in the first half, if you like. I was talking about you know, the last week. It's actually been the last couple of weeks. Energy's been really crazy. I no longer feel like it's me feeling it every day when I wake up. I feel like, wow, this is what's going on. This is how everybody's feeling. I think it's particularly how the people that I'm connected to that it's the sense, you know, that whatever the vibration is. But today, I mentioned it earlier. I've got this pain in my back, and there hasn't been a moment where I've gone, oh, pop, and I feel like I've popped my back. It's just suddenly it just started hurting. But it's like
Where in your back?
it's weird. Like I've got this. Maybe it's just I've got a melodramatic fucking side to me out that, you know, I've got, you know, this image of what it is. And it's like every time I get these pains, I get this same, I don't think about it. It's just there in my mind that it's like a memory of an old wound from a different
Where is
life.
it manifesting?
That this is in my back, and it's like it
We
feels
know, but
like,
whereabouts in your back? Is it your upper back, your lower back, your middle back, one side, the other side?
it's more right on my hip. It's right on the top of my hip. It's on the right hand side. So the chiropractor told me I've got a rotated pelvis after my car accident, and that's why I've popped my back a couple of times. And it's similar to that. It's just like I said, it just suddenly started. I didn't even do anything. It just suddenly started, and along with it, this image in my mind of it. Like this is where it gets really melodramatic and stupid. But it's like I don't know, like I'm on the floor, I'm stood on the ground, and somebody up on a horse stabs me in the fucking back with a sword, goes down into my spine, right down into my groin, and I can feel it in my fucking testicle.
Oh.
Like that's what the pain just goes right through the center of my hip and into my fucking testicle.
It
It's
sounded
not
like
just my back
but
that's
it's not.
hurting.
But why is it going to your balls?
Sounds like a guy rolled a critical hit.
Huh?
Sounds
it
like
was
the
a
guy
critical
rolled a
hit.
2020.
It was a critical hit. I think I dropped on the floor like a sack of fucking potatoes, and they slit my throat when the battle ended. But yeah, it's just debilitating, man. Back pain's really debilitating. It's got worse over the last half an hour. It's got worse, gradually worse and worse, to the point where my fucking right testicle feels like I've been kicked in it.
Oh gosh,
Balls.
you dude, you could have twisted them.
No,
Is it swell? I mean, I hate to be really personal, but is it swollen?
no,
Because like
trust me. I've not twisted them or anything.
Richie,
I
do
know-
you have a hernia?
Yeah. My next question. That was my next.
How would I have got a hernia?
Well,
How
from
would I-
lifting, from
Lifting what?
coughing.
From lifting what? From coughing? I haven't coughed in ages.
Right on the toilet and fucking got a hernia. No shit.
Like the last
Yeah.
the last fucking few months, I don't do anything, man. No, it's not a hernia. It's not anything. It's like the other pains that I get. I get other pains in my body, in my back, in my arm, in my head, behind my eye, and they'll last for a day or something, and it's
Welcome to my
really
world.
intense pain. But it's like the memory of a pain, not a pain. I've spoken to Sarah about it before, about this being because one of the things that Adrian Elise says, I think, is that now is like we're adjusting. Those of us that are making efforts, we're adjusting, and our bodies are adjusting as the different frequencies or whatever come in. We're healing, we're upgrading, we're resolving things. So, you know, it's like I get this sense that it's a memory of pain rather than anything that's wrong with me now. You know, I don't think it's anything that's wrong with me now, because it goes it'll be gone. I know tomorrow morning I'll wake up and it'll be gone.
It's residual.
Just does anybody else experience that? Does anybody else experience intense pain that just it doesn't last longer than a day or a couple of days, and then it's gone, and it's like when it's gone, it's like you never had it. It's like you forget about it completely.
Oh, I'm waiting
you
for
never
that
had
day.
Oh yeah, listen, trust me. I used to, so for 16 years, well, probably like for a good 10 of those years, it was probably self-inflicted by the fact that I was using crutches all the time, and I wasn't doing physiotherapy. I wasn't doing, so the muscle wastage and that, and the way I was walking funny, that caused further problems that caused pain. It wasn't, I don't think, directly, but you know, as a result, obviously it was as a result of my car accident. But if I'd had proper physiotherapy and hydrotherapy, I probably would have avoided the issues that I had later on. And also there was the psychological, you know, I was addicted to fucking opiates as well. Your arm looks broken.
Oh, honey,
bent.
They wanted
As a
to try
long
and get.
time ago. And it healed that way.
Why is your forearm bent?
Okay, so I'm a contortionist.
Are you going to be? Yeah, are you going to be like the what was it? The God, what was the family where with the Elastic Man?
Oh my God, that'd be so awesome.
The Incredibles.
The Incredibles.
Yes.
The Incredibles.
I
Yeah.
love that movie. That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite Pixar movies besides Up, and of course Finding Nemo, just because. But what happened? So I had cleaning the hot tub. This has been like over 10 years ago, and the hot tub was emptied out. I had gotten in it to clean, to like wipe it down for this, to get it started for the season, and I had a full bottle of like Windex, one of the big bottles. I don't know why I was using Windex and not thinking that that was going to make it slick and all that shit. But anyways, so I slipped
Windex
and
has got alcohol in it.
Mhm.
It's got alcohol in it that will sterilize.
Well, I slipped and I didn't break it. I had fractured it, and I went to like not the hospital emergency room. I went to one of those like urgent care places. That's where I fucked up because they did not treat it properly the way they were supposed to, right? So me not really thinking too much about it just leaves with it wasn't a hard cast. It was like a fitted prosthetic thing, because the way it broke with the one bone to where I could still move my wrist. I just couldn't like lift anything with this part of my arm because of the weight bearing on that bone. And I had to go to work. So I was like, and I made subs. So I was like, I can still use my hand. Fuck it, I'm going to work. Which was stupid because there was a bunch of stuff going on at that time. This was like right after my son passed away. So like everybody in the family is dealing with the trauma in their own way. And some of my ex's family members taking that out on me and saying all kinds of messed up shit about his death and about my previous son that I had placed up for adoption. Anyways, long story short, me and my ex's sister, who is much bigger gal than I am, get into a fight. Because I was just like, I had enough, and I called her out. I was like, look, you've got something to say, meet me out in the yard, bitch, let's go. So that's what happened. She falls on it. And as soon as we landed, like I was like, oh shit, that's a break. I'd never broke a bone before, but when you do, like right? So I'm like, I'm walking back into the house thinking, all right, I might have got my ass kicked, but I'm going to roll me a blunt. Okay. And when I could not like lift my arm up to like start rolling the blunt, I was like, damn it, man, I think this thing is really broke up. And then I didn't even go to the hospital till the next morning. And the doctor's like, what is wrong with you? I was like, maybe what's wrong with me? He was like, don't you think you should have came
It just
and
makes it more painful when they reset it. Just makes it.
But they didn't reset it. That's the thing. The doctor just looked at it, acknowledged that it was like, this is his exact words. That looks like you broke your arm in some third world country where they don't have proper medical treatment, and then this is what is left with the aftermath, like from the fracture. He was like, that's why it's a break, and it's a clean break where it's at. But he's like, the bone had already started to heal in a deformed way. Like he's like, we can break your arm like all over again, but he was like, honestly, the way it's done with the X-ray, they would have had to
surgery. Whole load of surgery, man, to fix it. If the fractures started healing, because when your bone, there was a false notion that when your bones break, they're weaker afterwards, but they're not. They're twice as strong afterwards because they often over calcify. So to fix the break, that's why the body's amazing. That's why the body's so amazing, though, man. The way it does, the way it's able to knit itself back together.
I'm fascinated by that because I've been through some shit where, like, last summer, I think I've told you about this before. I got the leg injury with the knife that went into my leg, and then it got infected, and it was about 2 inches deep into my kneecap before, like, I finally broke down and was like, all right, I should probably have this sleep. I should have gotten stitches because the way the knife went into my kneecap, it folded like the flap of skin back. And I was literally, y'all, it folded it back. And I was like, again, with my gangster ass, I was like, nope, I can walk this off. I'm just going to like put a bandage around it, walk it off. 2 weeks later,
Brianna.
in the middle of this psychosis, I'm at an emergency room and they're like, look, honey, you've got to stay off of your leg for at least a day because every time you move where it was, it's like right here, and I think it might be this kneecap. It's right there where I bend it. Every time I bend, it would just open right back up. But me, I'm just like, I feel like I'm like, because I know I can heal myself. I know I'm a healer. And I think I do that subconsciously, pushing like I wonder what I could do next time. Like, I wonder. No, I'm not going to be trying to stop bullets, but I did do the vaccine thing, and that was pretty risky. Like, why are you doing that, Emma? Why are you putting? Why not? That's where my brain always goes. Well, why? Why not? I always say, why not? Why not? Give me a reason why not. But no, I'm glad because I could have lost my leg. It was getting that.
I went to school. I went to private school with a lad that he had a big scar on his willy because his mum was making sandwiches or something. This is the story. His mum was making sandwiches, and he came out. He was stood next to her, and he was naked for some reason because he come out of the bath or something. She knocked the knife off the edge, and it fell down and like basically pretty much almost severed it, like cut his dick off. And they saved it because it didn't actually fully sever it, but it was like 3/4 of the way through his dick or something, and then he cut his dick off.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, sorry, I don't know why I thought about that.
Wow, the weird thing.
Oh, I know why I thought about that, because of Lizzo's comment about trans surgery. That's why I thought about
it. I got to see what that is about. Hello, Lizzo. Hello, everybody.
That brought me up because I'm conflicted. I identified as a Buddhist, but my penis identifies as a Jew.
Oh boy!
Bad off.
I'm glad we don't have to worry about that.
They take the foreskin and they turn it into a wallet.
No, I think they turn it into airships. I think there's airships. They can't come on the radar because they're made out of foreskin.
Well, according to South Park, they turn it into some sort of paste that they have on crackers and they eat it.
Oh man, you're gonna
make it called breach or something, or I'm sure it's
Sandra
breach.
Bullock needs Depth moisturizer. There's a moisturizer with foreskin on it.
What's her name? That actress went on and said she uses it, didn't she? It was
Bullock.
Sandra Bullock. That's right. Yeah. Admitted on TV to using male foreskins. Something that uses male foreskin.
Explain to me, how did you go about acquiring those? You just get in with a doctor somewhere good at the hospital, like, yo, man, I'm gonna need all them spare foreskins this week from the circumcision.
Hey, listen.
But they don't eat pork.
There's a market in everything, and there's someone willing to capitalize on that market somewhere.
It's like I can't. Some of the shit that I'll realize that there's a market for. Oh man.
Hey, nurse, how many circumcisions do we have today?
It's like
15.
There's a bunch of little foreskin.
What should we do with all that skin?
Every time I talk to Ruby in these weird conversations, bless it.
That movie's walked my fragile little mind. What movie?
What about
what movies walked your mind? Brian is saying that movie's walked my fragile little mind.
What movie is that? I wonder. Let's see. So I had that Take These Broken Wings in my freaking song in my head earlier too. Thanks a lot. It's gonna be stuck in there again. Oh goodness. And the other day the movie was like, somebody was talking about a movie too, and nobody understood it. I was like, what? How do you not get that? Warped my fragile. I only wonder what that is.
Well, I like watching games being played, especially like next gen games and PlayStation 4 and 5. I like because I don't have those games. I don't have the money to buy those games, so I watch somebody else play them. I watch this lad Hollow playing. So I'm watching right now. He's playing Days Gone, which is another zombie apocalypse.
Have you heard?
Guess where it's fucking based? Guess where it's all completely based? Oregon.
No way.
It's all based in Oregon. So there's Radio Free Oregon, and it is this conspiracy theorist that's got a radio show in it, and
that other one that was it Captain America? Is it Captain America? Is that what I can't remember what it's called? It's the one where South Park. World Police, Team America, World Police or whatever. America.
Team America.
Yeah, that's it.
Team
That's
America.
it. That
America. Fuck yeah. Here to save the motherfucking day. Yeah, America. Fuck yeah.
That
Lick
messed me
my
up.
balls and suck my yeah.
Probably why I say suck my balls a lot too, because of South Park.
Yeah.
Every time I say that, my son just goes, "Really, Mom?" I'm like, I can't help it. I can't help it.
It was a good song in Rocky when James Brown did Living in America.
Living in America. Nation. Living in America.
But
Got to have
I'll tell
a
you what, right?
celebration.
You know what I watched recently? Well, when I say recently, in the last sort of year, I watched. Do you remember calling out around the world? Are you ready for a brand new beat? Do you remember that? Yeah.
The summer's
Yeah.
here.
I watched
time is
they
right
removed
for
the music,
dancing in
right?
the street.
They removed the music from it, and they just had it's David Bowie and Mick Jagger in it.
So can.
And they oh my god, it is so camp, so unbelievably camp. The way they you know, I don't remember it being that.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen to the Grateful Dead cover that song. It's much better.
You know what I've been listening to lately?
It's the same with you too, right? Bono, when you watch him in 1985 out on stage in 1985, he was he's so crazy.
Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. Back in the day. Steven Tyler, Aerosmith.
Oh man. Well, look at him now. The amount of plastic surgery that lad has had. God.
You know, he fell in the shower. This has been like several
He's got
over a decade, and his front teeth got knocked out, and those are all. Yeah.
See, I got him mixed. I used to get him mixed up with Mick Jagger because, like, the lips and you know,
mouth and the facial structure. I love Steven Tyler though. I love Aerosmith.
Steven Tyler though. I loved Loving an Elevator, man.
Yeah.
That's such a cool song.
Been on the edge. Living on the Edge is so relevant right now. Plus, the video is a little trippy.
What was the one that they did with Run DMC?
Walk this way.
Walk this way, talk this way.
Yeah,
that was fucking epic and timeless as well. Absolutely timeless, that album. You got to give it to them. Like,
Hey, diddle
if that was
with
them,
a in the middle and just singing like she just don't care.
yeah.
An understated collab from like the 80s that I used to sing when I was a little girl that like I hardly ever hear anybody talk about is with Ozzy Osbourne and Lita Ford, and it's called Close My Eyes Forever. That song is the shit, man, and nobody ever talks about it. I'm like, what? How? Are you kidding me? That song is awesome. And Queensryche, Silent Lucidity is also a good one.
Queensryche, man. God, that was an 80s band.
That's a good one. That's a good
Queensryche was good. And
I have a whole of relevant songs.
the Scorpions.
There's a lot of Rage on that list. A lot of Rage Against the Machine.
I love Rage Against. Yeah, but do you know what? I mean, look at Rage Against the Machine, right? I loved them. Absolutely loved them.
I love
Bomb Track, Bullet in the Head, all of them. It was brilliant, right?
Oh, No Shelter here.
And then they kick their drummer out because he won't get the vax. And they make and they do. Or was it? Or they mate. I'm sure they kicked one of their band members out because he wouldn't get the vax. I know there was another band, Offspring, did that as well. Offspring kicked their drummer out, and he went and played the drums. He went and played the drums for Tim Pool. He played the drums on Tim Pool's new single. But Yeah, the like Rage Against the Machine did a vax only concert. You could only get a ticket if you'd had a vax. They definitely did that. It's like, wow,
Dude,
wow.
I'm about to
Seriously?
break my keys, and they're about to come out my playlist.
Maybe
I
Rage
ain't even.
Against the Machine, maybe they're all clones. Maybe they're actually like they're just robot clones, and Rage Against the Machine are all dead.
Or maybe the
'Cause-
machine hasn't been specified.
Whoa.
You know, a lot of
Well-
things are not specified, and I think that we need to be very specific. And if people can't
Well,
be very
maybe-
specific, then
maybe-
you should use avoidance and just smile and
maybe
wave.
they need a certain amount of rage against the machine because
but
of the
what's
way
the
the
machine?
energy. But the
Yeah, are
that would
we the
be
machine, or is
no.
something else the machine?
We're the energy that
You know?
supplies the machine.
Well, yeah, we feed the machine.
And
That's what
they've turned it into a machine. They've turned
Yeah.
it into a machine. It wasn't. It was a natural. You know, maybe not natural. Wow, what is natural, man? At the end of the day, what is natural if everything was created?
Yeah,
True.
I just wanna
What
go
is
back to
what is
basics
actually natural?
and, you know.
Oh wow.
Ah, look at that, Mr. Neil Shannon. How you doing, mate? Long time no see.
Yeah, my dad.
Jenny T.I. Murphy. Is the T.I. Are you Jenny? Are you a fellow T.I.? Is that where the T.I. is about? Or is that a Jenny T? Jenny T Murphy. Are you Irish? And it's you're a targeted individual. Because a few of us can give you a high five on that one.
I'm always targeted. For sometimes good reasons, sometimes bad. I'm not guessing.
I think we're
You
all
either hate
targeted.
me or love me. There's usually not.
I'll be honest. I think we're all targeted. Anybody that's awake, as soon as you show that you're listening to dissenting voices, they go blip, and they put a little marker on you, and it's just this little blip that then anything that you apply for or anything that you're trying to do, anything that they can get in there and fuck it up, they will, to try and make you stop doing whatever it is you're doing and toe the line.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I have no doubt.
It's-
I have no doubt why they came and arrested me like 2 weeks ago. No doubt. You mean to tell me that in the entire year that I failed to miss this court date for this stupid fucking injury to real property charge, which is literally me breaking a light bulb, you couldn't find me in a year? I've been right. The same place where you found me breaking a light bulb that you wrote me a ticket for, you just now trying to pick me up. No, it's because they're messing with me. They're messing with me. They just people think that's crazy. Why would the cops have it out for you? It's not just the cops. The government watches us. That's everybody. And they spy on us through our phones and stuff. Facebook, Metadata, or whatever, Meta, whatever they're called. Twitter's can mode like 75% bots. So like, how are they not listening to us? Like,
I hope that's not a recent loss, Jenny. When you mentioned your late husband, I hope it's not, too recent a loss. I hope that that you've, that everything's okay with you, and that you've come to terms with the loss of your husband. I can also, I've lost a partner.
Me too.
So is Kevin as well. Kevin lost his wife.
y'all, I'm glad y'all brought this up because honestly, like,
And Amber's as well. Em has lost her son.
child, but I also have some personal issues going on. My son's dad is 5 years out on a open heart surgery and like a valve replacement. He's 5 years past. So like, and his dad, who my son is extremely close with, and I look at like a second dad, is an end stage liver cancer, and he just had like another surgery last week where he had like 3 masses, and now they're just one, and they can't remove it without removing his liver, so he'd need a transplant. it's because he was a Marine in the water at Camp Lejeune and stuff like that. So like, I don't know what it's like to like lose a partner or even a parent. And then all of that is very imminent and like right in the background, like all the time. That I just like, I kind of like just have it sitting there like it's that elephant in the room. And then I do all this. And then I'm also trying to be there for my daughter because her husband's away on deployment right now. And that's part of the reason why my hair is green, because my granddaughter Issa is not, she's in speech therapy because she's like not as verbal as they would like her to be for her age. So we're trying to get her to say green because she was working on G's last week. So I was like, Gigi and green was the goal. So that's why I dyed my hair. But she told me I love you. And she said Gigi the other night, which was
The thing is, right, if everybody knew with absolutely no shadow of any doubt that when they pass on when this life ends, where they go and meet up with everybody else that they'd known before that had passed on, right? And that it was going to be a wonderful life. And you know, life really does we really don't die. Your consciousness is going to pass on over into the next realm, or maybe, I don't know, maybe.
Remnants, I think.
But if everybody knew that, loss would still be difficult. It would still be difficult to lose somebody, but it makes it a bit more like, if you know you're going to see them eventually, it just means, right, okay, well, maybe you've got to go through the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, however long it is, you know, without that person in this life. As long as you know you're going to see them in the next life, it should be easier. And that would make loss so much easier. But I think the not knowing is all part of one of the things that we have to realize is when it's time to let go of something. You know, you and also that letting go of something doesn't mean that you're casting it off.
Right.
It just means that you're letting go. And that thing can go around, float around and come back to you. You're not you're not casting it off. You don't have to it doesn't mean that you have to forget it. It just means that you have to let go of the part of it that hurts, you know? The part that cuts into your stomach and your heart and makes you feel the way it does, because loss is the worst thing, man. When you lose somebody that you love. So if we all know, and I mean, the thing is that is the case. I do believe that wholeheartedly, like that when we pass on from this life, it's not the end. We go somewhere, and when we go there, we're going to be reunited with people that we thought in this life, I'm never going to see you again. Maybe I'll see you in heaven. Well, everybody needs to get rid of this stupid idea of heaven and hell. This heaven and hell idea that, you know, people that have been good go to heaven and people that are bad go to hell. That's not what the afterlife is, man. And that's all part of it's all to help you how you behave in this life, because, you know, the whole idea is to be good in this life, isn't it? It's the whole idea is to be. But then again, maybe it's not. Maybe when they set the game rolling, they said, right, every single person is going to do every single thing that's ever possible for any person to ever do. And they'll come back as many times as it takes for them to do every single thing that is possible to do, to be every type of person that it's possible to be horrible, to be, you know.
Because you can't know one without the other. So like, we wouldn't.
What is life without contrast?
Yeah, like we couldn't be good people if we didn't know what bad people were to make us realize what good people are, that kind of thing. So like, I think that's part of why we have to come back, is if you are consistently shitty in this lifetime, guarantee you're going to come back again, because you obviously didn't learn anything. And what is this experience if not to learn? If nothing else, surely it's got to be to learn something. I mean, I can't even.
Well, that's all you do, right? From when you're born, you start learning as soon as you're born. You're being programmed constantly, picking it up, copying, mimicking, you know, and then finding yourself realizing that, oh, actually, I'm completely different to everybody else here, and I don't think the same as any of them, you know.
But then you find yourself, it's awesome. So that's what I'm so grateful.
I mean, Ergo, how you doing, man?
It got eerily quiet. Oh,
Mate.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, loss is definitely the hardest ones.
Me and him were together for like 12 years. We haven't been together in 7 years, but my son, he's only 15. So, of course, I still see him. I still interact with him. And when I go visit my son, and we still cut up with him, we actually get along much better that we're not together. And so, like, and I learned a lot from that guy. I mean, I learned, especially when it comes to electrical knowledge, like, I learned a lot from that guy and about life in general, too. So, like, that's a very scary thought and what my son will go through. But at the same time, I always tell myself it's something that's inevitable. There's no way around it. There's just no freaking way around it. We're all going to at some point.
There's a little bit.
Well, yeah.
There's a tiny little bit of me that's jealous. Seriously, there's a tiny bit of me that's jealous. It's like, wow, you're going to get to see what's next. You're going to get to, like,
yeah.
You're going to get to meet.
They got to go first. Shit.
Seriously? If you can get over the biblical paradigms, all of the religious biblical paradigms about punishment for doing a bad job, like, I mean, if you've been an absolute arsehole your whole life and you know you have, then okay, maybe you might have a reason to be a little bit worried about when you die. But I've never done anything that, like, I'll stand there. If it turns out that when we die, we've got to stand there in front of God and look him in the eyes.
Sarah's here.
Look him in the eyes and say, you know, account for yourself, basically. Account for myself and say, look, I did my best, man. What can you expect? I did my best. All right, you saw what happened. You saw what went on. You know my heart all the way through. All the way through. I never wanted to hurt anybody. All I wanted to do was be friends, be supportive, I want it to be a family. I was always gutted that I never had a brother and I only had this sister that turned really weird as soon as she started puberty. So I want, like, extended family. I left home, when I was young, and I got estranged from my family when I was young. So friends became family very quickly. Felt like family. I went into groups. I had a group of friends that felt like family, and now it feels like family. I think that's the way. All right, not all family gets on, and there's arguments and stuff, but really, family doesn't want to hurt each other, do they? Like, well, some do.
Yeah, I guess they should, and it's the general idea that it's your family. That's the last one you'd expect, but usually it's the ones that will do that quicker than anything because they feel like you're almost biologically obligated to have to forgive them. And that is the thing that I struggle with when it comes to, like, my little sister, because there's part of me that wants to just be like, no, like, I'm completely cutting you off. This is totally unacceptable. And, like, but then the bigger sister of me that also is, like, wanting to make sure that she knows that I love her so she doesn't think that I've abandoned her. So, like, I have to love her from a distance, but, like, I just still put up that little bit of a wall because I feel like I don't want to enable her.
The thing is, though, like, I've forgotten what I was going to say as soon as I've interrupted you. I apologize.
Man. It happens.
It popped into my head because what you were just saying, it just popped into my head. And then I read a comment about from Brian about the fear of God is bad. Absolutely, it is bad. I totally agree. But I don't fear our Creator at all.
If people heard me the way I conversate with source, they would, especially Christians, they'd be like, that is one blasphemous woman in there. I can't even believe she is talking to what she calls the Lord like that. Like, oh my, I'd be like, look, man, just quit. Like, he knows me and he knows how I am in here. So he knows where my ghetto ass lives in the South.
That's it.
And that's how I am. And he's me either way because, but,
I see it more like a best friend, like more like a sort of best friend, father, parental kind of figure, but like a best friend, she's gorgeous, man.
Literally just talk to him at any
He came over here and got up on my lap, and he's like just chilled out, his head all the way down on my knee. Just
hang on, that's not Ladybug. That's the what's his name?
Winston. That's Winston.
Winston, man.
Winston. Yeah, he likes me. He just met me this morning.
Gorgeous, man. Gorgeous dog. So, where's Sarah?
I thought I just heard her pull up, but then she didn't come in, so maybe that was somebody else.
Oh.
She ought to be here.
My battery's on 30%.
I'm going to little dive into the chat room. I've been watching it buzzing past, but I haven't actually been kind of reading it.
I click in and out of it.
What's that a picture of, dude?
This is the picture of the hangar, a construction photo.
All right.
And they had two log mills on site, and they probably got all the timber right from that area. And I imagine what they did, because they were making such large spans, is they probably put the wood up while it was still relatively green, because they needed to bend it. And so then once they bent it, then they probably, after that, it cured in the shape, and it made it stronger. But I don't know. You make me full screen, Richie.
Hang on. Good. One sec.
I'm plugging in my heat.
Yeah. Go on. Sorry, Sarah's just sent me emails with the footage.
Yeah, I don't know how clear this is, but basically shows the entire area. And there was still one log mill that hadn't been dismantled, and it was next to they had a fire in '92, which burned one of them to the ground. But then they utilized the foundation to rebuild some kind of another facility. We couldn't figure out what it was. It had big piles of dirt. And then it said something about energy, some kind of an energy thing. So I'll wait until Sarah gets here.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I want to see that.
Ergo, I actually I died, and I had very similar experience where actually I could see myself after I died, and I actually had to pull myself back to the living. It wasn't like somebody there waiting for me. It was like I was on the other side when my body here was without me. And it was as if I had to reach back and pull part of myself back to my spirit, and then I returned back into my body.
That's near death experience.
No, yeah, but it wasn't near death. I really did. I have to. Sometime we'll get like on on another chat or something, and I'll tell you the whole thing. It takes like an hour and a half to tell you the whole detail. But I journaled right after, so I have my detail pretty hard. And I had witnesses that were there.
Oh wow, that it would be really cool to hear.
And the
Especially
thing
because
is that then when I came back, my body moved. Like my body stopped being at point A. And my friend that saw me there at point A looked back and I was gone. And then I was at point B, which was a long way from point A. A long fucking way. And then
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you think it was like abduction type of thing, or just did it just disappear?
So
and went
here's
to a
what I
different realm?
think. Here's what I think. When I came back to the physical, I came actually through light, and I physically, this is going to sound funny, but I came through light that was coming from a light fixture. And then my body rematerialized where that light was. And where that light was it was sticking off of a wall, and it was like 20 feet from the ground and 30 feet from like a ledge that was above it. It was on a wall in an arena. The wall that went from the floor up to the upper mezzanine had like a little light fixture sticking out like a half shell. And it was just big enough for me to sit on in lotus position. And I was in lotus position, but I couldn't really sit in lotus position any other time. But my legs went it was like contortion. It was like how you read about in books that talk about ergot poisoning. My legs just went like that, like boink, boink. Wow. And then everybody at that area where I came through back went into an altered state, including 5 cops.
Like
and I had a friend that was at point B, and he watched the whole thing as well as went into an altered state and ended up, he was standing, and then he was laying down on the floor with his girlfriend.
Wow.
That just, to me, that sounds like ketamine.
Yeah, didn't have anything to do with that though. But that's see, everybody else.
That's what ketamine was like for me. When I did ketamine, I was there, but no, and then I was there, but at the same time I was here as well. But it's and then suddenly I was like, no, I'm not. But hang on, when did I get here? What the fuck? It was crazy, man. But it was mixed with MDMA, cocaine, ecstasy.
Sorry, he just leapt out of my.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's right here.
Oh.
Hey, good buddy.
Hey, good boy.
He was on my lap.
Oh, good. Did he jump up there?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then he just was laid down. He had his head on my knee.
Yeah, you love it, don't you? You loved it.
Hi, sweetie. The other dogs are here now.
Sorry. Hi, guys. I'll be back.
Hey, JB.
Alex is old enough to be your mother, says Alex. Whose mother?
To who?
Oh, no, I'm not sure that you are old enough to be Bernie's mother. Oh, actually.
Maybe.
Yeah,
How old is Bernie?
Wow.
Oh, Winston jumped right back up on my lap. He's like, I'm back. He likes being on the show.
A bad thing.
Say hi. Look, Winston.
Are you awake yet, Bernie? Are you going to join us? You're going to join us before we wrap up? I'm not sure when we're going to wrap up, but are you going to join us before we wrap up?
Here, does this look like I have a dog head right now?
Yes.
We have a dog head on the show.
Sort of. You should bring him closer so that his head looks bigger.
Right.
Hold his head closer and your head further back.
How you doing?
We're
And then
doing
he'll
a
look
dog
like,
head.
oh, who is it? The Egyptian god with the dog head.
Anubis.
Anubis, yeah.
Anubis. And yeah, did you see that real quick? I totally moved y'all to a totally different
Anubis or Horus?
and changed and everything.
Walking like an Egyptian.
I just was listening to that last week. I had an 80s trip last week. I was really on one about that.
That was one of my songs. That was. I still love doing that. Used to freaking love that. And I'll tell you what, as well, right?
A new biscuit.
Did anybody else see it was a Marvel Comics, like it was Netflix or HBO, called The Dark Knight.
Hey, that's a great idea for dog treats. A new biscuits.
Yeah, I think it might have been done. It wouldn't surprise me if it's already been done.
Well, somebody get on that. All organic, non-GMO, a new biscuit.
A new biscuits, man.
That's pretty good idea.
All new.
They could be right. They could be magic cookies. Right? They could be magic cookies.
Magic 2 minutes till 4:20.
They could be magic. They could be magic chocolate chip cookies, right? That are shaped like dog bones.
Right.
But
everybody gets
new biscuits. Right. Or yeah. But they could be, for humans.
All of us. Like all of us can eat them. We can share them with like we do everything else with our dogs.
You haven't napped yet. You were reading war reports. What are you hearing in Canada? What are the war reports in Canada there, Bernie? I know what BBC and CNN and that are telling everybody. What's CBS telling everybody? Is it the same as CNN and NBC and BBC and Sky News? Pretty sure it is. Is anybody else excited about it?
Excited about the
your average your normies are all terrified. Oh my God, it's going to be nuclear war and they're going to blow up. Vladimir Putin's going to blow up London and they're going to cut the undersea cables and all this crap. Everybody's like the General Joe blog's public. But me, I'm excited by it. When it shifted, right? It's not actually, the game isn't going to change until Wednesday. On Wednesday, that's when they are incorporated. That's when they've been incorporated into Russia, is on Wednesday. That's when they actually become Russian territory as far as
Happy
Putin's
420.
concerned. So
this is important.
420.
Breaking news. Happy 420. Happy 420. Happy 420.
Happy 420, guys.
What matters?
If it goes nuclear, Alex, I agree. If it goes nuclear, it's going to be these supposed tactical nuclear weapons that basically he's going to use to wipe out the rest of the Ukrainian army.
Forget the words.
I think there might be a staged event to make everybody believe that a nuclear bomb's gone off, but it won't be a nuclear bomb.
Like I don't necessarily.
All they got to do is let off a big hydrogen bomb. Looks exactly the same as a fucking nuclear bomb. The explosion's the same. The mushroom cloud, exactly the same. What are you saying?
Forget him. You gotta just make your own stand on your own soil and do what you love. And because they aren't thinking about you, and that's where I've just been standing. I'm like, we're going to Ecuador, and there's like so much to occupy.
What really annoys me, what really annoys me is when they say on the news, when they're describing it on the news, they describe everything as if it's everybody. Like the West is doing this with Russia, and it's not the West versus Russia. It's Vladimir Putin versus Joe Biden. You know, but basically is these individuals. There are these select individuals that have classed themselves trustees of our estates, basically, and they're calling themselves the capable men that own us. It's them. They're the ones that have got the problem with each other. It's not Russian people wanting to do what's going on. It's not Ukrainian people wanting what Vladimir Zatwatsky wants. It's not English, but the people. No people want war. It's only politicians that ever want war, or well, corporations. The military-industrial complex, basically. The military-industrial complex is this beast machine that constantly needs to be fed. And they're all profiting off of it. They're all, because they've all got shares in what's it called? Raytheon and Boeing and all of the major arms dealers. I want to see whose names. They should put that out in the public view. Who exactly, the politicians, exactly who's got money in what, who's invested in what, and anybody that's invested should be struck off.
Which is why it's good to have
He just came right back as soon as he jumped right.
He jumped right on your ass.
Jumped right back on my lap as soon as you went back out again. He came right over and jumped right out.
Brian, the Robber Barons Club. So yesterday, Rise, the channel's called Rise. He's a very Christian channel. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but he went to visit the Hellfire Club. The old Hellfire Club in Wickham. It's in Wickham. I didn't know it was in Wickham. My family founded the Freemason Lodge in High Wycombe. I don't know how close High Wycombe is to Wickham, but anyway, yeah, he went down into the Hellfire Club, man.
Just for a minute, I was a little chilly. It was jamming.
So that was the 1700s when they were fucking around playing games. Wealthy men fucking around playing games.
Well, Benjamin Franklin. It's named after Franklin.
Yeah. It's there's the Benjamin Franklin room in there.
I think it's Franklin's Tunnel or something like that, right?
Franklin. And there's the child's prison and they go over the River Styx, don't they? There's the River Styx.
Yeah.
They pass over to go into the inner sanctum.
That's way too bright. Yes. I hate it when the light goes out.
Who believes that sort of, I mean, none of us believe that sort of shit has ever stopped.
I don't think so.
So
not in their
I live in
history.
All they've done is change locations.
Or switch names and switch it up. They're constantly just switching it up to try to hide it. I mean, that's how they keep covering it up. They never stop. Just all they do is change the wording a little bit. And like when I was going through, I'm still going through the different acts that Trump alone initiated and when he was in office that had to do with the National Park Service and what it allowed to happen once he did that act is just, it's crazy. And it's proved to me that, yeah, they're still doing that same old shit.
I just when I look at everything that they're doing, man, it makes me so bloody sick because it's like if it's clear to me, it's got to be clear to countless other people, and
Yes.
they're still.
But it's
But like
astonishing me how many people don't know.
the Clinton Foundation have popped up again. They're doing something. Fucking Hillary and Chelsea Clinton have got a daytime show, haven't they, on cable or something now. These people are still. How are they still in the public eye? How it's just infuriating.
Exactly.
It's absolutely infuriating.
It blows my mind.
Right,
I'm
so
like, because if you
I've
speak
been
out
waiting.
about them, then it's just they end up dead.
I've been waiting for Sarah. I think she's back. But I've got the videos. I've downloaded the videos that she sent me on email. I'll just find where they've downloaded to. There we go.
There we go.
We'll start with a short. Yeah, I think this is the first one.
I go get the phone because that's how I run my remote to the TV and also respond to my daughter who is.
See, if they were real worried about us filming, and I'm not filming the fuel cells right now. I'm not trying to fuel. I'm not trying to film that.
But they could very easily, if they knew more people doing this, they could make this really private.
Yeah, they should. It should say no trespassing and don't go past here. But clearly, they don't mind you looking at this old. Like, there's a reason they don't mind it. They want you to like explore.
There's a bunch of wood straight ahead.
Yeah, let's go get some. That's actually a good idea. We
Crazy,
should
man.
to have our fire to say goodnight or say goodbye.
We're not going to steal it.
No. But I was just thinking we should go try to find firewood. This is really interesting. Okay, and then this is what I also find interesting. These seem to be at the end of these things. Do you see those?
Yeah.
Was that to hold it down, or was that to hold the cables?
No, it's the ones that are going at an angle. So that's the foundation.
Look for those when we won't go over back when we go back over.
I saw them on the other ones. Well, they're boxed in on this side, but I think I remember seeing that wall come up.
Richie, I think the last video I sent you might be the best one to play first. So everybody knows what we're looking at here. It starts off where it looks like I'm pointing at the ground, by the way, Richie. It looks like I'm pointing at like a cement thing on the ground. I think it ends in, crap, I don't remember the number.
9
7,
minutes,
I think it ends in 7, like 5, 7.
9 minutes long.
Yeah, yep. And then, okay, so everybody understands what we're looking at here. Oh, hi. Where did we go? What just happened? Oh, here we go. So this is in Tillamook, Oregon. The two buildings we're going to show you today are the largest wooden structures and they were designed to hold blimps in Oregon. They were built in 1946. They said that one of these buildings was built in 27 consecutive days. Not sure. It almost.
I wonder what's under there.
That was used for some kind of.
There's tunnels under there.
Or was it used to anchor, like you said, to anchor? Ooh. Sorry, lady, come here.
Lady, stay.
The wasps are prevalent today, and that spooked me more than it should have. Oh, maybe trying to.
We're at the Air Museum. Come on.
Right?
You don't think that they're on there?
There's some really interesting equipment back here, like they were doing logging potentially. But what's cool is that we didn't see any no trespassing signs, so we felt comfortable.
I think that this isn't really for logging. I think it was for the construction of these two massive airship hangars.
Like, what kind of equipment is this, you know?
It's a timber processing. So they would have brought logs in, and then they just would have processed them on
Yeah, this is definitely timber processing because you can see all the logs over here.
Yeah, and they would have just processed it on site and brought it right into the
Little forklift there.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to find out what the narrative is on how long it took them to build these two airships or air hangars.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look more into this.
I mean, we should be able to go up to the front and ask a couple questions without going in.
Oh, we don't need to, man. The information will be, well, you could go in and see if they have flyers that you can just grab, free flyers. Because I'm going to say all that info's got to be available. Okay, so if you can kind of see what we're looking at here, this is actually the size of the building. I'm going to take you with me now.
Oh, okay. Oh, and there's a ladder.
I'm going to make this as sturdy as possible.
Actually, we played it across. So, bam. Problem solved. We got it.
I gotta step out. Quick. Get my butt out of here. Smoke my butt. Oh, do you need to go with me?
The Kingston. Is he so attached to you?
Wait.
Why not? Yeah, just keep taking him out. He'll love that so much.
So if there were staircases inside, like those great big things, whatever they are,
Yeah, they would have processed the wood right here.
That's definitely a timber processing. I was able to figure out by looking at it. It's a plastic structure.
Yeah, but
See the big
buildings
building in the back, and we're going to go up to that big building. That's the one that you can go into. But I did a little research, and it wasn't necessarily worth it for us to go inside, so we just decided to do as much investigation around as possible. Yeah, that's hard to tell if that was used as an anchor base or a. But you'll see here, we come up on an actual anchor.
We got some drainage right here too, right? But showing you the possible connection anyway. But then also, look, here's more drainage, and right next to it is this giant rock.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of tunnels underneath there.
Thinks that this was used to anchor down the blimp. Though, how heavy you think that would have? Yeah, I guess because
they would have had
shouldn't have been that much weight.
This is just one.
So
they would have had more than one.
This right here, the fact that there's like two drainage systems right here is also very compelling.
Was there a staircase, a ladder?
Oh, the crows have heard us. Oh, is that
No, but the way it was designed is that's not a normal drainage setup.
Oh, it's
there.
a plane. No, it's a plane. It's moving kind of slow.
We thought we were being followed by a drone for a second.
Babe, do you want to go potty? Okay, I haven't really.
Sorry for the shaky footage because this isn't edited, so just deal with that, please.
Yeah, she had to go pee. There's another drain here, so. Oh, what's back in the woods over here? Oh.
It was nothing, by the way. There's just like a random wood pile. It just looked like it was an old wooden structure of some kind.
Let's walk down the building.
I thought it looked like a part of a wishbone suspension, you know, from a lorry.
It did. From a distance, that's what I was like, what is that? I got to go over there and check that out.
The yellow fire hydrant.
So, and the other interesting thing about this place is that it was, when they had the blimps there, it was a naval base. Please. Okay, anyway.
It's never been an air base, but it was a naval base, but it had blimps there.
Yep, naval base with blimps. So those were used to open the doors. And you'll see that in my other video. We get up real close, and that's what I figured out what these things at the end of them were. They're like triangles. They were used to pull the cables, and there's 3 sets of doors to open the doors. But I just found this building, the way it was built, was really interesting. So again, this was built 1946, and you're going to see they did use rebarb because it's deteriorating. You can kind of see this one part. I get closer up to it, but it's got some interesting patchwork going on, and some of that could be like, clearly there was a doorway right there, but just interesting.
So not really sure what the building material has to do with anything, but the fact that this was used to house blimps, I think it's
So there's a theory that it's either that some of these things from antiquity, or supposedly from antiquity, have been manufactured in the last, since basically we started making rebar, or that rebar is an old idea.
Yeah.
Like rebar is something that they used to use.
Interesting.
And we're just.
What do you? Yeah, or it's like manure. I was thinking.
Well, he had a theory that Kevin, that all this dirt that's in the back, that they're actually building deeper tunnels right now, and that's all the dirt from them that they're pulling out.
Yeah.
It didn't smell like manure.
Looks like wet dirt and dry dirt.
Yeah.
Was there any livestock anywhere nearby?
There's
No.
There's rope or wiring.
It's a timber area. There's actually, what was it called? The Johnson Near Space Center or something like that. And it was weird. There's some weird shit.
Those are weird.
Oh shit, I didn't bring the Peru. Oh no, I did. I think I did. I'm not sure, but we'll find. I'll go get it. But there's the Italian roast.
Those
and the
towers
grinder.
are weird.
This was a pretty good little. We'll drive up to the museum and then take a little more footage.
Cut the
So
camera off.
so then the first video you showed was the one right after this. And then there's one where you should be able to see kind of like a tall building in front and maybe a plane. Those two you could play. You can play them all, but I'm sorry because I sent them to you as I could. Yeah, here we go. Here's the standing building that they have a museum in.
So you can see some of the features we were seeing in the other one.
It definitely looks military.
Yeah.
What now? So these are the doors. And we figured out.
That signage, that sign.
There was a track system.
What's
that?
that
The
from?
doors open.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. It's interesting. I think there's something to that too.
Yeah, I
That
think
has
there's
to do
It's
with
a three-part
right
door.
there.
Do you see that?
That symbol is used
It goes
for
1,
farms
2,
in the area.
3.
It's a heritage thing. But I
Right.
think there's something deeper to it. It has to do with quilt pattern. Anyway, this is can you see the rails on the ground? Those were
Yeah.
used to
Security
roll
camera
the
right
doors
there.
open.
Yeah.
And there's like a
Bet you-
walkway up
I
above.
wonder
Those
if
are the
if those things
same.
you can even be up inside, or was it just a box to be a cable?
They're the same as the ones, the other, like where you were before, but they just didn't have the hanger in the middle. The hanger was no longer there.
Yeah.
But that's what those are. They're the same. They're like great big, like a twin sort of. They're like towers, but there's obviously no access inside them. They're just concrete blocks that go.
Yeah.
Like they're just these slabs that are piled one on top of the other to what 60 foot high? 100
Yeah.
foot? How high were they, do you think?
Let me see. The doors were. I have a little brochure here. It should tell me. I think the doors were made. So the whole building is 192 feet or over 15 stories. But
192
yeah,
feet,
the
right.
doors are 120 feet high, and they're 30 tons or 180 tons total. So the doors are 120 feet tall.
That's
Crazy,
bigger than
man.
the Godstone. That's way bigger than that. So they're way heavier.
box. So it housed probably huge chains.
Impressive when they open.
Yeah. They don't open them anymore though, if you noticed.
Oh, they probably can't open them at the moment. It's probably all seized up if they haven't used them in a long time.
So this plane, I'll walk around it, but this plane is also really interesting. It's called an air crane. Somebody has some information in the chat. Please share it with us, Brian. It looks like you're pretty knowledgeable on some military stuff. But I was wondering, this plane is so awkward in the size of it. I was wondering what it was used for. Was it used for to take glider planes up into the air?
You know,
And
it looks like a
why is it called an air crane?
it looks like a
Crane is the word I don't understand. So they say cargo,
C-130.
quote unquote.
It looks like a big fucking not C-130. They're like the what are they called aircraft? What are they called? The plane, the great big fucking planes that they carry tanks in, like the Hercules.
But it's so cool. It's still
The Hercules is and the whole back opens up and sort of opens down. It looks like one of those, but with like a standard back on it.
I mean, that could be a short.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
It would probably get a shit ton of
Yeah, it would.
But like,
yeah, it would.
Galaxy. There's the Galaxy and the Hercules. They're not really cargo planes, Angel. They're more military. Yeah, they are they are cargo, but they're military cargo planes.
Yeah, yeah. Look at those engines.
When did they supposedly stop using steam engine trains too? Because you'll see when another one I thought I actually got a better video of it, and unfortunately I wasn't filming. But I caught a glimpse of they had an old steam powered engine, and it had tracks that went right into the front of this building.
Exactly.
I think it was the early to mid 1900s.
Airplane is called a
They were still using steam in the late 1800s, I think.
crane plane.
Yeah, it's a crane.
They're calling it.
Okay, so supposedly again, this was built 1946, 42 or something between that into the 50s. This whole, I think it was said like this place was, the base was only open 42 to 48.
Right now. I mean, go for it. Just jump in, you know.
Kevin was talking about the door was open and just going in there, but you had to pay to get in there.
Erickson is the owner of this air museum, and they are a big lumber company that has logged this area for many years. And it actually says Central Point, Oregon, which is along the coastal range south of here. So very interesting.
This is going to show you the construction. There's pictures of we have a brochure. We'll scan in more images so you can see. But there's an image that's going to show you a glimpse inside of there.
Wow, look at that. How long did it take them to build?
Yeah, that's the. Okay, you ready? Well, actually, we're gonna read that here in a second. So I'll just let it play out. But if it's not in this video, I'll read it. I have the brochure right in front of me. It looks like they're not going to tell us how long it took to build one of them. But the first one was completed in August of 1943. The second built was Hangar A, and it was completed in only 27 working days.
That doesn't seem so.
I can believe it if it's like.
Yeah.
If we said that too, if they had all hands on deck, right? If it was like an emergency build.
Just take one more. Yeah, it just says walk through mini guppy cargo aircraft.
Maybe the company that they got to build them after it took them so long to build the first one, they were about ready to cancel the project.
Yeah,
and
that's
like,
over here too.
Yeah.
But look at all the blimps. How many is that? That's
1,
8.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep.
I can count.
You got the facts, see? Total area is over 7 acres.
That was the reveal.
Yeah.
Each of the 6 stores are 120 feet and 30 tons, or 180 tons total. 2 catwalks hover above the hangar deck at 137 feet.
You could almost base jump in there.
I can read the 2 cards.
Look at that. It began the construction of 17 wooden hangars around the U.S. coastlines to house the K-class blimps being
Right.
used for
You could
anti-submarine
set up
coast
a
patrol
massive fan at
and
one
convey
end,
escort. 2
and
of
then
these
you
hangars were
could
built at the Naval Air Station Tillamook
wingsuit
construction. Of
off
the 2
the-
hangars was rushed to completion. Hangar B was the first one built and was complete in August of 43. The second built, Hangar A, was completed in only 27 working days.
Cool.
Cool.
Doesn't even make sense. Okay, and then they say, unfortunately, Hangar A was destroyed by a fire in 1992.
And is that Hangar A? Is that where the other towers are that don't have?
Yep.
Yep.
And Hangar A was the one that was completed in 27 working days. So I kind of found that funny, that correlation. Like, oh, was it built really shittily then? So here, let me.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
maybe that.
Let me
maybe
read
that's
the
what
rest.
it is.
Let me read
Maybe
the
it
rest
was-
of the information on the blimps here that I didn't read there. It says, stationed at NAS Tillamook was Squadron ZP-33 with a complement of 8 K-class airships. The K ships were 252 feet long, 80 feet high, and filled with 425,000 cubic feet of helium, with a range of 2,000 miles and the ability to stay aloft for 3 days. They were well suited for coast patrol and convoy escort. The Naval Air Station Tillamook was decommissioned in 1948, so built 1943, decommissioned 1948, and since 1994, Hangar B has been home to the Tillamook Air Museum. What the?
Yeah.
ZP-33, that's so convenient.
I don't know, man.
To stay aloft for 3 days. Look at this shit.
Right. The thing is, so the Orville brothers, the first time they discovered flight was in a hot air balloon, wasn't it? So
No, it's North
they
Carolina.
discovered flight. I think they discovered flight in a hot air balloon before anything else. It was the first time they flew.
Yeah.
Was in
You're
a hot
right.
air balloon.
You're right.
So it makes sense that
Debate.
blimps would have been developed before planes. And one of the things that they put into Assassin's Creed when you're playing in London during the 1800s, during the Industrial Revolution, or like the end of the Industrial Revolution, and it's like there's blimps. There's all these blimps in the air, all over London. Blimps flying, dropping bombs, they weaponized blimps in the wars in the 1800s. I never learned that in school. But you can believe that's what they were doing. Like they didn't get planes so the biplane was ready for the First World War.
Yeah. What Bernie just
Then
said
it's-
is like, this is exactly what I think is where people can wake up. How many buildings do you know right now that are empty? And think about that Joel Osteen, like Mr. Priest extraordinaire who wouldn't let anybody come into his facility. Wasn't that during Katrina? And he has this giant church and it was just sitting empty. Yeah.
Yeah. What
So
about
these assholes are the ones that are telling us to go to work and to be
What
a
about
part of
Martha's
society
Vineyard?
and make sure you make that money.
What do you call
Martha's Vineyard with their 10 and 12 bedroom mansions that are sat there empty for, 50 weeks of the year. It's all the properties, like all the abandoned hospitals and abandoned schools and abandoned hotels, bankrupted hotel chains that every single one of their hotels in every single country is now derelict. In Portugal, it was the same thing, right? They've got, if you don't like the building regs out here in Spain and Portugal are weird. It's all about timing. You get the building, you get permission to build, but it's in this certain time frame. And if you don't do it in that certain time frame, you have to reapply. But to get that permission, you have to grease the wheel, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Make it a little bit oi under the table. So they, nobody wants to do it the second time because they've just been extorted the first time. They haven't got the money to do it the second time, so the building stops and sits there derelict for 20 years.
Here,
if they invested, Biden has basically just promised Ukraine another 12 billion, I think. 12 or 14 billion he's promised them. Do you know what that's to pay? Do you know what it's to pay for? Government salaries. Government salaries. $12 billion to pay government salaries. How much do they pay their government? How much are they paying themselves? You can imagine that. They're like, yeah, I'm on 5 million a year now. Like, look at how rich Nancy Pelosi's increased her net worth by 120 million. So it's either 100 or 120. It's 100 or more for certain. She's increased her wealth in her time in office. How's that legal?
Well, then she needs to find people.
But how's it legal? I mean, you can.
She's got exactly. That's why I say burn the damn thing down.
Yeah, look, it's the same with British politicians as well. All British politicians.
When they go and redo the bill stuff like every year, like especially when it comes.
Politicians earn like 120 grand a year or something in the UK.
I mean, yeah. Keep getting more, and then they wonder why we're angry.
But they're all millionaires. They're all millionaires. All politicians now are millionaires. All of them. You look at the net worth of all the politicians now. They're all fucking millionaires. So a couple of them are billionaires.
Yeah, billionaires.
Oh yeah. They're millionaires and billionaires. The ones that were millionaires when they started they're now billionaires. The ones that started off just on 100. The ones that 10 years ago, 20 years ago, they were just driving a nice, they had a nice Ferrari and maybe they went on holiday twice a year. They were earning 120 grand a year, so they could just bet, they had a nice house or whatever, mortgage. But now they are millionaires now. They're fucking millionaires.
$1,000 deposit. You get it back in 3 to 5 years.
Yep.
We're letting it happen.
Hotels in the future are going to be like, you have to leave $1,000 deposit for 3 to 5 years to check in.
Well, tell them what
I stayed at a place last night. Okay, they didn't have pillows. They had like some pillow stuffing inside of some pillowcases, which had been sewn shut. And then there was no TV, and there was, extra tenants, and then then they were like, they wanted a $50 and there was no lamp and no chair. Okay, so then they wanted a $50 deposit. I'm like, for what? You know, there's only like that towel and 2 pillowcases full of some stuffing. You know, you can't have $50. And they're like, well, can you leave at 7 a.m.? I could pretend like you left a deposit. And I'm like, yeah, right. And she's like,
yeah,
okay,
all right then. And I'll pretend
you can
like
stay
I'm
here.
7 a.m.
It's okay. You can stay here. I think that was like a test. If I would have paid it, she probably would have been like, I got your money for 3 to 5 days. You can't come.
What? Hang on. You have to leave a deposit with them.
Right.
For 3 to 5 days.
Well, almost everywhere now that's how they do it. They tax your account for it, and then they'll return it to your account, but it can be up to 5 days before you get it back. Just overnight. So say you're traveling down the road and you stay 3 nights in 3 different hotels. You got to take an extra $300, you know, leeway just to leave there for 3 to 5 days
on deposit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how many of these places try and pull a fast one? Reasons to cut into that 300. Oh, you left a cigarette burn on the sofa.
Right, but even if they don't, you multiply that time 1 million users. You know, that's 300 to $500,000 that they get to have in their accounts continuously. Extra.
Yeah, earning interest.
Yeah, that's how that works out.
Yeah.
Value versus cost. Yeah. I just wanted to sleep. I can sleep anywhere. It wasn't a crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they make everything a crime these days.
Yeah. Except
like literally.
Except like you can now defecate and urine in the streets, and that's legal.
Yeah. That's cool, but you can't break your back porch lot.
Yeah, but you can't sleep on the bench.
That's individual property.
You can shit next to the bench, but you can't sleep there, sir.
Sleep on it. Don't you dare.
You can
Don't you dare sleep
do
on
your
that
business
Kevin.
and go.
That's it. You can squat next to the bench.
That's
using
right.
it
And take a dump.
as a
Right.
to balance yourself as you take a big fucking turd right on the pavement.
Cop comes up. You're sitting on the bench. The cop is like, "Hey, are you taking a shit?" And you're like, "No." He's like, "Okay, move on. Move along."
Man.
I know, right? I don't blame you for not coming back.
Not for hanging out.
Jeez. Well,
I guess
I didn't even realize that.
there's no way to get it through to,
Right in between your legs, huh?
people. Like we are
Sometimes
kind of in an echo room as far as conversations regarding the Gumbies, the sheep, the Gumbies.
Yeah.
The
The sheeples.
Sheeples.
We're not going to be able to. Like, if they haven't fucking seen it by now,
They ain't gonna. I'm over it. I'm just like, look, I can't even help you because you bloody are like, if you can't see it at this level with this shit, that when the shit is just piling up on your dumb ass, like I'm sorry, but I can't.
what's just happened with Russia, right? With Zelensky, with that whole signing ceremony of Zelensky, fucking like, oh, it's so tough. The tiny little man is just so tough.
Beat that ass.
And then the guy that stood next to him that signed, the second guy that signs, you can tell they've told him to quick put this fucking uniform on, quick. Like he's up until this, he's never worn a uniform before.
No, he wouldn't even know how to tie his own damn tie. Wouldn't even be able to tie his own damn tie.
People can't see this, man.
We're in close
That's how I
quarters.
feel. That's how I feel like as long as I've been doing the stuff I do to try to educate people on some of that shit, and the way I break it down for you, like if you can't understand that, there's one of two things. You're just not gonna see it because you're just not gonna see it, and that's okay. We can disagree. Or you're blatantly ignoring it for whatever reason, and at that point, like there's no point in me trying to continue what I'm doing. You ain't gonna see it. You just ain't.
So, Leafy, right? I was listening to Tim Pool and Luke Radowski talking about they've both been in during civil wars and civil conflict and stuff like that. And they both said the weirdest thing, like it's surreal when you're in a war, you can be right where, or in a riot or whatever, you can be right there and it's all going on. And then you walk 2 blocks in a different direction and there's people in the shopping mall just carrying along business as usual. And I think that's very important. Like we're all wondering when this is going to turn into a war, you know, and what's it going to be like? We've all got these pictures from Hollywood of the First and Second World War and the Korean War and the Vietnam War. It's not going to be anything like any of those wars, man. And like Civil War, there'll be quite a lot of people that will actually, once it's been and gone and it's done and dusted, there will be people that denied that a civil war ever took place.
Yeah.
Because they might not have actually seen any of the conflict, you know?
Yeah, because it's going to be hard for them to believe it without seeing it. That's another thing we've just been.
But what if it's also been like fantasized in a way where like we've been told fantasy stories, not all, you know, but to like kind of fluff it and also make it sound in some cases more horrific than it was. When really that is potentially us only escalating that kind of energy in either manner.
Hollywood it.
Look, if you bring
this Hollywood it,
but
as soon as they Hollywood it, basically, it adds this heroic, you know. Oh, it's, you know, some people, there are young men out there that long to go to war because they've got this fucking idea of what war is like.
It's kind of like my ex and my.
But like, check it out. If you think back to your childhood, we were all being indoctrinated as children.
Oh,
so
what
remember,
did we
like
play,
the fights
dude?
on. Listen, let me finish. Listen, remember the fights on the schoolyard, right?
Yeah.
There was the crowds around, and it was a big show. And as soon as it wasn't, everybody was gone. And if there wasn't anybody there, if they went out to do it and there wasn't a big enough show, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what we need to learn from our past. You know, that's why I unplugged from television like more than 30 years ago. I've been unplugging from the rest of it. I have a friend who I dearly love and respect him. And he taught me a long time ago when I was worked up still about politics that you need to forget them. You need to forget their names. You need to forget their games. You need to play in the right way and lead by an example to the right way. And that's not being a part of what, if you're being a part, you're being a part. You just got to accept it and you got to put your rank on your arm and say, this is where I'm at in this war, or I'm not, you know? And the more of us that are not, the less of people are watching around. And pretty soon those soldiers will not go to die for it. They'll say, y'all, there's nobody watching. What am I doing here?
Yep.
That's
because it's glamorized. That's also, that's what I love.
Right,
I love that. That was awesome,
Hashtag
though.
rewrite reality.
Yes.
Hashtag rewrite reality.
And recognize real lies. Boom.
There you go.
Real lies.
Y'all.
Keep his
Real lies. Realize.
I'm telling you, man, because people be coming around me with that bullshit, and I'm like, y'all better, nuh-uh. Do you see these eyes? I know. I should walk around for breeze on me all the time, like, bitch be gone, bitch be gone, bitch be gone.
Not for
But it
Breeze,
doesn't.
but something equivalent.
Yeah, we're way more powerful like that whole. I got one of these cans in here that's supposed to help eliminate smoke odor. It's not just Febreze, and it says it does 6 in 1 thing. I'm like, 6 in 1 things in one freaking canister. What, like, how many deodorization types? We're like, what the hell's going on in this can? but I do know when I'm done, whatever it is, and I think a little bit has to do with the CFC or whatever, because it is kind of like aerosol. I think that's what that is. It's those cans that are like, they're for for people that smoke specifically. So they don't spray like a regular air freshener. It's got a different type of like pressure behind it, and it's similar to it's similar to air. It's similar to aerosol, but it doesn't sound like that when it comes out of the thing. And also, look at this crap. This microban. No, really, it's been treated, y'all.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
In case somebody want to sneeze, in case somebody sneeze on my notebook, I can't be. Then what am I going to do?
Yeah,
I was like,
no. Here's the thing I want you to think about. That will negate good and bad bacteria.
Yeah.
So
I get an immunity to
good
it.
Bacteria.
Yeah.
That's why that antibacterial soap is no good, because it will literally eliminate all. And this is where we start to have problems with our stomachs, because that's what antibiotics do. And this is what I was telling everybody. It's like they just kept throwing more antibiotics at my ex, and nothing was solving the problem. And he had C. diff for like 2 years. So we reversed it. We got the good bacteria going, and bam, the problem solved.
Yeah.
Because
no fecal transplant.
Also,
no
when
fecal transplant.
any book, don't you just love to smell it? The smell of it.
Fecal transplant.
Okay, y'all got me fucked up.
Wait, what? The smell of Alex, are you talking about the smell of fecal transplant? What just happened?
If I heard that right, I was like, okay.
Alex is talking about the smell of a book.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Okay.
I love
yes, especially an old book.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And isn't
Damn it for a minute, boo.
It's a lot better than I thought it was.
And the
She was
smell
just
of old
imagining the dogs this morning. You know.
the smell
That's
of
what I love about her. Yeah.
and those old books would have had all those people's germs all over them. They would
have and their smell.
Those books, and you get
their
to
skin.
So do you want to know something though that my sleep doctor taught me? Because so he was real freaked out about germs. Okay, funny enough, but so when he come in the office, if one of us was sick, we did this thing for him where we super sanitize the lab, so he felt like he could sit down and not get sick. Okay. So I know he was a little whack, but hear me out. I started spraying the paper one day. I was like, well, I figured, it probably travels on the paper, right? Like, this is when I first started. I'm like 24. Okay, give me a little bit of a break. And he's like, no. Viruses don't travel on paper. Why? What does wood have a natural microbial factor to it? Right? That doesn't make sense.
No. Come on. You're not really asking that question, are you?
Part 2.
You're not really asking that question.
You know what? Yeah, I'm asking it hypothetically. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, in
that
paradigm where a virus is a living organism that can be transmuted or go from body to body, in that paradigm, then then it would have to be microbial. The paper would have to be microbial for that
or
to
droplet.
be a
We're taught that
reality.
there's droplet, right? We do special protocols for that. It's the whole thing. It's in the air.
But there's that doctor that proved unequivocally that you cannot transmit a virus through droplets of saliva or snot or anything. Because
Kevin brings up a good point. It's like even toilet paper, because it doesn't make fucking sense.
He was taking mucus from their from their sinus cavities that was definitely had the virus in it, and then he was injecting that into people and stuff. And it was highly controversial what he did, but he proved that it can't be done. You can't catch something off somebody else. Like it's like this whole, this bacterial, the whole theory, the idea about bacteria. I don't know what you think about it, Alex, bacteria. Where do you stand with bacteria? Well, no, it's I mean, bacteria. There are bacteria, but like you say, it's good and bad bacteria, aren't there? Because
Let's
we've
just
got
say
good
I wash
bacteria.
my hands real quick, and I want Alex. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Let's just say I wash my hands when my dog. I pick her up and I get pee on my arm, and I get a little bit of poop. Okay, I wash it off. I feel like probably should come off. But do I let their food sit out overnight and then not cover it, just let it sit? Yeah, and I don't have problems, and I smell it.
Do you let,
I inspect it.
your food? Do you let your food sit out overnight? Not
No,
cover it
because
and eat
I
it?
eat it too fast. But yeah, if I was to have like a bowl of something, if I didn't want it to go stale, you know how things get stale if you let them leave it out.
Yeah,
But there's
yeah,
certain
yeah.
circumstances, like I cook the chicken for the dogs.
Bolognese.
I inspect it closely. I don't let it go for more than 12 hours.
Bolognese.
Just saying,
Bolognese. Right, bolognese sauce. You cook the bolognese. You still got half of it left. You leave it on the stove to cool down, and then you don't bother putting it in the fridge. You just leave it on the stove all day, all the next day until the next night, and then heat it up again and eat it. Do you think there's any problem with that?
No.
But listen,
No.
This is
Yeah, what do you
Russ
think,
that I've
Alex?
had in my refrigerator
claro.
for like 4 days.
It tastes even better, man. It tastes even better the next day. That's the thing. You leave it
Yeah.
up on the stove all night. It tastes even better the next day. It's completely infused with flavor. So yeah, you don't like it's this whole idea that people have got so paranoid about disinfecting everything that it's actually made children not resistant to things and more allergic and more likely to have sickness and whatever. Because I don't give a shit. I really don't give a fucking toss about catching germs off of somebody or something. Nah. If it were possible, my body will deal with it, and I know it will.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Alex, go on.
if a scientist or background is asked whether it's a good idea to use a petri dish or what does a petri dish use for, and they don't know the answer, and they want to turn their office or their environment into a petri dish, then common sense would advise you to have a second think about whether you want to take their advice on anything.
Yeah.
We were talking about drugs before, about addiction and this, that, and everything else. When I was taken into hospital in 2019, one of the really amazing things that I really learned about myself was that I can't get addicted to opiates, because I had a diamorphine tablet when I went into the MRI scan because I was terrified, and I was just like, I've got to be like very, very relaxed. And I went in, and I had 2 sessions of it, and one was for, I can't remember the first time of the first one, but the second one was 40 minutes. And they actually couldn't believe that I'd been in there for so long, because the second time that I went in, I don't think I took anything because I was so terrified because I'd had that gadolinium dye injection.
Oh, yeah.
And I took 2 of the tablets when they were doing the lumbar puncture. That really did terrify me as well, but it made me so nauseated. I had to have a lumbar puncture. All I wanted to do was vomit. It was grotesque. And when they kept offering it to me after that, I just kept saying, no thanks, no, I don't want it. And I was very, very glad that I knew that about myself, that I'm not interested in that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they do that in the hospital. They really do try to. It's weird. The ones that don't come in there acting in any way like they want the payment, they will literally try to force them on them almost to get them like hooked on them. That's the way it comes off to me. It's so weird. It's so weird.
Different. The UK is a little bit more funny about, like, the UK is funny about doctors are really funny about prescribing Valium, benzodiazepam, and also opiate drugs.
Yeah.
You have to really be in a lot of pain for them to prescribe opiate drugs. Like
And
I
now,
was prescribed
yeah.
dihydrocodeine. I got
Mhm.
dihydrocodeine. That was like
That's
it's unbelievable.
that's Percocet with Tylenol. That's Percocet with
I had
Tylenol. That's very
knee
addictive.
surgery. I had knee surgery at 16 and 17, and they gave me OxyContin.
What?
See, yeah,
That's
I've
pretty
heard
serious.
all of this about Oxycontin.
What
I've
milligram?
never.
It was a pretty heavy dose. I couldn't tolerate it.
Dude.
And then they gave
the
me, because I couldn't
first-
tolerate it, they gave me hydrocodone. I only took it for a day just to sleep off my initial pain. And then I'm a pretty high tolerance pain. So at that point, I just, worked through it and stopped
Yeah.
taking it. But
Yeah.
because I don't do well, I just sleep. It just makes me want to sleep. Makes me feel like nauseous and want to sleep.
Gummy bear.
Because of the Tylenol
that's
thing, they
real
make.
cool,
Yeah.
It's because we're
all cool. Yeah. I mean, that's because we're cool. The
Levy's right about
hydrocodone is
this
with
too.
Tylenol. Yeah.
So you guys also know that the
Yes, they
Big
do.
Pharma got in trouble because they have been purposely pushing OxyContin after surgery, and they were saying, no, just take the script. Even if you don't fill it, take the script, because the doctors were getting paid just to write the scripts, and they got busted for this. This isn't the only thing they've gotten busted for. Doctors have gotten busted for purposely falsely diagnosing patients with cancer to make money. This is fucked
So that they can
up.
get them into that is so fucked up. Look at Rady's Children's Hospital. I would not. That's just one of them. But no, they gave.
I see
they
that.
stopped giving them. There is Percocet with no Tylenol because there's such a liver problem now because of all the Tylenol and all the pain pills.
And
And
ibuprofen.
believe it or not, yes. And now there's even
Ibuprofen,
supposedly a
man.
link between Tylenol
Women-
and autism.
What is it with women? Women in the UK take ibuprofen like it's Smarties for headaches.
Oh,
For
wow.
headaches? That's the
That's
worst thing
bad.
to take for a headache.
All my ex-girlfriends all would pop ibuprofen as soon as they got a headache.
Tylenol.
Ibuprofen, and they wouldn't
Or goody powder.
eat. They wouldn't make sure that they had a full stomach beforehand.
Oh, you know what? If it was if their headache was associated with their period, that would be why they would
But
take
yeah,
it.
yeah, that would be dead. I could see that. Yeah.
Because then you're going to reduce the inflammation, which would reduce.
They don't. They never like people. English people don't seem to make the connection that ibuprofen. It's not a painkiller. It's an anti-inflammatory.
Yeah, it's an NSAID, just like a leaf.
It can stop the pain because it stops the inflammation, which
The
is
swelling,
causing.
yes, which causing the
That's
pain.
why
Yes.
You want to know
painkiller.
you know what Percocet is? You want to know what Percocet is? It's 3 Tylenol and 3 ibuprofen.
Yeah.
And
What?
Tylenol is just the hydrocodone.
I'm glad you're off, Bernie. I'm glad you're not taking that many OxyContin anymore. Because my friend is actually.
Hey, do you know about Kratom, Bernie?
Kratom? Yeah.
Kratom?
I really.
You really should. If you haven't tried that, you really should try Kratom.
Kratom is really good for that. And people on meth.
Suicide. Sorry, really quick. My friend who's now committed suicide, he regularly snorted OxyContin. He did other drugs, but he ended up damaging his heart. Mostly because of that.
That's what Mr. Robot is addicted
he ended up
to.
needing heart surgery, and he ended up killing himself because he was more or less told he was going to need a heart transplant. And he didn't want to deal with it. So just, it's a very serious thing. And now they've proven in Colorado that once they introduced cannabis, I think they reduced opiate addiction by 80%. It was some large, it was either 50 or 80. It was like a huge number. And it was like, you cannot, this is why it's legal. This is why we're proving that it has so many benefits. And how long have they known about this? What was reefer madness? That was bullshit.
Oh my God, it's I know. That's propaganda, fucking propaganda. That's what reefer madness was. Bernie, I'm so proud of you, dude. I'm so fucking proud of you, bro. That's awesome.
Mandatory to grow hemp in your garden.
Yeah. When I managed the dispensary, there was a lot of people off of oxys that used just cannabis to get off.
Yeah.
So I was on the hydrocodone for 8 years. Under hydrocodone for 7 years, and
I was on
then
Percocet 15 pures.
tramadol on 600 milligrams a day of tramadol for a year, and then I stopped.
And the reason why was because the first time I took a pain pill was an Oxy 80. 80 milligrams of Oxy. The first time I ever took a pain pill, it was an Oxycontin, and it was 80 milligrams. And I was like 18 or 19 years old. Nobody even prepared me for. They should have told me to take half or less. Honestly, probably less. You know, I couldn't even stand up, y'all, and I threw up like incessantly. Like it was awful.
What's Tylenol?
It was awful. There's no Tylenol in Oxy.
What's Tylenol?
It's an anti-inflammatory, but it's a combo. That's why you can use. That's why Bernie just said you can use like 5 milligrams of Oxy and Tylenol, and that's Percocet. But that's why I said it. You get 3 ibuprofen.
Yeah,
it's just the milligrams, and I think you can take 600 milligrams in a sitting, but you can take 800. You can get used to be able to get 800
milligram ibuprofen.
Because this is what a lot of women get for their cramps.
No, it was 600 milligrams of tramadol.
800 milligrams of ibuprofen will have me unconscious now.
Not anti-inflammatory, synthetic opiate. Tramadol is synthetic opiate. Isn't it?
Oh, I didn't know that. They had given me that for migraines at one point. And they had also had me on tramadol for migraines and amitriptyline.
Migraine. Tramadol will give you a migraine. It won't.
And amitriptyline had me basically driving in my sleep.
Amitriptyline, right? They put me on amitriptyline when I went to prison, and I read up about it. And I read up about it, and there were these reports saying if you were on amitriptyline for too long, there were reports of it changing sexuality.
Oh wow! My mama used to come and steal it out of my room because it helped her sleep at night. So I had to start hiding it from her. I'm like, Mama, you can't be taking that shit, because then she'd get in the car and try to drive. I'm like, Mom, just stay the hell out of my.
Horrible shit. I was on it for a couple of months and I stopped taking it.
I'm glad they took me. Well, I don't take any pharmaceutical medication.
Marijuana, Mary Jane, man.
Did anybody read my lips?
No, bro.
Mary Jane is my.
I said the fluoride in the water is making the frogs gay.
And frogs gay. You damn right it is.
I'll tell you what, man. Listen.
Bye, Gumby.
That shows.
Bye, Gumby.
See you later, Gumby Bear. So take care, man. Take care,
much
Gumby
love,
Bear.
buddy. I'm so glad to see you. I was just talking about you.
Man.
Is how ignorant Alex Jones is. Alex Jones took the truth, which was the hermaphrodite in frogs.
Yep, and he twisted it.
Yeah, he should have said it's making frogs go both ways.
It was his dumb, wannabe fucking frat boy attitude of they must be gay if they're, because technically a hermaphrodite doesn't matter what a hermaphrodite though. Technically a hermaphrodite doesn't matter if it's male, if she is male or female. They're going to assume one identity out of the two, but they have the potential to be basically gay no matter which way they go. They're gay, aren't they? Because
they're gay either way, because of their other half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's why I say I'm non-binary. I hate talking about gender labeling because that.
Real quick,
I just think hermaphrodites are the personification of our left-right brain hemisphere. You know,
right.
We've got the male hemisphere.
People get caught up on the genitalia part of that.
Could do to our gender preferences. You know, with what
that's a really good question.
And what Bernie was asking, I've mentioned that we would play something that Angel Wins recommended. So we should do that if you guys want to take a break or anything too. But if you want to send us a link, Angel Wings, because it's good. Like she's using that instead of ibuprofen. Like, and that is a bit more of a mindset thing too, guys. Like I do feel like you really got to get your mind in the right place. I'm sure she can validate that, but I truly believe it, and I really try to work with Reiki and minimize, because I have really bad pain. And I'm really trying to avoid taking any at all. And it takes concentration and you gotta, patience, when they literally patience, fucking patience.
That's why I'm here.
Everything.
Because I have none, like almost none.
No, and you do, and you're getting there every day.
I'll tell you what, right?
You don't realize
that, Bernie. Bernie, what I
Thank
love
you.
about this is that you took us to the gay parade and it was the most respectful,
Right?
Oh, I've got to
civilized,
see that.
awesome. Didn't make me feel uncomfortable. Wasn't it wasn't over the top. It was like fair play. Go on then.
That
Go
is so
and have a
cool.
parade. That's, fair play, man. Go
Yeah.
for it.
That's
No
so
problem with
cool.
that at all. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
That one. I wish I knew
That's
which
good.
one it was.
I'm gonna have to dig for that. I've got to see that. Where's Callum?
Do you remember the date? If you can
It's
remember
late.
the date.
He's probably
It's there in
sleeping.
the bed. He's probably sleeping.
Well, we were bad. We were bad because we didn't set it ahead of time. It's just been a little bit of a busy weekend.
We're different today.
But
Yeah.
don't worry, guys. He's already agreed. So we're gonna try to make it happen this week. We're gonna do our
also,
first health talk show.
I believe Callum had a festival this weekend.
No, well, it might have been this weekend, but I think it was supposed to be done by today.
Oh, okay.
But he's probably exhausted.
yeah.
He probably, we started too late.
probably
He might
sleeping.
wake up and join.
Yeah, he's probably
How are you doing,
I
Richie? It's
figured
getting
out.
late for you.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's 5:30 here.
man.
Oh, we just passed 420.
My back's like hurting, and my
Yeah. You want to take a break
That's
at least, or you guys do you want to end?
If we don't
Depends
end
up to
now,
y'all.
I wouldn't mind wrapping up like in the next sort of half an hour or so.
Okay.
But yeah,
Why don't we
we'll
take a quick break?
We'll take a break and come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Everybody take a
can do
deep
that.
break. Do the dance with the monkeys.
See you in a sec.
Because we have a girl who was child trafficked and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
So what about
Wanna be monkey cousins.
it's gonna be a lot of people.
Yeah, that's important. It all comes down to awareness. Because
It's like I got my lessons on
That's really what I wanted to try to show you is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing you justice. You go.
yeah. I mean, this is the thing. I mean,
awareness,
gotta go, mate. No worries, bro. We've been going for 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who was it? Who was saying their TV got hit the other day? Got struck by lightning.
Big speakers and I messed my ears up. I feel like I could be connected to the brain a little bit, but regardless, I got
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.
Perfect. Yes. This is awesome.
Everybody
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Okay.
Well programmed.
Double Illuminati. Double upside
Yes.
down.
Red Eye, same as me, mate.
Easy swing of the head, up and down. Listen as the piano plays the music. Exercise just for the head and throw head back, up and down. Exercise just for the head. Flash light in the left. Exercise just for the head and throw head back, up and down. Exercise just for the head. Flash light in the left.
Perfect. Yes. This is awesome.
What are you looking at? Honestly, your weird dead eyes. They are weird. Super weird. So.
You're well doctored on paper.
For some reason. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Is that okay? Have a nice day.
Life in the... What do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot, really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable, or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like voodoo, 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 voodoo. I do find I still have the talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. Like when I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.
Shit the fuck up. I ain't white and it's lost for that, so I use color safe bleach at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react, we keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages, Matter of fact, we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling. I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my pride, my life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks I like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we cast the lipstick. What kind of city plumber thought that he can make these open rookie pipes fit? Well, they don't. I'm casting the drip. I'll practice holding my breath and sink with the ship. It goes hands up, if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up, if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up, if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Hands up, if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and bridge against the gears. Come on, hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the gears. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping to never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the gears. Come on.
Yo, yo, yo. Hey, fun fact for everybody. The person playing that didgeridoo at the end is Who Are We from the chat room.
Oh, wow, that's so cool.
That's actually Who Are We playing that didgeridoo there. I added it. Or he added it.
I love it. That was perfect. I was like, that's not on there. I like that.
Yeah, it's cool.
That was
man.
perfect.
He's showing me some of the pictures of the place where he's living now. He's been working out in the garden, doing this building. He's made this he's made a yurt style sort of building and stuff. And it's really cool what he's done, man. It looks really cool. He
Very
lives
cool.
up on the mountain. And that the video that I did of the cloud, the weird looking cloud, the video that was taken from a different angle from the side, that was Who Are We took that up in the mountains. So
Oh,
yeah.
it's beautiful in there, Kevin. In the background.
Anyways, got Alex back.
I'm back.
So I am eager to. What are we chatting about then? What are we chatting about now?
What were we chatting about? Damn, that fast.
You mean everything? Everything that we chatted about?
Like a
today?
recap? We could do a recap of everything. No, what were just the immediate last topic of discussion?
No, what I mean is,
any questions in the chat room?
What are we going to talk about now? Have we got anything? Has anybody got anything to say in the chat room? You guys?
Yeah.
What do we
They
want
were
to chat
talking
about?
Italian in the chat.
French sausage.
Italiano, bueno.
Yeah.
In the
Cannelloni.
hammock. I knew Sherry was going to have me cracking up.
Cannelloni.
No, not cannelloni.
I love the didgeridoo, by the way. It's one of my favorite instruments.
And you know what I say about the didgeridoo? You got sleep apnea, you snoring, play the damn didgeridoo.
I'm more of a didgeridoo.
Or
But
blow
she's
the
like, we're still
shofar.
food fighting here.
I
And the
really
hand
like.
up.
I really like
I like the hand
didgeridoo beatbox.
the
Lads that
guitar.
can beatbox while they're didgeridooing. I think.
Ooh,
that
I gotta
is-
look into that.
You've never seen didgeridoo
Uh-uh.
beatboxing,
No, but have you ever listened to some Indian like trap music? So it's like dubstep to Indian music with sitar, and so it's pretty cool. But now I'm going to go look up this beatbox with the didgeridoo on the
I'm going to get it up.
Yes.
Have you seen Ash recently?
Who?
Ash. Has Richie seen Ash?
I got a shirt, Burn, that breaks down the woodchucks thing. I got a shirt that breaks that down. The different types of woodchucks. And it started out as Wood Charles.
Hey, just because I had mentioned it, Richie, can you see if you can see the link that Angel Wings posted, and we could end the show with that?
I can't see you. Where's it posted?
It would have to be in chat, but I'm not gonna be able to get to it either because we're on the phone.
Let me see.
Whose chat is it in? Because I can't get to it from
If
StreamYard.
you can get to it at all, it would be in your chat.
Who posted it?
Angel Wings.
Wings. Because I'm looking at the
if
chat.
somebody
so I
can
find
get it and put it
I got
back
it.
in, if you could post that in private chat for Richie.
Okay.
Where's that? I just shared this bloody screen. Why is it not sharing?
It was, and then it went away.
Somebody just said Murphy in chat, and Murphy's Law. Boom.
Boom. There you go.
Wow,
this is probably really good and healing as well.
Okay. Y'all are killing me. Damn, that sounds so cool. Let's see. I'm just so I can get it. Scroll up and find it one more again. It's going to take me just a second, but.
What's going on?
It's just not letting me every time I click on it to copy it, it keeps just wanting to send me straight to it.
So then once
it's not letting me copy paste it or share the link or anything. My phone is being.
So wait, Ems, real quick. Go
send me
to
there,
it.
then I'll copy it from there and send it.
Yeah.
I think if you played those,
Did you know
Yeah,
that you
copy
should
it
take
from there.
advantage of the market crash as an opportunity to make full
Oh,
loads of
more
profits
Indonesian
while other people are losing their mind because
American
they
ads.
are in the panic mode?
Targeted
Here's
at
the story
Richie.
of two different investors.
Oh, that was a
Mr.
room,
A
right?
buy low,
Totally
sell high kind of
This is
investor.
the story of
He
This is
spent
what they're
5 years buying
advertising.
stocks.
It was.
Everybody
It
in
was like
Every single day, the stock
kind of
gets
advertising and
even
stuff.
further. But one fine day,
This is
the
what
stock
they're
market
advertising to
fell from
people in Singapore.
$340 to $220.
Everybody
All the
did
time.
see that, right? When they
But
said
Americans,
Mr.
it's
A's
Americans
net
in
worth
Singapore
immediately dropped by
specifically.
more than
They know you're
34%
English
and rose
speaking.
close to $12,000.
when they
On the
said
other
two,
hand,
You're not American.
they were zoomed up on the press and then they panned right
gained
out
more than
at that moment.
940%.
This is the story of two.
I'm getting it, guys.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Beautiful.
If I share.
What is this?
I don't know, some cool, like, vibrational music.
Okay.
We're on the time of the show of the healing. We're gonna end with the healing segment.
Okay, everybody pull two speakers, put one on each side of your body, lay down in between them.
Yeah.
Yep. and then just like smoke some weed if you've got it.
Smoke it if you got it.
The sound of
We
her
can't
coffee.
hear it anymore. Ricky, if you're playing the audio.
It's not very loud.
No, I can't hear it.
It's on full. It's on full volume. You should be able to hear it.
I can't hear it at all. And I'm hearing my echo.
Maybe it was one for dogs. Healing sounds for dogs.
Maybe.
All of our dogs are asleep, so
Yeah.
it may have been all at dog frequencies. Still sleeping.
And then share it in the chat. Private
Can you hear that?
chat. Let's see.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, I heard that. I remember that too.
I can hear it. I can. Oh,
You can
now,
hear
now
it?
I can.
Okay. Well, that's okay. We don't need to hear it.
As long as the audience
I can hear
it. Okay, cool.
Apparently, it's lovely.
Yeah, this would be cool for meditation, man. I like using crystal bowls, Tibetan bowls. Sherry, if you've got crystal balls, doesn't necessarily make you a mystic. You might have had a really bad accident when you were young and, you know, prosthetics. Or do they use fiberglass? What do they use for prosthetic balls?
Silicone.
Yeah, this is a nice one. Angel, I use the Tibetan bowls where it goes up 7 minutes each, or there's a 1 minute per chakra one, and there's a 10 minutes per chakra one, which is like 70 minutes long.
Doing some tapping techniques can be used for anxiety. Right now I'm using it for sinus related. There's a lot of information on how to drain your lymph nodes. This is another really good way to help with healing, help with detoxing, and you don't have to drink urine.
You can do your nose with vitamin C, not the one that tastes tart, the one that tastes salty. You can just take a pinch and sniff it. And then your nasal passages will drain.
I couldn't quite hear that. I know you were talking about, I heard pinching, but sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Vitamin C, not the one that tastes, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Vitamin C, not the one that tastes tart, the one that tastes salty. There's two different types. If you take a pinch of the one that's the salty one, a tiny pinch, and just sniff it up your nostrils, if you just lie down and do it and then you sit up, your nostrils will drain all the mucus out of them. It's very quick.
Oh, I
But don't do
definitely
it
want
with
to try that.
Don't do it with the one that tastes tart, because you will be in agony. You do it with the salt one. Just a
Salt
tiny
one.
bit. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'll let you know. I'm definitely gonna try it.
It will drain. Get ready
Isn't
for
it
it.
true that snuff has been coming back in? People have been taking snuff again. I heard.
When I was very little and I was at a very exclusive private school where princesses went, my best friend, I was Alex Freed and she was Alex Reed. Her father owned the employment company. And she would bring snuff in and we would take it. We were only about 6 or 7.
Rah, rock and roll.
Was. Her brothers used to call us Sid Vicious and Johnny Roshan because having two Alexes was just too
I was
complicated.
thinking like it's Sharon Osbourne, but yeah.
No,
Ballet, ballet on snuff.
What?
Snuff.
Weren't you in a
Yeah.
ballet when you were then? Isn't that the, you're a kid and somebody's giving
No,
you snuff?
I
and
think
you're on your
I don't
pussy?
think she was in ballet. I think you just did that,
had
right?
shoes.
Or were you? I can't remember. I'm sorry. I thought it was like
Yeah,
the photo shoot.
I went
No, she
to
probably.
boarding school for ballet. I auditioned
Snooze.
for ballet school, but they took one look at my mother's chest and then they saw what I was going to have and they said, don't bother her. Because there's no ballerinas over a cup.
I've not tried snuff, but I've tried snooze.
It's like
from
dip,
Sweet-
but it's like way more ground up and it's finer grained.
Well, snooze is like in these tea bags. It's like in so these little sort of sacks that you stick up under your gum. It's
Snuff is kind of like that, but you just pinch it out and put it in there without the sack. That's how it is over here.
well,
Old
that's
ladies
chewing
do it a lot.
tobacco. That's
old
chewing
ladies.
tobacco.
No, it's not like that. No, but they sell snuff here too. That's like that, but it's real because it's just like it's way more ground up than the dip. And what we call chewing tobacco here is dip. That's what all the boys that do it around here they call it dip. And that's the stuff like Copenhagen in a can, Skull, all that stuff.
Because they dip for it.
That's their dip. Yeah. Oh my God. Because I used to date a guy that was like a lumberjack, and he was the worst. He was the worst for that. He'd have 2-liter bottles with the top of it cut off that he would use as his little spit thing, and then he'd keep it hidden in his room for an ungodly amount of time, and it would just stink the whole room up. Bless you.
Did he sleep all day and work all night?
Imagine you get really bladdered at night. You wake up in the morning, all you need is a drink of water. You pick it, glug glug glug, and then you realize it's the fucking spittoon.
It's like, Brandon, you're gonna wish you hadn't done that one day. I just know it.
Because of Hollywood, though, there was a part of me that wanted to try chewing tobacco. So when I was young, I thought it'd be a good idea to break open a Marlboro cigarette and chew that.
Oh, my daughter did that.
My mouth was on fire. My mouth was on fire. It burns. What the fuck's that about? And
I
it's
think
dry,
they-
obviously.
That I never smoked and I was never really into tobacco. The only form of tobacco that I get is when I roll blunts, and there is nicotine in those tobacco wraps. So you can get addicted to the blunt wrap. People don't realize that because the nicotine that's in it. But I got burnt in the corner of my eye when I was like 3 years old by someone who was like, they had a cigarette in their hand and they went to swing it down like that. And I was running towards a play area and I ran smack into it and it like went out in my eye. That's pretty true, of course. Yeah.
Wow, you must have screamed.
Oh, I did. All I can remember what was so funny about it was all I could remember was the pain. And then the woman who did it, because we were at this like event that Asheville used to hold every summer for like 3 days over the weekend called Bell Share. And there was a kiddie play area. And I just remember running. And when that happened, and when I came to, because that's pain, like I think the pain knocked me out for a minute. I come to, and this woman in this leopard suit with these really long fingernails trying to dig ashes out of my eye. And then I remember my dad just snatching me up one arm and just running and make a beeline for the medical tent. And then I had to wear a patch over my eye for a week. And like,
For some reason, I have this mental image of Sherry. Sherry's always sat there in a leopard suit.
That's what if it was Sherry? Let me find out. But the woman was so
It's
nice.
like-
She was so nice.
Sherry's like Eartha
Sherry would
Kitt.
match the carpet to where we are right now.
Wow.
That's
Eartha Kitt, isn't it?
Love
Actually, I worked on
got it all over my house.
Sherry's naked, I think. So, just all the time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, Sherry's naked. Actually, she said all the time. So that's not true.
When is she not naked and covered in chocolate?
I think
chocolate.
I think that Sherry just likes the thought of all the men sat there imagining her naked.
And Sherry, don't you dare sit there and act like you're not covered in chocolate, honey, because we know.
Magic show.
To me. You know,
The
I was
Raunchy
you said
Sunday show.
there's a male stripper show coming to this club around here. Scandals, and it's called Magic Mike Night. I think it's this Friday. But I'm like, I'll go in there and I'll have a damn heart attack over those dudes. Like literally, look at them and just faint because their bodies are too
Right.
perfect. That can't be real. These dudes at this male strip club that's coming in town, they'll be there Friday. It's called Magic Mike Night, and that's just that is a ridiculous amount of perfection that just should not even exist or be legal in this area.
But they're probably not even interested anyway because they're like, you know, they're like their sexual partner to be similarly sculpted.
Well, considering the source that I found about this club from, yeah.
Get
I
like,
would say-
it is men who take that much pride and care over their bodies and you know and do that, so they're definitely they're enjoying it too much, man. They're enjoying the male body too much.
It's like too much. Yeah. Or if you notice that they have a tendency to date girls that have body types that are similar to that of males, that might be a red flag. I mean, maybe.
Who knows, right?
I just know my and you can't tell me different, and you can't tell me I'm confused when I say I'm bisexual. No, I'm like, if anything, I know what I want based on the fact that I am, because it's like clearly I'm not going to pick between the two, so therefore I'm solid in that decision. I'm not confused. You are. Get over your shit. That's what
Aren't
it's
you just confused anytime anybody asks you?
I think bisexual just means that you're. It depends. Like it might be a man that you're attracted to, and it might be a woman. It doesn't matter. You're just attracted to it, and it doesn't have to be a specific something that you're attracted to. It's not. It's the person. You're attracted to the person more than the body. In that case.
I've gotten mad before where I've dated people and then I've had other people pull me aside and be like, you know, you can do way better. And I don't see them like that because I'm not a superficial dick bag, but you know, thanks anyways.
Right. Or like somebody comes up to you when you get in a relationship and they say they've had something for you for a long time and now they want to tell you now that you're in a relationship.
Yeah.
But that'll get, or hear about this. Okay, so I'm working on a video because over the last couple of months, I've had these like random exchanges between this particular person. And they said something to me the other day that just flew all over me. For one, because it just sounds so asinine. Out of the blue was like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. It's just that you're not my type. And I'm thinking, first of all, dumbass, you don't even know me. We've like hardly have exchanged any words. Like I don't know you in person. I've seen you in passing. That's about it. There's a possibility you have me confused with my sister. He proceeds to tell me, he's not everyone's cup of tea. And surely I could understand that, And I was like, okay, well, just define type. What type of person you must think I am? Because I would love to know since you're a stranger.
He's not everyone's cup of tea.
And then, and I was like, well, I kind of know because I'm also
Was he
not
your cup of tea?
a whole video about it on YouTube.
Was he
No,
your cup of
listen,
tea?
listen. That sounds to me like somebody that's heard you say that and has come in and said that.
Yeah, but did you fancy him? Did you fancy him? No, but did you fancy him?
Well, kind of. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess you could say that. But I don't know enough about him to say I would or not.
No,
but based on that and that whole like,
now, he's probably watching now.
He might, because I did make a story about this morning. No shit. Put it in my story on Facebook.
I find it flattering if somebody lets you know that you're not their cup of tea. It's like, oh, thanks.
Or if they tell you you're too much.
Yeah, it's like,
Right.
Lead follower, get the fuck out of my way. You basically told me you're prepared to get the fuck out of my way. So
my favorite thing is they can never say it to my face. They always get their significant other to like half-ass say something to me. Like, no crazy talk today, Sarah. What?
Oh my God, what?
They can never. It's amazing because I will break it down with them and it will always end with me saying something that they can't disprove or prove or Bye, Effie Nation. Thanks for being here.
If they can't comprehend it, then the incessant verbal diarrhea starts.
Well, you might want to get that checked out.
Not mine.
We're not here to give any medical advice.
But yeah, it might be a problem. Maybe I want to be concerned. No, I just couldn't believe it when I scrolled it.
Did you have a hunk of burning love?
No. Like it wasn't. I was just mildly attracted. But for him to say that, and it made me feel. No, he said I'm not his cup of tea. And then when I said define type, and then I'm not everyone's cup of tea. And I'm thinking, no, because intellectually we're not on the same level, and you don't know how to deal with that. So that's your loss, not mine.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you have to say
it is.
I would have just been like, well, that's good. I drink coffee.
No, you say, I'm such a strong cup of mushroom tea, I would blow your mind.
And I was like, oh, and just because, just so you know, these are some facts that you can actually say out there in the little rumor field where you've probably heard some of the stuff that you, some type, don't type me, motherfucker. I'm one of a kind. Don't even.
Exactly.
So I was like,
this is why I do
things. For the last couple of years, for the first, like, no, I never, ever could relate to anybody when they basically, when they said they weren't looking, or I was always, even when I didn't think I was always looking. But in the last 2 years, or sort of 2.5 years, yeah, that's where I am now. It's like,
I'm actively not looking. It's you guys. It is so wonderful. It's so wonderful. That's all I can say for me. Being so obsessed and thinking I need to fit a profile, right?
The thought of getting into a relationship with somebody and having to just because you just know that. Oh man.
Okay.
I finally reached the place that I never thought I'd reach, where it is like, yeah, I'm not sure I do ever want to give
and
up.
Don't get me wrong, like I do truly believe that not a soulmate concept, but that people can meet and be together for a very long period of time. And it's rare if you really think about it, but it's rare just like animals. There are monotonous relationships in the wild. So it's like, I know that exists. I know that's part of certain people's past, but I just know right now.
Very derogatory way. You mean monogamous, not monotonous.
My parents mean together for 35.
Maybe some monogamous relationships can become quite monotonous after a while.
I need to smoke more weed.
Hallelujah.
Monotonous relationships are in the tame, not in the wild.
Yeah.
wild, but then has been brought into indoors, and I'm just like, why would you do that? And it's not even a relationship.
So I was
Lobsters
watching.
are not
I
monogamous.
think it was yesterday. I was watching them. I forget who it was, but they were looking at the fertility charts, and so for a population to grow, or for a population to remain normal, there have to be at least 2.1 children per family for the population to stay the same, right? And they look at all these countries, and they're all bloody third world countries and stuff, where they're having 6.6 babies per family, 5.5. You get down to the UK, and it's at like 1.3 or something. So by population, the projected growth of each nation, we're going to disappear.
Now we
in
have
the
stats.
next,
Stats on Index Moody.
That's fear porn.
Yeah, planned obsolescence is a thing. You know, resources are resources.
True. Do not drink yellow. Of course not. Don't drink yellow snow. Probably should
But
drink red.
also, yeah, I think you're right. It's fair point. It's not actually as bad as they're saying it is. It's like, but if those figures were real, if they're real figures, then that is pretty scary.
I want you to keep in mind they constantly are trying to make us believe that we're not significant. We're little ants in a giant universe. We are. It's super easy to kill us. It's super easy to wipe us out because what do we know about our mental? Remember what I told you guys about why do you die? You choose to die. People don't believe me with this, but you do. You choose to give. In some ways, you end up choosing to give up. It's a mental game.
You're born. They tell you ever since you learn to do anything, everybody dies. We all die. Everything dies. You all die. That's the natural cycle of life, that you die. We're programmed to believe that I'm 60 years old now, so
And
I
you
need
go
to
nowhere.
be like a
When you die, you
60-year-old
just
man.
Both mine are. We're not critical, but I'm still on it. I was just talking to Daisy. That's why I keep looking around for messaging her. And she, yeah, I think I'll have her on soon. As well as my buddy that does the mushroom stuff. Like he works in a medicinal field, and they do a lot of mushroom extract stuff and stuff like that. So he's supposed to be off for the next couple of days. So I'm trying to talk to him and see if he's going to be available, because he's the one that told me about the mushrooms. Posted in the chat and then being edible, and then I showed him another one, and he was explaining to me that because of the way it looks, it's real white on the underside and around the veining of it, that it's possible that one's being taken over by another fungus. So it's hard for him to tell what kind of mushroom that one is. That big green one I showed y'all is definitely edible. Yeah.
Nice.
I just can't remember the
Ask him a question from me.
I just want to say bye, Angel Wings. If we're gonna miss you, she might lose her phone, might die.
My phone. Okay, yes.
I just going back to population for a sec. What I want to know is, how do you have 2.4 children? Right, you have your first two, and then as you're giving birth to the third child, you say like, yeah, I just want the legs and the feet, please, thank you. Just just give me 40% of it. You can keep the other 60%. Just give me 40% of the baby when it's been born. Q.
On the subject of
it wouldn't have anything to do with like children that pass away. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Before M's phone runs out, because I thought someone said that your phone was going to run out. Would you ask your friend
Angel Wings
who knows about mushrooms if I've got powdered mushrooms? And because I can't be bothered, because I don't have the energy to make up like a fluffy drink with it, if I just dip banana in the powder and ate it, is that okay?
With ground,
go ahead.
Yeah, with ground mushrooms, that would be fine.
Okay.
You would want to know what your dosage is, and just don't take over what they recommend you mix with the water. But a lot of them are really palatable. Like I like I like the flavors of even medicinal mushrooms.
Yeah.
Can you
I mean,
smoke them?
I just bought it. It's all like chaga and
Generally, Richie, smoking them
lion's mane.
destroys the
No,
upwards.
not smoking. Can you snort them? If you can powder them,
No, I
can you
don't want
snort
to snort them. I want to be able to just dip banana in it. Banana, dip it in, and then eat it. So should I do
think
one
you can
dip
snort
or
anything that'll
only
go up
the
your
one
nose.
bite?
Richie.
What?
I wonder if you can, now you're be asked, I'm not about to message one of my damn druggy friends, but hey man, can you snort mushrooms?
Please do. Please, I'm begging you.
Pennies,
I just want to know,
heard of
should I
guys
dip
snorting
banana
bullets.
once and take a bite, or should I continue to dip? Or would that be too much? How much? How many dips will it take to get, you know?
Well, what I would
are we
do is I
talking
would
about
find out
honey
what the
mushrooms?
dosage is supposed to be in a measuring spoon.
Are
And
we
then I would
talking
take that
about
whole
honey
amount and throw it into another
No
bowl and dip
way!
it as many
Yeah,
times
but
as
that's
you
the
want.
whole mission.
Daisy.
That's the
Dane
whole
Von
mission.
Daisy. Are you actually in my chat room?
If
Dane,
you,
What kind of
she come
mushroom?
over and
Daisy,
dinner,
is that actually you in my chat room?
It's a
Are you in my chat
powder
room?
from
Hang on a sec.
Amazon. Organic,
yes.
all the different ones, lion's mane, chaga.
Yeah, I think there
so I
should be some dosage recommendation. Like,
Yeah,
so I would
I know
just
that
go
there
with
are,
that.
but I can't be doing all this measuring business. I
Oh,
haven't got a measuring spoon. I've
well,
been pirate raided from my
What about
previous
just
ship.
a tablespoon?
yeah, a regular teaspoon is just almost the same as a teaspoon,
Well,
Okay, so that
a
would be 2 dips
a
of
small
banana.
spoon, not a big
like a
spoon.
small spoon.
Okay, so 2 dips of a banana.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
I lick it, no,
yeah.
I'm not gonna do that on camera. If I lick it and then dip it and then just bite it, if I do it twice, that would be a
Yeah.
spoonful.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
And
Okay,
those
that I can
things you
do.
can't,
Because then I
those
only have to
things
bring
are
the bag
safe.
out and bring it and store it in my room. And it doesn't have
Yeah.
to be stored in the refrigerator, does it? Or does
No,
it?
not when it's dried and ground.
Okay,
Just
that's
keep it in the
perfect.
dark. Keep it in the dark.
Okay, I'll keep on to bed.
Daisy, right? You get a wrench, Daisy, because you notice that everybody's got wrenches in my chats. Because I trust everybody that's got wrenches in my chat, and I trust you, Daisy. I've known you. You don't really know who I am, but I've known you for a little while, and that's
Isn't
how
that how you and Ems met?
me and Ems met on in Dame Von Daisy's chat room. So yeah. Hey, listen, do you want to come on our panel? Would you like to come on our panel, sweetheart?
We're gonna rock it. Were we gonna rock 6 hours or more today? Woo!
Well, I'll tell you what, right? If you join, then I'll stay on for a bit.
Don't apologize. It's very complimentary, or it's like I can't talk. It's a compliment. Thank you.
Hey, listen, if you
Yeah,
creep
he's
on
like-
on our channel, that is awesome. There's a
Sunday fun day.
I'm gonna go have a
there's
little
the
toke.
streamer.
Be right
Daisy,
back.
there's the
Little
streamer.
toke.
If you want to, we'd be really honored if you came onto our panel. But no pressure. You don't have to. You absolutely don't have to at all. Crypto Alchemist, Bernie. That's what I love about Bernie. Bernie's like me. It's like just give as soon as you know that people aren't a troll, as soon as you can feel that they're not a troll, give them a bloody wrench, because then you know there's no sort of limits to how much they can talk and stuff, and nobody can chuck them out, and nobody can chuck you out if you've got a wrench as well.
Oh, Bernie, you all right? It's on. Get your ass in here. Let's
Bernie
do
will
this.
join if Bernie will join if Daisy's join.
I'm gonna start
Daisy-
swinging. I gotta get on the swing again for this.
Oh, you got to settle the right. Daisy's got to settle the mini king, the little king. Here he
All
is. Look.
right. Hey, on the phone. Oh,
Here he is.
I mean,
Is he? Have we got? Look at. Is that a gorilla man? Is that a gorilla man? Is that a hairy chest?
It may be a Caucasian Sasquatch, but under a different name.
Oh, we've got another Sasquatch here as well. Oh, but we can't see him because it's all dark. What's going on there, Sasquatch?
There you go.
Oh, I said his name as he joined. I love it.
Ah, he's talking to me from beyond the grave.
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
I'm kicking, brother. How are you swinging?
Oh, you know.
I'll be right back.
That's what she
Just
said.
getting on with it. Getting on with it, man. The last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of anxiety and frustration and anger and stuff that I've been feeling, but it's been like I've not been. That's what I was saying earlier. I just don't think it's me anymore because there's no reason, you know. There's no reason for me to be feeling like it. Nothing's changed in my situation. Nothing's changed. So there's no reason for me to
be the problem.
have this anxiety and shit. So I think I'm just picking it up from people, you know.
Are you a traveler?
Am I what?
A traveler. Do you travel? Do you move?
Do I travel?
You get antsy?
Do you mean do I travel here physically?
Yeah. Do you move around just because you feel antsy? I know people that they can go to a place and be there for about 2 years. And after about a year and a half, they just kind of get done with the place and they sell.
Oh, get antsy about it. Yeah, no, I'm not there.
That's
not where I am. Yeah, it's just just weird times, man. Really weird times. What are your thoughts? I asked everybody earlier, nobody sort of gave me a real answer. What are your thoughts about what's going on in the Ukraine at the moment?
Too many people dying.
Well,
I think you might be wrong there, bro.
I mean, I don't believe anything that mainstream media tells us about that.
But
not a single thing that they tell us.
Even if they're being legit with all the numbers, I think in the grand scheme, there's not nearly enough people dying to suit them. This is just ramping up.
To suit them?
Those that do.
Right, she is.
They.
She is. No way. I've got Daisy on my. She's on our show, man. We got Daisy on our show. This is awesome. Thank you so much.
It's a party.
Thank you so much.
I've never done like a full-blown panel.
Really? This is our Sunday thing now. We end up having a panel every Sunday.
Baby's scary.
That's awesome.
We got Caucasian Sasquatch here. He promotes other channels a lot, especially new channels that are, you know, people that have only got 50 or 100 or 200 subs or something. He promotes them.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's how I came across him, because he promoted my new channel which was actually this channel.
Right.
No,
that's the God's
007.
work, for real.
The one that I've changed to 007. And then Alex is a Goonie from the Magic Tree House, which is my group that I've got going. Is also a Goonie. So is Bernie as well. Bernie Burneye, mine's Third Eye Science Guy. That's exactly what he is. He's a philosophical scientist. No, and he's absolutely a Goonie.
I love that.
And you are absolutely invited to be a Goonie as well if you ever.
I would love to be.
You have to get Signal.
Yeah,
that's a gorgeous cat.
Oh, Finny? Yeah, Finley's a little baby. If I don't hold him, he'll come attack me. Go ahead. He will literally jump on my back, and he thinks it's so funny. And I'm like, you are literally... But he never takes his claws out. He's so sweet. Go ahead.
Yeah. I love it when cats do that, when they play and they swat you, but they don't get their claws out. It's just with the pads.
Yeah, that's what he does. And he'll do it to the dog now too. He'll like run up and jump in his face. And it is the cutest thing. I'm like, what are you doing?
What sort of dog have you got?
We have a white lab, and his name is Jack Reacher.
Oh, gorgeous.
He's the coolest. He's such a mom. And Finley's a bum, so they work well together.
Is he like Vincent on Lost?
Yeah.
Cool.
Just like
I'm
that.
watching that. I'm watching that at the moment, so I've got I've got Vincent in my head running. The way the Labradors run, and they sort of do that
Oh,
funny
I
thing
love
with their
it.
You know, they're
Bernie's dog's absolutely gorgeous, man.
Yeah,
That's a
that is
big
a
dog.
beautiful pupper.
That's got to be like 45, 50 kilos of dog there.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
Well,
Bernie's got some cool reptiles too.
are you chasing hornets, T2? Or are
I
you
love
chasing the wasp?
Chasing hornets.
True.
Laying in the
that's,
dirt, of
that's
course.
not good. That's
There's a
not good.
whole yard of grass, and he picks the one spot with dirt. But I guess it's because it's in the sun. But
Aw.
him's a dirty dog.
I've just noticed that Kevin and Sarah have gone. Where have they gone?
They did.
It's not here anymore.
Harry.
They gone?
Wow.
Out those
So-
little sneaky boogers.
Say again.
They snuck out, those sneaky boogers.
I don't know what happened. I don't know if they lost their connection or maybe the battery went. Maybe because I know that Sarah was charging her phone, wasn't she? Because she couldn't connect with her laptop. So Daisy, how have you been? How's
Good.
life been treating you this week? How's it been? At the end of
This
the
week is definitely getting better. The last week or two had just been really chaotic. And I feel like, I don't know, I don't want to blame everything on Mercury retrograde, but I find myself doing it all the time. I'm like, those damn planets.
Yeah. I watched go on, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just getting calmer now. So that's good.
I watch Adrienne Elise. Have you heard
Yeah.
of her? I watch her all the time. Like she's my go-to for astrological sort of stuff. I just like the way she talks about it. You know, that this whole supernova souls thing, and every 3 days she does the Gear Daily update, doesn't she? And it always seems to explain. You know, I watch it
I do
after.
feel that way.
And it's like, oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense then. I don't know. I wish I knew more about that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I get the whole feeling anxious lately and feeling like it's not from you. You know what I mean? You're like, that's not my energy. That's not how I am. Like, that's not how I normally feel. So I know that I'm picking it up from others as well.
So that's what I was saying about this last sort of week or two, is that because I can't say that I'm not used to anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
I know all about anxiety, and everything about the situation that I'm in should be making me anxious, but isn't.
Right.
I'm not anxious. So when I wake up feeling anxious it's like, wow, what is that? Because of a dream that I had? Or what is that?
Right.
What a horrible feeling in my gut today. Like
You can't quite pinpoint it.
And I'm starting to think it's not me. I'm just picking from people that I'm connected to as well, because I know that stuff's been going on with a couple of friends of mine.
Yeah.
And it seems to have ramped up over the last couple of weeks, and the way I've been feeling has ramped up over the last couple of weeks. So it's like,
it's a dreadful feeling, isn't it?
Maybe I'm just picking up on that. No,
right. I think it's like knowing that something's in the wind, you know?
Yeah.
Like that feeling that something, and I kept telling everybody before the sickness, this is something big, you know, it's going to affect so many people, and people don't even realize it. And I want them to hear this, you know, I want them to know that, and I don't want to just sound like some crazy cat lady on the internet, even though that's what I end up sounding like, and that's fine. I'll be that lady. Like, if I have to be that lady, let me be that lady. Just to be able to be like, hey, I really feel it in my bones. I'm trying to tell you, and I won't stop trying to tell people, you know, because it feels like I'm led to do it. Like, it's important. Like, they have to know. Like you said, like, there's this urgency of, you don't realize it. Like you think that the sickness was it? No, honey, it's only just begun. Like that's the precursor.
That was the first stage.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
like
the
the
first stage.
beginning.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think what's happened in the Ukraine, I'm not sure how much that was planned into it. I don't think that they were planning that when it happened. I think Putin chucked a curveball with that one, but they've just pounced on it. They've taken the opportunity.
You know,
I'm still can't believe how much money is getting just pumped over there, man.
I think Putin's trolling. I think he's doing it. He's having a pouty pants moment because his buddy's out of office. And I don't think one way or another about, you know what I mean? Biden, I feel like he needs to take a nap. And Trump, I won't say much about because I think that he's a pretty funny, interesting character on the grand scheme of things, right? Like, he plays an interesting part. So I think Putin is trying to be like, hey, my buddy's out of here. Like, and now I'm going to throw a hissy fit. And so this is him just being like, I'm going to do this because I can.
I think he's dying.
And yeah, Putin's pretty vicious.
I think Putin's dying, and I think he's going, I have X number of tools at my disposal, and I would like to leave a legacy that people can.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be. Just quick shout out to Squirrel Sniper because I brought him in and I haven't said hello to him, man. I feel sorry.
All right.
I'm really
It's interesting just listening.
good to see you.
It's all good.
Squirrel, the rest of the panel.
Seriously, he was there the other day, and I was there the whole time. And I was like,
Squirrel Sniper's always there, man.
Awesome.
He's always
That
there.
is awesome.
Plus the
Do you know Daisy, Squirrel? Do you know Daisy? Have you come across Daisy before?
A long time ago, but for some reason, I think I might have been subbed to her a long time ago, but YouTube has been turning off and on subs. I've gone through all my subs lists, and some of them no longer exist. Some of them I've got, no idea why they're not even on there anymore.
And the channel's just blank or it's not there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I'm still here.
I want y'all to look at y'all sub list.
I've just resubbed, so I've just made sure that,
Oh, perfect.
Hey, Sasquatch, can you turn your lamp down a little bit?
Turn your mic up a little bit, dude.
Do you make it darker?
It's got a
Yeah,
proper.
can you blow out one of those candles?
You need some light as well. What's going
Oh,
on?
that's much better. Thanks. I was gonna grab the shades, but I thought you could blow out a candle.
He prefers the dark.
Hi guys. Hi Squirrel. Hi Daisy.
Hiya, Sarah. You all right?
Yeah.
Hi,
These
Kay.
are actually this is my co-host Sarah, and this is Kevin. He's an absolute regular guest host on the. This is the Sunday panel, man. Sunday.
So he's
panel.
a regular on the Sunday, but we're doing. Richie, maybe you could do a quick quick Ecuador plug. You want a quick show or video?
Yeah. Have you heard about? You might not have heard about this. All
I
right,
want to see
we'll
a
just play
video.
the video.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
We'll play the video.
Yeah.
Richie's made a really cool little video to just a taste of what's happening.
Yeah.
This is the
why Kevin and I have gotten together because he was in Michigan and now we're gonna make some things happen.
Yeah, I'm here on my way to Ecuador.
Yep.
I used to live in Michigan. I have heart.
Oh, really? Cool. What part?
In Novi, outside of Detroit.
Oh, cool.
So 25 minutes out.
Yeah.
And I know
I'm
people
from
will be like,
Wisconsin.
that's not Detroit, but we were pretty darn close.
Yeah.
And not the fancy Novi. Don't think I'm like we were trailer park living. Because fancy there are fancy parts of Novi.
Living the American dream.
Mm-hmm. I remember
California.
when there was a man walking down the street with something on his back. Do you guys remember hearing about that in Michigan? And he was just straight up walking down the street with an army helmet on, something strapped to his back, like no F's given. It was the most amazing thing. I was like, Michigan is crazy. It's wild there.
The Midwest,
it's so much.
right?
You hear the wildest news stories too. I was like, I can't believe these things really happen.
Yeah.
So because if it's Midwest, then that means that like in the 1800s, Midwest was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Back then, it's like.
Well, think about all the serial killers that have come out of Wisconsin specifically.
That's true.
Yeah. Still though, like oh my, because there ain't that many there ain't trees out there certain area like there are up here and then up north where y'all are and stuff. And I'm telling you, man, people that ain't got trees in their life, something ain't right. There's not enough oxygen.
They're surrounded by towers.
There's no oxygen. There's not enough oxygen getting to their brain. There's got to be something with that.
Oh yeah, they're not making it any easier on us.
I can't deal with it if I don't live near trees and water. I have to
I
live
put
near
M near
trees.
the trees. See, M, I put you right next to the tree.
Because the way she said
I'm going to play this video, Daisy. This is the magic. Right, so this is we're on a Wide Awake show now, but it's also the Magic Treehouse. The magic, like I said, we've got the Magic Treehouse, the group on Signal, but we're trying to start like a community basically. So here's the video. Here you go.
We all know what's coming, what's just around the corner. We all know that we don't have long. We all know that we're connected. We all know that we have our soul tribes, possibly connected in every incarnation through the generations. And we are finding each other. And we are realizing that there is a better way. Going back to our roots, embracing ancient knowledge and ancient culture to live life better now. This is what we are doing with the Magic Treehouse. We are moving to Ecuador. We're going to work with the indigenous people, become self-sufficient, and no longer slaves to the system. Building a new community for a new way of life. The Magic Treehouse, Center for Healing.
So it's evolved since then, since I made that video. It's evolved, and now because we're doing it in Ecuador, because the Quechua people have got their language. Is it Quechuan? But they've got their language, so we've translated the Magic Treehouse into Quechuan, and it's Magia Sachawasi.
Nice.
It's not magia, but it's
Magia.
MagiaSachawasi.com. We have a website.
Yeah, you want to pull that up?
Yeah, I'll get the
And maybe
website up.
somebody can throw it in the comments.
I love the name too. I love the Magic Treehouse, and it sounds really pretty when it's translated as well.
Yeah, they were. Like, these guys were nervous about telling me, because like I came up with the idea a couple of years ago, and I started talking about it a lot last year, and I created the Magic Treehouse, the Signal group, and I made a video like this, which was called The Seed, where I was planting the seed of the idea of this place where you can go, where it makes you feel better just being there, just people there, just like nobody even has to say anything.
Oh my gosh, I was literally almost teary-eyed when it's like finding your family. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah.
I cry every time. I even told her, like, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
I planted that seed back in November, and since then, we've Sarah got in contact with me, and she had already had a similar idea, a couple of years ago, and had made much. She'd made steps towards it, with her ex-boyfriend, I think. But
It was a little different, but yeah.
Yeah, it was a little different, but it was.
He wanted to do an app, and
it was about. It was
almost the same thing.
It It was about people coming to you with problems and giving them
Well,
solutions.
Yeah. I wanted to. I'm a sleep practitioner. I used to do sleep studies, and then I started seeing my own patients and giving like results, and then would give them treatment options. And I actually started looking into alternative treatments, and a lot of the patients I worked on were on breathing devices, but it was also for like trauma as well. So I started finding about like bioneurofeedback and frequency therapy, and how effective Reiki actually is, right? And so I started going down that rabbit hole, and that's where I was like, I'm going to become an independent health practitioner. And then talking to Richie, I already knew this. It was like, I don't want to be on my own. Like I envisioned buying my own homestead and being like, some badass single female by herself, right? But I actually do want a community, and we really like the idea of it takes a village, because as some of us get older, we want there to be, you're not going to a place to retire, you're going to a place to live, and you're going to be surrounded by youth and of all ages, so that we're all helping and surrounding each other just like we used to, so, but in a self-sustainable way, with holding some people with accountability, but it's a different concept. It's not like, hey, you got to work, you got to do this, that kind of thing. So,
and my friends Frank and Margaret have been down there since the 80s, and they established the Ali Shungu Foundation before 2022, but in 2022 it became official, and they have built schools and clinics, and they support the Quechua to preserve their cultural history, and the land that we're going to take over stewardship of is a sacred place that was given or that they were able to acquire from the Quechua Indians. And 6 or 9 acres of it is a biological preserve, which used to be the sacred, or has been the sacred gathering grounds for medicine for shaman all over.
Oh, that's good. The grounds are clear. That's a relief.
Hey.
Hi, buddy.
That's the charger.
This is the Ali Shungu Foundation, established in 2002 to benefit the rural indigenous communities near El Salvo with programs improving health, education, and general welfare of the villagers, and to provide long-term economic opportunities. So the idea that we've got is a 100-year plan, basically.
That's where it needs to be.
Like we know we're the groundbreakers. We know we're not going to be around forever, but it's about our children and our children's future, and them not remaining slaves to the system as well.
And making 100-year plans. It's
that's a good
communism.
idea.
It's just building.
We want to build a lab for Bernie, for Mr. Crypto here, so that he can work on all this free energy ideas and help us develop other frequency techniques for healing. Like he's got a lot of experience with coils and wands and crystals and monoatomic gold. So if you haven't seen his channel, someone plug that.
Yeah, the sonic earring. Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Bernie, I looked at Bernie for a while before I even started commenting his freaking channel, because Bernie is awesome. I'm such a nerd like that. I love alchemy and stuff. So yeah, I have been for a while.
But
that's actually been, that was really helpful for me in seeing that I wanted a community, like realizing that people like Bernie were doing these kinds of things, and that these experiments, like people were actively trying to not only figure out all the quote unquote conspiracy things that are reality, but also trying to figure out a different way.
That's it. Not just talking about the problems, but talking about solutions. And one of the quotes
working on solutions.
Well, yeah, we're actually working on solutions. So the idea that small minds talk about people, mediocre minds talk about events, but great minds talk about ideas. So I always try and keep that.
I want to go visit. I love it. It looks amazing. For real, internship, that's been my dream.
We're going to soon have ways like that people can also contribute that will basically make it so that when you do come, that you'll already have like, you know, just by donating, if you donate to the project, when you get there, you've already paid for things that you're going to do there.
I see.
So we're working out those details now, and we're soon going to have that for
like a free
even
retreat
one-time
kind of
donors.
thing.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's too cool.
And like the volunteer concept, you know, where you come to learn about the culture and volunteer at the same time, and it's like kind of, you know, like a vacation, but you're volunteering at the same time, you know.
Yeah, I want to make art with the locals, like for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
When-
I want to dance in
when you look
puddles.
at,
Like I'm all
like-
about it.
So the other
So
thing is
we-
they have connections with the herbalists and the shamans there that have been practicing for that, like have knowledge from thousands of years. Things that we're going to get to have hands-on knowledge and education with.
I'm
We're
hearing
gonna get to learn
ayahuasca
their
retreat.
technique.
What? Is it ayahuasca? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty. Hear me out. There's actually like Ecuador is full of ayahuasca retreats. So we actually did talk about doing that, but we decided we don't need to. We can refer. We can have you go somewhere else, which in turn would hopefully help us out.
Right.
But we're gonna do microdosing, Daisy. We're gonna do shroom therapy, which is becoming
Ayahuasca field trips.
Yeah, right.
Well,
we looked
Frank
into it,
already.
right?
Frank has long relationships with these shamans, so when we want, whenever we
Ooh, I
need
love
to have
that.
access to that, we'll go directly to people that he has a relationship with.
Right. That's
And the
good.
thing is, we're not going to be an art. It's not going to be because we looked into it, right? We said, let's see if there's any tree houses, if there's anywhere called Mahia Sachawasi already in Ecuador, and we found one not very far from where the site is that that we're getting, but it's not the magic tree house. It's just the tree house, and it's an
Oh, it's not so
ayahuasca
magic, is
retreat.
it?
But
but it's just for ayahuasca.
It's
just an
actually means
ayahuasca
healing
and-
house. The way they use it.
And down there, it's not the same as here, where when people name them something, it's like a brand, and it's like you can't call it's not like that at all down there.
Oh, right.
It's very
copyright and
common,
stuff.
especially
Yeah.
if you use like a Quechua word. It's known that you're using that to sort of bring knowledge to what you're doing, has something to do with the Quechua, so it's not the same as it
And-
would be here.
And I like that, you know,
Or in
when
Western
we use
culture.
the, you know, when we're using the word magic, it means so many different things, right? But like to me, the whole meaning, like when I say it, the magic healing tree house is kind of how because Saka means two things. It means tree and healing, interestingly, in Quechuan.
Oh.
So, but I like it because Richie, when he originally created this group, he kept saying, I want to bring a childlike atmosphere back in. I want you to don't deal with politics and anger.
Right.
And, you know, like, I want you to jump into the treehouse with this childlike mentality.
Before
And
you-
what's
before you're
fascinating to
11.
me, sorry, just real quick, we want to focus on childhood traumas and PTSD and all the healing that needs to be rectified from that. And
Yeah.
so what better than to go back to your childhood and forgive yourself
Yeah.
and feel that experience again and break through.
Yeah.
I love that.
I do love
if
that.
you think about it, it's when we all went to secondary school or high school, like when we turned 11 years old, we went to secondary school in the UK, and that's when everything changed. Everything went from being just, you know, fun and games to trying to be something or trying to be somebody.
Too serious
know,
and boring. Yeah.
And all the relationship stuff came in about, you know, well, got to get in a relationship, have sex, got to lose your virginity, lose your virginity. Man. Everybody's obsessed about losing their virginity. Like
Just
all
being
my
with
mates
somebody to
lost
be
their
with somebody.
virginity.
I wasn't even upset.
We had these, we pretended that we were married and stuff. We used to propose to each other and, you know, like give rings and all of this programming to get into a relationship and have a family and, you know, do what they want us to do. And you forget about being a kid. And it's all about pretending to be an adult. You want to be an adult. You want to be treated like an adult. You want everybody to think of you like an adult. You don't want to be a kid anymore. And then as we get older, oh, sorry, Alex, I didn't see you dropped off there. As we get older, like I'm 45 now, But I found in November last year, I found my childish spirit again. I found that like 11-year-old boy before he gave a shit about girls, you know, before hormones confused everything, and things were fun, you know. And I managed to watch that. What was that movie? That's where he is a character in a game. He's an NPC that actually breaks away from the system. What's that movie?
Gamer? Not Gamer.
No, it's the last couple of years. It's Ryan Reynolds, I think.
Oh, right.
And he's an NPC. He says, "Oh no, you can't talk to the ones in the glasses," and he gets some glasses. There's a bank robbery, and what he's meant to do is just
They
lay on the
Live?
floor.
That's a good one, but that one's
NPC.
older.
Oh, what was it called?
Free
It
Guy.
was really good. But I watched it. I watched it in my, you know, like an 11-year-old boy, and I freaking loved it, man. Absolutely loved it. Forgot all the criticisms that I would have had I have for the movie. Forgot all of them. Actually allowed that diegetic effect, the willing suspension of disbelief. Like
I do that too.
like, oh yeah. Actually, when I was 11 years old, I didn't give a shit about, you know, I believed in space when I was
Ready
like,
Player
I've got a different take on space. You know, I don't believe anything that NASA's told us. So the book, you know, it's a the jury's out as to what's out there. But when you're 11 years old, anything's possible.
Anything
man.
is possible. That's what I was gonna say. Anything is possible. Yeah. I believe that. Yeah, I love the whimsical spirit.
I think it's important, even when things are really rough and like, because lately my life has been a little like understandably stressed, but it's sort of one of these things that I just have to remember. It's part of the journey, but also that like still anything is possible. So my dog's almost 18, like, or she's over 18. She's like 18 in 3 months, and things are a little rough. So, but I'm not putting any deadlines on her. Just is what it is.
Yeah, no pressure.
It'll come when it comes, but anything's possible.
Right.
And RSO is kind of amazing in how it's already helped her. So
right. That acceptance can be so helpful. And I know it's hard, but that's what I get in my meditation all the time is let go, let go. Why are you holding on? Let go. Stop being a little bee. Let go. Why do you try so hard? Why do you try to control every little thing? That's so stupid. It's stupid. It's gonna go wrong. So let go. And then finally I do let go, and I'm like flying by the seat of my pants. And that's when it works out.
that's good. My only thing that I found, because I used to do this, is try not to call yourself an idiot or stupid.
Right? Yes,
because
I know.
No, you're not.
No
and
negative.
remember that everybody does this, right? So just like, I feel like if you do use positive affirmation and you kind of brush it off, like, oh no, it's all good, it's all good. You might notice like things start to be a little less, you know,
rude to yourself. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I do the
little
morning
less chaotic.
affirmations though, for sure.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
3 things I'm happy for, no matter what. Even if I'm in my worst mood, it's like you can still be grateful for the things, you know, like I should be aware that my life is pretty cushy. Like, yeah, I agree. Like things have been harder recently. There's been a struggle. Like I lost my gallery, and I feel you. Like I felt like that's out of my control. We got a new owner. He raised the rent. I couldn't afford it. Like, what was I to do? So I'm not going to give up. Like, I'm not going to just accept that happened. I'm going to find a new place for my students. I'm going to get a gallery of my own, and I'm going to make it work. Like, there's no way I'm going to be like, oh, this big bad daddy Warbucks came into my place and put me down. No.
I played that. I was in a play and I played Daddy Warbucks.
Right? I know. I'm like, no way. No way. This dude, and the way he came into my gallery where he knows we're teaching special needs, like he literally is buying up the town to let it die. Like they're not filling the stores. We're the only ones helping people, and it's like, you're a sick dude. Like you're so unhappy in life. You don't even sleep good at night. Your wife has never hugged you, not once. And I feel so bad for you. Like, I'm so sorry that your life is that sucky. Like, I really wish you had happiness to do that to other people.
Yeah.
It's like people that are already, anyways, you know how I feel about special needs.
I know. And it's like, dude, you are so jelly of their superpowers. Like, it is not like, oh, something is wrong. It's something is right. Something might be turned down in one area. That's fine. So I've got things turned down too, but then other areas are turned up, and they're turned up hard. Like, you know,
Yeah.
my one student.
That's why we're
So
it's so
good.
important that we're all different. It's so
Yeah.
it's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree
Dr.
with that.
Dr. Lozana believed that those people were at a very young age, they were highly gifted, and
Yeah.
they made decisions not to go along with what they
Yes.
were being taught because it was incorrect.
And then the school will try and tell you, oh, it's ADHD. Oh, you gotta medicate them. You gotta stop this. You gotta make sure, you know. And for some people, medication might be the right route, and teach their own. That's fine. But for others, let that freedom fly. Like, enjoy the chaos that lives in your brain. Because trust me, there's days where I'm like, the world that's inside my brain, I can only paint it for people to show them, right? But if I could bring them in there, like, they would be like, this is a really crazy place to be. You have a very strange brain.
Don't go. I'm going to be
in
back
our
in 10
family, we'd
minutes.
be like, oh, this looks familiar.
I'm going to be back in 10 minutes, right? I've got to take the dogs out for a walk. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
If you can hear me, Richie, you should take your phone if you can. Maybe you can't.
I can't. I've got no data.
Okay, I thought so.
Actually, I'm going to point the camera at the door, so just keep an eye on the door. Make sure.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
They can't be bothered to lock it, so just if anybody comes in, just tell them you say, "Hey, mira."
Screenshot.
Just say that,
You got a screenshot.
Camera.
Send me round.
Oh yeah, I can see little screenshots.
That's actually one of
La
her.
ojos,
Yes, I love that
la
one.
ojos o Dios.
That's one.
Sorry, what did you say, Daisy?
That's one of the paintings. Em has it.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like a jukebox, but it's a woman. It's just strange. People are like, how do you you know, describe your art? And it's like, it's strange. It's colorful. I'm like an idiot savant when it comes to colors. They're like my superpower.
Nice.
I love that one.
I
love that.
I love the color of your hair,
Oh, thank you.
by the way.
God, I love the rose gold.
Oh, hell yeah. The rose gold is so pretty. That's like my favorite.
Right? It just looks so pretty with green eyes too. It's like, it just works. Yeah.
Here, this. Now look at it. Is that better lighting?
Yeah, that is.
That's way better lighting. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
it
you
just
can see
does
the
not.
colors way better now.
Yeah.
That's one of my
it's-
favorites too.
And as soon as I saw that, I was like, let me get that. And then the other one is over here. And this is my absolute favorite.
Yeah, the other one is really good too. I do love this one a lot.
Let me see if I can get the light a little bit more. See the owl? The owl. I don't know if you can see it really good because of the lighting.
It does get more detailed.
Ooh.
So I love those ones.
But that one is like, didn't you tell me that also looks like I feel like that looks like the Grinch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it does.
Right?
I could see that. That's funny.
A little bit. I love it. I love it for that reason that it has like both kind of, you know, right? With the big long. Okay. Anyway, I love.
Yeah,
I love.
And the green man, man as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
There we go.
Trying to look
That is
around if
so
there's any other
cool.
paintings. I'm
I
like, I
love
know
it.
there's some weird stuff around here.
That's like one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Yeah. I was like, oh gosh, yeah, I love that. And there was a story behind this. So I think Daisy remembers because I would contact her and tell her we were keeping up with this. So like the painting, this one had gotten it either gotten mixed up. No, it never did get mixed up.
It just went to the wrong place.
And it got
Here we go.
Then we can have Trichy's place. Very good.
by a woman that lives upstairs, my friend's mom. She sent it back. So it gets all the way here.
Yeah.
And then they don't tell me that. And she sends it back. She tells the mailman that, like, I'm not living here anymore and not to send any of my mail here anymore. To which I'm like, I'm ready to go.
It's not cheap to send those either. It's like, come on, man.
It was like, I was like, if it wasn't for the fact that this woman is already her age and just, I'm trying to be a different type of person, like, ooh, and I got Bellman. But the next thing I know, like, I just come home one day and it's just here. And
Finally.
like, because and I was like, tell her, make sure you let me know when it gets back or that you got it back, because we were afraid that somehow it would get lost on the way back to her. Then what would we do? Never got back to her, and then I started panicking. I was like, oh hell no, I'm about to go shit. I come home, and then my roommate just comes down here one day, oh, here you go. And I was like, dude,
Right, the chaos.
Art coming in the mail again, my art that like I pay good money for because it's worth it and it means a lot to me. And I mod for her and she's my queen. So, but seriously,
Just
I was like, I can't even
rude
believe
lady.
damn art, man. Like, are you serious? Like, there's a few things Amy gets mad about, and that's music. Don't you mess with my damn playlist and my art. Don't you touch my paint, and don't you touch my paintings with your greasy ass fingers without washing your. Like, I will come unglued. What's
I
wrong
feel
with
that.
you? Don't ask me my age.
How do you
or
feel
my,
about that, Mr. Squirrel? Mr. Quiet Man of the Night.
He's enjoying his joint.
Oh, we saw what
Enjoying
you're
listening,
enjoying.
yeah.
He's like, what,
Last
man?
few joints.
Yeah, you got
And the
him all
last few
excited. He was like, "Oh, look what Squirrel Snipe's doing," and we were trying to point at you. Now it's like more like this. Yeah, no, I think it is this way. No, yeah,
Yeah.
right. We're pointing at Squirrel.
No, that way.
Are we? Are we not mirrored?
We're not mirrored.
All right.
He's over there.
I don't know.
There you go.
Anyway,
Yeah.
go ahead.
there we go. I'm doing it right now. See, I look at the TV and then I go, "Am I doing this the right way?" One way
Like
it's
being
gonna
on
be
a
right.
game show.
Definitely
Hollywood
not
Square.
mirrored.
I
Definitely
know
not
that's how
Hollywood.
it feels. Yeah.
Not
Well,
Hollywood
I'm glad
Square.
this was my first panel. I feel like so
Square.
excited.
It's like
We're
the
like,
Brady Bunch.
It's really awesome to have you, but
Thank you.
this started becoming like a thing a while ago, and that's how we've met people that have been in our chat, for a really long time, and it's been
I love
this has
that.
been really fun and engaging and
Yeah.
really great getting to know everybody. This is really what we wanted, was a community.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
the pond
bringing the
is flat.
community that much closer, like that has definitely been one of my biggest messages throughout my whole channel is like, I want channels to be closer. Like, I don't care what number of subscribers you have. You could be like 3 subscribers and be like, you want to collab? And I'll say yes. You could literally have worked with channels. No, never mind. We'll put 500,000, okay, as the highest channel. And I've worked with them and it's like no biggie, right? So it doesn't matter to me. I love all people and I want to work with all people and I want to collab with all people. So I don't know, people always they feel odd about that sometimes. They're like, oh, you have so many, and it's like, no, I'm just a tiny channel in the grand scheme of things anyways. To 10K, to most people, they're like, "Puh," oh, 10K,
Yeah.
she's hardly even a channel at all. And it's like, yeah, right, busting my buns for this 10K.
Your ass off for
Yeah,
that
and I
shit.
care for each one of
Yeah,
them.
seriously.
And I
Yeah,
will
it's like-
reply to all my comments still. Like,
Yeah.
That's why I'm in the true crime community right now.
mhm.
I got a problem with those. There's a particular group in true crime of people that call themselves content creators, and they're not. Basically, they're straight up just exploiting these cases and these victims' families, and that shit drives me fucking bananas, yo. Like, no, because there are people out there that work their butts off for years and years and years for their channel to get to the amount of subscribers they have, and they do the present
Absolutely.
of the story in a respectful manner to the victim's families. Whereas these Joe Schmoes that are right off the street, as in Summer Wells, Kylie Rodney, to name a
Oh
few.
my gosh. Yeah. Of course, Summer.
And all of a sudden, like, here I am. I've had my channel for like not even nowhere near as long as Daisy, but for about 3 years now, and I only have 200 subscribers. It's not that big of a deal to me. I love every single one of them, and I don't care if I get that big. But when I see like that is not content, it's just absolute nonsense, and they got 100 or like 1,000K, and they've only been on there for like
the one guy got 10,000 from doing that.
It's hard. Yeah, like
that's like bad karma.
Yeah, but there's also like Alex Belfield, who's got hundreds of thousands, and now is in prison doing 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It doesn't mean they're all good people. That's for sure.
No, of course not. They get caught out. It's just some of them pay so much. Like Mr. Beast, he says he replies to lots, but he employs about 100 people just to deal with his comments.
Yeah,
because
my dad or Carolina look.
You invest in it, and it depends how real you want to be. You know, how real is Mr. Beast?
Right.
You know, he's not, but to some, he's the most biggest idol. You know, my son, who's 12, you know, he really wants to get into gaming, and he wants to, you know, all about subs and stuff like that. And, you know, he's learning the hard way, you know, but he sees people like Mr. Beast who's spending £10,000, giving it free to you know, children, you know. It's
My
a
son is
cruel
7,
world,
and he'll say like and subscribe.
Yeah.
Tristan,
Yeah.
he's not so much into being on this side of the camera like we are, as he would rather be behind the camera and give input like that. Like I showed him my intro that Sarah and them had made for the treehouse, and it was about 50 seconds long. 30 seconds into it, he goes, "All right, Mom, that's it. You need to cap the intro right there. Too much, and get right into the shit." Because I'm telling you, my generation, we ain't trying to hear all that nonsense. You just need
30
to stop.
seconds is way too long, right? For the younger ones.
Well, thanks for the constructive criticism.
Right.
Well, and I say bullshit. I say you don't have an attention span. That's not my problem.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's the new
And
generation.
I don't want that kind of. I don't want that kind of attention.
TikTok for you. That's what
People
everything
try
is
to
be
put us-
designed for a fish
It's
brain
real.
mentality.
It's Insta. It's they're all admitting to it. They all admit it to messing with your attention span, your
It's
moves.
the fucking flashy shit too. It's like I don't need
your
four
serotonin.
fucking flashy things to get my attention, and I think it's bullshit. We have to accommodate that.
How many fart noises do I gotta get in the last 3 seconds
keep
to
getting-
like?
You keep
This
getting
is
that
like
advert.
Dingo and the baby.
Look
Remember
at the
that shit?
difference in the algorithm.
The
Look at the
lady
difference.
making the cake and it's spinning around really quickly and it all flashes. You know, it's a 5-second commercial and you're not actually sure what the commercial's about, but you know, your head's spinning.
Kids are having seizures and such.
Yeah, you know.
Literally.
So, and
What they're
literally,
showing
I've
that-
seen it in the brainwaves.
Yeah.
Alpha
My brain-
intrusion.
Oh, I don't
So
know.
What they're
it's high
showing
anxiety
children
that's
in
just
China, though,
constantly at us.
what they're showing children in China is completely different to what they're showing children in America and Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Completely
What they're
different.
feeding us is different too.
Yeah.
We eat
Yeah,
such
definitely.
crap here in America. It's bull crap.
Oh.
We get fake everything. Even the fake, like
Here-
the plant food, fake.
Seriously. And the
In
processing with it. Yeah.
It's
In
disgusting.
Portugal, Spain, and Tenerife, all the cheeses seem like they're synthetic. All the
Yeah.
you know, all the meats and everything that you buy in it's all synthetic.
Do you ever just eat
crap,
something and you're like, yeah, it just
You
doesn't sit right with you. You're like, what's in this?
Yeah.
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 It was a soliloquy sandwich.
Huh?
It wasn't even real. It was just digital.
Right.
You know, you ate it and you had the experience of eating the sandwich and you had the paper in your hand and you're like, what the?
What? Right.
Happened? I thought I had food in my
You might as
hand.
well just eat an NFT, basically.
Oh my gosh.
Might as well just popped an NFT in your mouth. Because yeah, it's like that when you buy sandwiches from the supermarket here. That's what it's like. It's like you bite into it and the bread doesn't feel like bread. The cheese doesn't feel like cheese. It's just that it's nasty. It's nasty. It's like
Peanut butter.
you know,
In
those
school,
those
peanut butter
sandwiches.
That's so
Say
weird.
that again, Em. Say that again.
Here in school, you can peel the peanut butter off the bread. Peel it.
Right.
No.
Peanut butter,
That's
bro.
wrong.
That's peanut butter, man.
It makes me think of the 50s and how everything's so fake and plastic and like perfect and like, oh, shiny, look how great life is. Da da da. We're all perfect. Everything's
looks
happy.
great.
But it's like that fucking apple is rotten inside and it's fake and it's gross and it's like, and all the chicken. What's with the giant chickens? I'm not gonna stop with the joke about the giant chickens. What the fudge?
Water.
Monsters.
They're pumped
I'm
with
like,
water and steroids and
right, that's scary to me. I don't want to eat that giant beast. What the heck? What happened to the real chicken? Can I get
Is that
rid
the
of it?
joke in Family Guy with where he's always beating up the giant chicken?
Yeah, no, yeah, because it was like Kentucky Fried Chicken was in court and they're like, you can't call yourselves KFC anymore because that's not a chicken. And they're like, it's a Colossus. It's Kentucky Fried Colossus.
Oh my god.
So gross.
That's legit pretty much. Like even McDonald's, the meat, who knows, honestly.
Well, you do know McDonald's has admitted that they put ammonia in their burgers because they have to, because of all the antibacterial shit that doesn't work. And they were at least putting formaldehyde in their fries. That's why their fries would last forever. Yeah. They're trying to preserve us. I said this inside of a grocery store the other day because we were looking at bacon, and I was like, make sure you get no nitrates, you know, and he picked up this one. We couldn't tell it was local. I was like, oh, it's local, sweet. And then I looked, damn it. And then there's this older couple there, and I shout out, they're trying to preserve us from the inside out.
I love that. I love a little bit of public truth bombs. People are like,
right?
Oh, God,
Yeah, that
right.
was like,
oh my God.
Hello, Sarah. No.
Anybody that looks and responds, you just go to them. You'll be friends with them.
I had picked up some bacon, and there's some other people looking at the bacon, and I went back up to and I just threw it down, and I was like, it's all crap.
It's gross.
Last week, he walked up to the freaking fake plant-based beef and started looking at it as if he is about to buy it. I grabbed him by both his shoulders. I said, no, honey. That is not what we do in this group. Not in this family.
Right. Well, wait a second. Can I explain something? It is legit. It is legit to question all of it. I have actually found stuff that you can look, like the ingredients are legit and it's not processed bullshit. But most of the vegan and especially Burger King, the Impossible burgers, are heavily soy processed with vegetable oils. Do not eat that shit. Do not eat excessive amounts of tofu either, because excessive it causes estrogen, and it's like excessive amounts like that is not good for us production. But it goes beyond that. It's the processed shit too. It's a whole,
especially if you're a man.
That's what one of Jack's videos earlier this week was about the estrogen. It's called estrogen.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have been trying to turn the men to females.
Yeah, that's why everybody is confused. It's not because, they just have this funny feeling. It's like, no, you're eating things that are making you feel those funny feelings. And I'm not going to say anything because, we're to the point where if I do, then people are going to be like, well, you're offensive and you're rude and you think one way about people. No, I love all people. I don't care what parts they got. Doesn't bother me. You could be a robot. Right.
Yeah.
Well, choose to live how you live, but if they can't hear the message.
By culinary.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate though, because it is like they're going to a chop shop and there's so many people coming back from that now that are like, man, I wish I didn't chop things and do things to my body, or
we have somebody in our chat that has went through that, and it's now
it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I have loved ones who are definitely dealing with it, and it's like,
wow,
I love you no matter what you do, but this is how I feel on it, and I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to tell you how I feel. I think you might regret it.
I've had a couple of friends. I've only had one. We made friends, but we only knew each other for like 3 days. Back in early 2020, February 2020, and that was born biologically female, had a transition to male, and he was absolutely a lad. If I hadn't known. If I hadn't already known, there's no way I would have known. There was nothing. It was completely 100% lad. Even had stubble, and was definitely happy. Didn't seem out of sorts. Didn't seem depressed. It was completely looked.
You're normal, right?
Normal person. So I can completely accept that it's real. It really does exist. It's a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's statistically, I think it's proven that girls are more likely to have this body dysmorphia during puberty, where they feel like they want to be boys more, and I went through
that but that has a lot to do with me being so tall. Because I was so tall, I felt like I had to take on that role. I kind of told you. It's why I thought, I went through this. Am I a lesbian? Should I be one? Because I'm a big woman, But no, it's okay.
No, I get that.
Figured it out.
I'm 5'8", so people ask me all the time. They're like, "So, are you a dude?" And I'm like, "Oh my goodness!" Like you wouldn't believe how often people ask, and it's like, first of all, if you want to ask, you shouldn't ask it that way. Like that's really like not appropriate,
Well, I
right?
got
Like
asked
you
in a
could
really
ask.
funny way.
It's
Like,
like, who
I
are
got
you?
asked it
I'm
like
sorry,
they said
who are
it this
you?
way. It's,
yeah,
sorry,
like,
I
you
got
have
asked,
to
has
ask
anyone
me.
ever told you, or and or something like, and how would you react if someone told you you had a low voice? And I mean, it was like, what do you mean? Like, there's only one thing you mean by that.
right.
You're
I know I
asking
have a
if I
deep
was a
man voice.
dude.
Thank you. Like,
Hey, he heard me sing Pat Benatar karaoke. I can fucking hit those notes.
right?
So,
Yeah.
fuck that shit.
I don't think you've got a low voice. I don't think you've got a deep voice.
Really? I get
Thank
it a
you.
lot though.
Yeah, I do. I do too. I got told that it was.
Actually,
Right?
I love your voice actually,
Oh, thank you.
and I think maybe I sit a little deeper than you do, but now that you just said that, it's like, yeah, that's true. I like your voice a lot.
I have that raspy voice that people are normally like that Janis Joplin. Like there's a little grit in there.
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, it sounds like, I don't know, either people really like it or they just don't. And it's like, I can't change that. I'm sorry.
Do you sing?
I like
Do I
it.
sing? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Do I
like?
sing right now? No.
Richie wants to
But
sing with you. It sounds like.
When
Do
it's
you find
karaoke
it
night,
comes
what
out
night
when
is
you're
that?
singing? Do you find it comes out when
Ooh.
you're singing though? Do you get like a raspiness comes out when you're singing?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's definitely like the singer of Metric, like that, or like the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, like that, where
Oh,
it's like that, not whiny, but definitely nasally, because it is a nasally sounded voice, or Fiona Apple, like that. Where it's
I
like
want to
that.
hear you sing Maps. It's like one of my favorite songs
Yeah,
ever.
And a
that one,
bad,
I can
bad
sing it
girl.
perfectly, and people are like, I
Up in
literally thought
Paris
you were
with
Karen O or
another man.
whatever, and I'm like, no, it's me, like
And
it's
it's a
just me.
sad, sad
But it's so
world.
good.
When a
I love
girl
that.
will break a boy just because she can.
I know.
Now I feel
You
like
know,
we all have to get together and put on a concert.
Yes.
I like
That
you to
is-
sing with us.
I've got my list of songs.
Oh, I
We
have
gotta find out what the Quechua translation of karaoke is.
Yeah.
What's a
Karaoke
Quechua?
night in Ecuador.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
That would be awesome, man, because we're going to be live streaming everything if YouTube's still around. By the time we get there, we're going to be live streaming
Right.
it. So yeah.
So you said you do this every Sunday?
Yeah, every Sunday.
Okay. So I'm allowed to
The
visit
time-
again?
Yes.
Okay,
Definitely.
because I've got to get my son to bed soon, and I just want to make sure because I don't want to have
we're about
to.
ready to.
Yeah, we'll probably be wrapping up soon anyway.
Yeah.
So that's but
Okay,
please,
well, yeah.
Daisy, please come back and
Thank
if
you.
you can reach out to Richie too, because probably would
Yeah,
love to
thank
have
you.
you do a
Thank
special
you, Richie.
segment.
And thank you for
No,
showing me the
thank you.
video and making me aware. And I'm so glad to meet you all. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it. I like spending time with you guys. I'm glad this was my first panel. It went really good. I feel like it was
Yeah.
awesome. I had so much fun.
Bye,
Thanks, Em.
Daisy.
You're
We'll
welcome
see you
back
again, fellow
anytime.
Goonie.
See ya.
I'll tell the king
We're
you guys say
welcome
hi.
back anytime. Thank you very much,
Awesome.
Daisy.
So was that awesome for you, Em and Richie?
That was so unexpected. Dude, that was awesome. That's after the day I was having earlier, like try to come throw shit on my rainbow, motherfucker. You can't even do it now. It's impossible. There's a force field around me. I'm like, you shut up. I had Daisy on panel tonight with me, Rich, freaking Alex, Sarah, Kevin, and Bernie. So suck my balls, motherfucker.
Do you know I say that all the time? I was telling Kevin that. I always do like, suck it. So manly like that.
Right, and then this dude is like, "Hey, you've got a really low voice," and she's just like, "Suck it,
suck it,
suck it."
Every time I try to tell somebody something and they think I'm wrong, and I have to be like, well, then Google it. And then they find out, oh, damn, she's right. I'm like, yeah, suck it, motherfucker. Just like that.
I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for participating. It was really joyful, but suck it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
They roll a gossip like,
I love
boom.
you. I'm trying to see what Birdie's showing us.
And those same people
Why are
will
you showing us there, Bernster?
as serial
What is
killers
this?
look like from afar.
Is this
I
urban
like to
exploration or renovation?
It's an abandoned
What's
something
on?
or other.
This is urban exploration, isn't it?
This is
You're
picture your
muted, by the way. You're muted
hair.
there, Bernie.
It is urban exploration and reclamation. This guy bought this palace in France, or chateau, I guess it's called. And then he started, he did like 5 days of cutting down all the trees around it. But like, look at how Tartarian that thing is.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
But that's a lot of work to rebuild.
And yeah,
But she's made of stone, so
Pretty cool though, pretty amazing. I saw
that
there's a that you can go on. You can find
Probably has a
like there's
small
quite a
dome.
few places like that for sale. There are places
Yeah.
like that for sale. There's plenty of mansions,
Yeah.
like old ancient Victorian
This is where the
mansions
connection
that
to the old world.
have fallen apart,
Sorry.
and they're up for sale. You can buy them. There's an old church. I forget where it is. I think it's up north in England. This old church, and it's still got the fucking organ in it, and it's up for sale, like 250 grand or something.
there's some land
You know,
in
this
Tennessee.
is where, real quick, this is where I want to get into the fact that like old world Europe has too many similarities to, you know, partial or kind of old world America. Like there's just too many connections like that.
There's
right?
way too many believing. I don't believe in
I
coincidence.
agree. It's
They
ridiculous.
they'll say it's because of the influence of the builders that went over and they constructed these things that, you know, they were just emulating their homes where they came from, except it doesn't match up.
No, it doesn't.
It
Just
doesn't
like
really match
pyramids
up.
everywhere.
You know, and right, it's you know, like all the Roman buildings,
Right?
you know,
Roman.
the Renaissance style, you know, and the Tudor. There's the Tudor houses, and the Gothics, like the Gothic style that was that before or after Tudor? I can't. Gothic was medieval, wasn't it? Gothic was medieval.
Oh, yeah, I guess. And no, it's been a minute. Renaissance.
Oh,
No.
Flower. How you doing? Hey, we still got 30 people watching.
That is super cool. Hey, let's see.
Hey, Nolan Flower. I realized I was muted when I said that.
Jennifer needs a rent. Jenny needs a rent.
Hey,
Squirrel,
you
where
guys.
did you go, mate? Where did you go? You just dropped off there. Squirrel Sniper does not look
I
like an
know.
Essex boy. Squirrel
is
Sniper
Squirrel?
looks like he's from the Midwest.
Yeah.
Yo,
But then he
listen,
sounds like he's from New Zealand. Okay, sorry. Kevin
So-
wanted to say something.
listen to this. What if? Okay, so there's this there's this timeline that's coinciding with all these different events. What if, so when they declared that the world was round, that is the time when they actually said that the earth was this domain, okay? And then the earth was ruled by, right? But before that, before they made the earth round,
I love Wooden Nichols.
and when it was flat, it was territorial, and each region was ruled by an individual ruler. But when they made it round, it became like a thing that God, and you know, and it was all like tied into the church, right? So at the same time that they told people, okay, it's no longer flat, it's round, they started filling up these insane asylums. So that to me seems it coincides with taking people out who would not bow down to the new worldwide government.
That's why I say they've done what they did with the asylum, and they're all the ancient Tartarian buildings. They convert into insane asylums that, you know, when the population's really small and they can hold hundreds of people, and it's like, right, that's obviously all the people.
Yeah, and the timeline almost The timeline almost
They're
really
basically
coincides.
Us. It's us. It's like the version of us back then, truthers who would not accept this bullshit narrative that they were laying down, and so they said, "You're insane, and we're going to lock you in the buildings."
No,
say that we've stolen it.
I think it was more than that. Well, it was everybody everywhere basically knew the truth. It wasn't a special group.
No,
but they
but
just
that's why-
changed.
that's
They
why
just
it's
changed the
locked down, yeah.
rules and put down the boot.
Yeah. But it was exactly the same as it is now. You had those that just agreed to toe the line and go along with the story, and everybody else that dissented against it, they said they were insane or they waged war
Well, the
against them.
difference now, Richie, the difference now is that the people that are toeing the line have been taught this bullshit their whole existence. And then it was people that totally turned coat on the truth.
Sheep.
So
sheep, basically just sheep that just followed the leader.
Worse than that, wolves in sheep clothing. The sheep are the ones now. Back
Wolves are
then,
quite
they were wolves in sheep's clothing. They took their kids and they lied to their children, straight up, knowing. And if they didn't, they got put in insane asylums, and their kids got shipped to somewhere else to get
But they
taught.
did it out of fear. It was only fear that caused them to do it, because they didn't want to be singled out, put chucked in insane asylum, or shipped off as a slave to a different country. So they took the easy
But that
option.
fear was
Yeah, no
rational,
worries.
man.
Yeah, man.
That fear was of something that was actually happening. These days, people are fear of their shadows. But then it was there was people
that's
being
because of the
executed.
conditioning. That's because of the conditioning that we've all put ourselves through with this voluntary MK Ultra programming. When we're watching, we watch all this crap on TV and on, Hollywood movies, on Netflix. We watch all this shit that's telling us constantly all the time to be afraid of everything. Be afraid of your neighbor because he might be a serial killer. Be afraid of the bugs in the air. Be afraid of be afraid of this. Be afraid of that. Be afraid of war. Be afraid of fucking food. Be afraid of computer virus. Be afraid of everything, man. Anything. Just be afraid. Just be afraid. Doesn't matter what you're afraid of. Just be afraid. And that programming ramped up massively when they brought in televisions, and when they were able to they had it plugged right into our rooms, front and center in everybody's living room, the TV, where everybody sat down and got their daily programming for the last fucking 80 years or whatever.
But now they're like sexualizing serial killers. Have you seen that shit about Jeffrey Dahmer and that stupid Netflix crap?
Yeah, just like WTF again and again.
I haven't even watched it. My daughter and my best friend both, they've watched parts of it. Both of them have called me because they know how I am about true crime and my thing about serial killers. I like to watch stuff about serial killers because it's a psychological thing that I'm interested in. It has nothing to do with me being attracted to them. And that's what's disturbing about some of the comments I've seen lately, these women coming out their mouth with. I'm like, first of all, lady, no, please God, don't have a son if that's the kind of shit you're going to be encouraging them to do. Like, Lord help us.
Leafy, maybe they called them lunatics, right? They called them lunatics because it was connected to full moons, people that went crazy on a full moon. But what if it was actually that all of our understanding was based more around the lunar cycle? Because the lunar cycle coincides with planting and seeding, planting for agriculture. But also women's menstrual cycle
any
is linked to the
ER
lunar
hospital room and ask the nurse about what day of the month is the busiest month, and every single one of them will tell you it's on the full moon, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm a healthcare worker, and I can tell you it's 3 days before and 3 days after.
3 days after.
So, and those are the days when you're doing lunar magic. It's 3 days before and 3 days after that you're actually that you're doing whatever it is that you're doing.
Casting your
the rituals.
And make the moon water.
It's before the new moon, and then again another one on the full moon. But maybe they called them lunatics because they, everybody had gone to this solar thing, and they were still maintaining the old narrative, which meant not worshipping the moon, but having an understanding and respect for the moon
A
that we
bunch
don't
of
have now.
Raven lunatics, nonetheless.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Those
Yeah.
ravens every morning, those motherfuckers, I swear they laugh at me sometimes. I'll just be sitting here and every time I say something, they laugh. That's what it sounds like. I'm like, wait, what the shut the hell up?
I always used to have this
Cardinal
thing.
pretty.
I used to enjoy
preview of pay-per-view only cams with
OnlyFans.
I used to enjoy substances, and it invariably, when it was a full moon, I'd have a hankering to enjoy a substance. I'd be like, oh man, yeah, I wouldn't be able to get it out of my head, and I'd wake up in the morning and think, yeah, I'm gonna get a bag tonight, and then look up in the sky and be like, oh, it's a full moon. I don't do that anymore, thankfully, but it used to.
Is it a full moon right now? It's not a full moon right now, is it?
No. It was a full moon a couple of days ago. The harvest moon.
Damn, I missed
Harvest
it.
moon.
It's not a full moon. It's closer to a newer moon than a full right now.
Yeah, no,
Damn
that's
it,
what I said. It was
Tennessee.
a- it was
Period
a
though
full
out here
moon
now
last
looks
week.
crazy.
I think it was the 24th of September was a full moon, I think.
Richie Squirrel noted. He said he could come back in if you want to pop the link in the chat again.
Just
We're gonna
scroll
go to
up,
the
dude.
store soon, but we'll be back.
Only cams.
Don't they have only fam cams in Tennessee?
They have only what?
I said, don't they have only fam cams down there?
I have no idea.
I know they do
I
in
try to say-
Kentucky.
I live in Western North Carolina, like on the other side of the ridge is Eastern Tennessee. They a little bit different kind of redneck than what we are over here on this side of the mountain.
Yeah,
They're
I
a whole
know.
different breed of people over there.
Sometimes they get lost and come over the mountain, though.
Oh yeah, no,
know,
I know,
there's been-
my mama is from Tennessee. Believe me, I know. And she comes from like
There's-
8 siblings, and some of them you can tell apples are just way beyond the tree, rolled and hit something else, bumped up, picked other crap. I don't even know.
Right down there, you
Bless
got
them.
apples that look like oranges.
Right. Have you standing out there at that tree like, I just don't, what am I looking at? I still can't tell you what the hell happened to that tree in the backyard. That shit has me messed up at least once a week out there standing there staring at that hole in the tree. Like, how did that happen? And leave no visible evidence on the ground.
Still look at that was lightning.
But where's the shit on the ground to show me that? Like, help me. There's no visible.
Well,
I don't even know.
It hit quite high up. It hit quite high up on the tree, didn't it? It hit a branch. So
It went
maybe
through it,
it's,
and it blew like part of it off. Yeah. And it's one of those pines that have that white sap that comes out of it.
From the
It's
ground
like
up.
blistering pine or something. I don't.
Yeah, Bernie,
I don't
isn't
do
the
well
lightning
with
coming?
pine.
Oh, we lost Bernie.
Oh, I've been burning. Nope. He's coming. No. I can't remember
Sarah
if my
can.
delivery had it all.
no,
Can't remember.
that's the thing about that.
I'm next to the tree. Oh, I was next to the tree. Kevin
Oh, I
Cam.
just I was going in with the chessboard like
Sarah?
JP and the
Kevin. Woo! All around the room. Here we go. Here we go.
Kitchen Cam.
Here we go. Here we
moving
go.
all over the
So
place.
it's midnight here, and we've been going for 6.5 hours.
We're getting
So-
loopy.
Wow.
Yeah, we're both in the mirror.
That's so funny.
I
Oh, my
think-
mirror has an H.P. Lovecraft poem written or thing written all over it.
When you bought it?
No, I drew it on there.
I gotta go.
Yeah. Swing in the house.
Sarah,
On
swinging
that
now.
note, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is a good time to
Okay,
wrap up
okay,
this
okay,
stream.
okay. Have it the beer.
And I'd like to say thank you very much to the 32 people that are still here, and to the people that are chatting and lighting up the chat room, Leafy and Shari, and
We're doing it.
Lizzo,
We're all
Yes.
watching.
Oh, I can't wait.
and
I'm ordering me one of those, y'all.
everybody. Leafy, Brian, Jenny, gave you a wrench, Jenny.
Thank you
People
guys.
vouching
Thank
for
you.
you.
Nice to see you, Jenny. Never seen you.
No one's flower,
Kimba,
Angel
nice to meet
Wings,
ya. or see ya. I've seen you before.
See you, Kimba.
Daisy, man,
Sherry,
that was
love
so
you.
cool having
See
Daisy
you,
on.
Lacey.
Yes,
Bye, Sherry.
Can't wait to see
That
you,
was
Sherry.
Gotta get
very
up
cool.
soon.
We got to get Daisy back
Sure.
on, man.
Yes, you guys probably we should do a little special since they
Yeah,
have such a special heart.
Yep.
So
I'd
she does.
Yes,
definitely
and then
like.
I got
I'd like.
I also talked to my buddy about the mushrooms, so I'll be talking to him after this and lining something up about that too. About what he
Yeah,
does.
do that because he
I want
knows.
to talk to Daisy. I want to talk to Daisy about what she does working with children, the work that
Yeah,
she does,
yeah,
like
it's
working
awesome.
with
Perfect.
children
Yeah,
with
let's do
special
that.
needs, basically. So
See you, Jenny.
yeah, and her art as well.
Bye,
Like
Brian.
we can
Her
talk
art,
about
yeah,
her artwork
everything.
Yeah,
and
that
everything.
would be
It's
great.
See you,
awesome,
Squirrel.
man.
See you, Lizzo.
Lizzo, squirrel.
So that was awesome.
So
That was
Right?
awesome.
I bet
Yeah.
you're on. Yeah, this was a great chat. I
17
know
Troy,
it
how
wasn't
you
perfect,
doing,
but there was
man?
really good conversation all day.
Squirrel,
Thanks
where
for
are you
holding.
from? Where your accent was kind of like throwing me off. I was trying to figure out
He's an Essex boy.
Essex.
Essex.
Okay.
Richie, thanks for holding down the fort for us.
Yeah.
Bye,
Did
Andrea.
I do that? I
You
wasn't
did.
aware I did
You
that.
did great.
Nigel.
Hey, Nigel. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Andrea, you rock. Dolly Man. Love you guys.
Thank you very
Angel
much,
Wings.
man.
Thank you so
Lizzo, Machine Head.
Manny
guys
Ava
are-
of Viles.
I'm
Manny
going
of
up in the
Viles.
name
I'm
here.
not saying that name before. Andrea 73. Hey, but,
Bernie.
anybody that I missed,
Bernie.
Morgan,
I think sex swing time and I died.
Lina Tartaria. I'm just scrolling
Angel
up
Wings is
quickly.
already
Oh, yeah,
here.
Morgan,
Joy,
Jason,
Jolly
we've been
Man,
here.
If Angel Wings is still here,
There's
see
been
ya.
some newer
Angel
names
Wings.
for me. So thank you all for being here. No One's Flower. You guys rock.
Jolly Man,
Been a great show.
everybody.
Oh,
Thank you very
and
much.
Bye,
Yeah,
Bye, guys. I love you.
Mwah.
Mwah.
We're gonna play you out with our normal video. Thank you very much, guys.
All right,
We will
see you, Richie.
again. Hopefully during the week we'll do a live during the week. But
Yeah, we're gonna do a Cam show or Callum show soon. So hopefully this
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, I have a new guy.
cool.
We got stuff in store.
Yeah.
Buckled up.
Yeah.
They might not be
You
so
think-
long, but we'll keep going.
Think
Yeah.
how quick. Think how quick time's passing, man. Like September is gone. We are
He's gonna be
we're already a couple of days. We're a couple of days into October already.
And
In
Halloween's
26
coming up.
days. In 26
3
days, he's
weeks.
flying out to Ecuador. 26
weeks.
days is only just over 3 weeks, man.
It's fucking happening.
3.5
Get ready
weeks,
for this.
26
It's gonna
days.
happen quick when it starts going. So buckle up.
I know.
I'm crying because I know this.
I know. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Can't wait to see you guys in
We will see
Ecuador.
you all soon.
Yes.
We'll see you all soon, peeps. Thank you very much. Much love. Peace.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot, really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I've thought would be a good idea, and 9 times out of 10 I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully that hasn't unjinxed, that hasn't unjinxed, that hasn't unjinxed, that hasn't unjinxed.